I don't know how.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Hernando County's Board of County Commission meeting. This is our land use hearing meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. It's 9 a.m. Please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Laco, please lead us in the invocation.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, we thank you today for this opportunity to gather together to talk about business in Hernando County. But before we start, Lord, I just ask for your protection over our servicemen and women right now and the families and their families, Lord. We pray for protection of our country, our county, our state. Lord, we pray for those that are in attendance today. Help us all to work together, to hear each other, to make decisions that are beneficial for the community as a whole. And I ask this all in your name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We're on item B, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Omar DePablo, Development Services Director. We have a modification to item E9, number 17157 on the agenda, special exception use permit submitted by Steve Berry and Christina Berry, file number SE 2514. This item has been moved to a future hearing. Staff did not receive the signed posting affidavit in the time frame that was required. Therefore, notification was not done according to our ordinance. So the board will see this in a future hearing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification, this was a notification issue?
Yes, so...
A public notice issue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was, on the special exceptions, you have to mail, you have to post a sign, and I think it goes in, the special exceptions also go in the paper. The applicant, as far as we know, posted the sign but never submitted the affidavit of proof. And so unless we have that, it is considered improperly notified.
So why does he get a benefit, or why does the applicant get a benefit for a rehearing if they didn't follow the rules?
Yeah. It's just part of the process, but it's up to the board if they even want to continue it.
Because I believe that this was denied by P&Z.
Yes.
And they asked for a special hearing and came to the board asking for this and then didn't notify properly.
Correct.
Mr. Joven?
Yes. It's only an incidental benefit to the property owner. It's really the parties that are benefiting by the delay or anybody that wanted it in the public that would have seen the sign and would come to oppose it or support it. So under the due process clause of the Constitution, we had to grant the delay.
Understood.
Commissioner Laco.
Can you be clear, all the costs associated with re-notification will be on the applicant?
Yes. Re-advertising fees are the applicant's responsibility.
Thank you.
Move approval with changes. Second.
Got a motion for approval from Commissioner Champion, a second by Commissioner Amsler. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item C, consent agenda. One item.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Champion, second by Commissioner Hawkins. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we're on item D, correspondence to note. Mr. DePablo.
Yes, thank you. For the pleasure of the board, item D2 is a notice of special exception use permit actions taken by the Planning and Zoning Commission on February 9th, 2026. At that hearing, there was one special exception that was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. It was file number SE 2601, Evelyn Gonzalez. I'm sorry, that's the... My apologies. If I may, Ms. Miller I don't have, I can retract that. The item that's actually of interest this morning is actually SC 2602. It was a request for a family mausoleum. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-1 to deny the petitioner's request. It's my understanding that the petitioner is here hoping to speak to the board and have the item reheard. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller for just a quick.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The petitioner is a little bit nervous, so I told her I would help her along if that's okay with the board this morning.
Yes.
So the petitioner had submitted a request for a family mausoleum. Through the discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the concern was the limitation on what the local code would allow for in terms of who could be buried in the mausoleum, etc. After that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I actually had the opportunity to speak with Mr. DePablo, and we did some in-depth research on the requirements for the mausoleum. As it turns out, the state does have substantial regulations as it relates to the family mausoleum, and if there were to be any, I apologize, any conversion to what would be considered a commercial mausoleum, there would be some substantial requirements in terms of having to meet all additional building code requirements, etc. It wouldn't be a simple conversion from a family mausoleum to a commercial mausoleum. So I believe that some of those concerns, as initially established by the Planning and Zoning Commission, can be discussed with this board if you choose to rehear the item. And so I know Mr. DePablo had something he wanted to also include.
Yes, sir.
Just for the pleasure of the board, Florida Statute 497.003 is specific to discussions on family cemeteries of less than 2 acres, which are exempt, but it also speaks to mausoleums. Mausoleums are not exempt by state, and so the petitioner would have to go through the special exception process, whether it was for family or not. But to Ms. Miller's account, they would still have to go through the special exception, meet all building codes, but just to place the applicant on notice that even if it's for family, they would have to go through that process. But the criteria extremely changes and increases if there's any plots sold to commercially. So as of right now, the only avenue the petitioner has is the special exception in order to get the mausoleum built on their home, and then they would have to follow all state statute and local building requirements.
Okay, Ms. Miller, we have some lights here. Commissioner Champion?
Thank you. The question, they're asking for a hearing in front of us, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think they have a right to do so, so I'd move approval to bring them to the next available meeting.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll second that, but I wanted to get some clarification real quick if I could. You made a comment about 2 acres exemption. Can you explain what that means?
The Florida statutes allow family cemeteries, for lack of a better word, as long as they're 2 acres and under. And so you would be able to, use it solely for your family. You cannot use it commercially. So that's the only exemption that the statute has for family burial plots. When you start constructing mausoleums and other items, the exemption goes away, and then you're subject to all regulations.
That's what I thought. And so what the applicant is wanting to do is to build an above-ground mausoleum.
Yes, sir.
Instead of a burial.
Yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you. The second stands.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lockup?
Yes, I would just, I would make sure that the applicant understands the financial implications long-term for this and what it's going to do to your property if you ever needed to sell it.
I have everything.
Okay.
Do I have to answer that?
No, you don't
I
have
just
to
want you to
answer
be prepared. I want you to be prepared, though, because
Yes,
there
yes.
are long-term implications for you and costs for your family long-term if you do that.
Yes.
Okay, so we're at the point, so you're asking for a special hearing to be heard before this board. We have a motion and a second right now. I want to give you an opportunity to speak if you would like. You don't have to. If you do want to speak, please state your name and spell your last name.
My first name is Julie Badell. I'm a little bit nervous, I'm sorry.
You're doing great, thank you.
Badell,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. For giving me the second opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Champion, a second by Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, just for the applicant's benefit as well as the board, in the summary of the P&Z action, it did state that this will be back in front of you on April 7th, and the petitioner is aware of that.
Thank you. Okay. Are you guys good with the April 7th? Okay, in your motion? Okay, going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item D2? Item D2. Seeing none, back to the board. I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, anybody from the public on C or D1? C or D1? Closing public comment on C and D1. All right, we're on to item E, public hearings. Mr. DiPablo, please enter the proof of publication into the record.
Thank you. Public hearing items E1, E2, and E5 through E7, affidavits of publication on the Hernando County website under public notices published on February 13th, 2026. Public hearing items E3 and E4, affidavits of publication on the Hernando County website under public notices published on February 18th, 2026. Public hearings item E9, E8, E9, and E15 through E20, affidavits of publications on the Hernando County website under publication notice published on February 20th, 2026. And finally, public hearings E10 through E14, affidavits of publication in the Hernando Sun, and those were published on January 2nd, 2026.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jobet, please poll commissioners for ex parte communication.
Commissioner Alaco?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Champion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And I will give my standard admonition that the only evidence that you might consider in today's quasi-judicial hearings is that is presented by the applicant or the county in today's hearing.
Thank you. Okay, for the public, anybody who would like to speak during any of the items on the public hearing section of today's agenda, please stand at this time. Raise your right hand. Everybody should be standing, I would imagine. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, please administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I need adoption of the agenda, backup materials into evidence.
Motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hamsler, second by Commissioner Champion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're on to item E1. Mr. DiPablo.
Thank you. Once again, for the record, Omar DiPablo, Development Services Director, Administrative Official for Hernando County. The first item before you today is a petition submitted by Gordon Eugene McMahon to vacate utility and drainage easements. This parcel is located in the rural highlands. The petitioner submitted a petition to vacate the internal 7.5-foot utility and drainage easements within lots 2 and 3. The vacation is sought to construct a single home within the easement areas. All affected utilities and county departments have indicated no objection to the request. It is recommended that the board take public comments on the request, approve the vacation of the easement, and authorize the chairman's signature on the attached resolution. And as you can see on the screen, this is a familiar request. When two parcels are purchased and there's an intervening easement, the desire is to vacate those intervening easements and place the home across that line. So With that, I'll turn to Ms. Miller if it's a pleasure to the board for any further details.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Michelle Miller. For the record, I just wanted to indicate on the survey where those internal easements are located. And with that, I will turn it over to the petition if you have any questions.
We have some questions for you. Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. This is for legal. The application says it's for lots 2 and 3 on Scooty Turn. I believe that's not the correct name of the street. I think it's Sooty Turn. And I don't know if that makes a difference in this because that's what the application says.
I would ask then the staff if the legals and parcel numbers are correctly identified.
Yes, sir. So all of the other identifying information was correct as well as the survey that was submitted.
Yes, so I believe you're right about the name, but it's just a scrivener's error in light of the fact that everything else is correctly identified.
It was the actual application.
Oh, the application.
Yes.
That's interesting.
I see it right here.
Anything further, Commissioner Locko? Commissioner Amsler.
1 through 6 appear to be pretty much similar in nature, unless there's something I'm not seeing. Would
We
they
have to-
to consider them all together?
We have to take them all individually,
Okay.
unfortunately.
The Florida Supreme Court has said that they are quasi-judicial in nature, so you have to do them all as separate.
Okay, thank you.
I like the spirit of the suggestion, though. Commissioner Champion.
Yeah, I move approval on this one, and when we get to the next ones, unless there's any public comment, I'll just one of us can make an approval on each one. I know we gotta take them separate.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll second that motion. Just for the people at home and the people in the audience today, this is very easy, right? Internal easement in the middle of, both sides of the easement, right? The lot, we're just removing the internal easement, so it's one square lot. So I'll second it.
Thank you, sir. I've got a motion by Commissioner Champion for approval, a second by Commissioner Hawkins. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E1? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. Commissioner Champion, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say one thing since we have a big audience, we have a lot of people looking at home. We're taking the applicant's taking 2 lots and making them into 1, so less dense. So the people that always complain about that, it's going to be less dense because they're combining and getting rid of the easements. That's a good thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're on to item E2. Mr. DePablo.
Item E2 is a petition submitted by Sean and Crystal Schrader to vacate landscape easement located in Storybook Estates. The petitioner submitted a petition to vacate the open space landscape easement within Storybook Estates Lot 1. The vacation is sought to vacate the open space landscape area while leaving the 10-foot utility easement in the front of the parcel. All affected utilities and county departments have indicated no objections to the request. It is recommended that the board hear public comments on the request, approve the vacation of the easement, and authorize the chair's signature on the attached resolution. I think this one would help if we got an explanation from Ms. Miller, because it is kind of a unique easement, so.
Good morning, Michelle Miller again for the record. This is a little bit of a unique situation in the fact that it appears that this lot was initially set up as an entryway into the development. There's actually a 5-foot sign easement as well as a landscape easement there. That is not being utilized for any signage or any development entry potential. So the petitioner is now requesting that this area, which was previously designated as the open space landscape easement, be vacated so that way they can construct on their property. However, the 10-foot utility easement that runs around the perimeter of the site is being retained for purposes of utilities access.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
I got a motion to approve by Commissioner Champion, a second by Commissioner Hawkins. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E2? Don't imagine the petitioner would like to speak.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, closing public comment, back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to E3, Mr. DePablo.
Thank you. The next item is a petition submitted by Frank and Margaret M. McDowell to vacate utility and drainage easements located in the Rolling Oaks Old Platted Subdivision. The petitioner submitted a petition to vacate all internal and rear 7.5-foot utility easements and a 5-foot front utility easement within Lot 1. The vacation is sought to allow for appropriate development of the site in the future. All affected utility departments have been contacted. There was no objections. And once again, it's recommended by staff that the board take public comments on the request, approve the vacation of the easements, and authorize the chairman's signature. Ms. Miller, if you could show us the unique layout of this parcel. We have a following item for this same, these same properties, but on this one, Ms. Miller, if you can show us those easements.
I think actually the next one I have is a better map. Yes. Lot 1, that is in question for this specific application is right here. And then the subsequent application that will be heard immediately thereafter is Lot 2, which is right here. So you can see the unique layout of these two lots, and then you also then have a much skinnier but then longer lot immediately adjacent there too.
Thank you. Mr. Hawk, you
Okay,
good?
yeah, that's it. I'll just, it's unique for us to hear vacation of front utility easement. Can you explain that?
I believe that it is due just to the unique layout of the site. As you can see, most of the other lots are laid out that are longer and skinnier. This one is a little bit wider. And so also when you look at the way this is laid out for access, there appears to be just a slight overhang, which is why the utilities is being requested.
Mr. DiPablo?
Just for the pleasure of the board, and to address Mr. Lockley's concerns about the front easement. We don't see lots laid out like this. This is actually remnants from the 1973 plat of the Rolling Oak subdivision. So that's why there's some unique easements laid out across this parcel. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler?
Yeah, Mr. DiPablo just answered most of my question there. It's such a strange, you know, want people to build, they can build on their land, but such a strange layout on that property. I motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Amsler, a second by Commissioner Champion? Okay, thank you. Does the petitioner want to speak? You don't have to,
No,
sir.
thank you.
All right. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E3? Hearing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item E4. Mr. DiPablo.
Thank you. As stated, this next item is for the same property owner. Petition submitted by Frank and Margaret McDowell to vacate utility and drainage easements located in Rolling Oaks subdivision. The petition before you is to vacate all internal side and rear 7.5 utility easements, 5-foot front and secondary front utility easements within Lot 2. Additionally, the vacation is sought to remove all easements to allow for appropriate development of the site. All affected utility departments and county departments have indicated no objection. It is recommended the board take public comments and on the request approve the vacation on the easements and authorize the chair's signature.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Hawkins, a second by Commissioner Champion. Does the petitioner want to speak?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would the public like to speak on item E4? Closing public comment. Back to the board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We're on to E5, Mr. DiPablo.
Thank you. The next item is a petition submitted by Suncoast Investment Group of Hernando County, LLC, also doing business as Suncoast Development Group, LLC. The request is to vacate utility and lift station easements located in the Suncoast Landing Phase 1 subdivision. This, again, is a unique situation. The petitioner has submitted to vacate a 5-foot utility easement and a 5-foot 30 by 30 lift station easement within the Suncoast Landing Phase 1, Track C10, Track C11, and Track C12. The vacation is sought to construct a single-family home within the easement areas. All affected utilities and county departments have indicated no objections to the request. We do have our utilities director here for any questions. It is recommended that the board take public comments on the request, approve the vacation of the easements, and authorize the chairman's signature on the attached resolution.
Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, Michelle Miller for the record. The petitioner did a great job of clearly indicating the easements that are to be vacated through this petition. And as Mr. DiPablo had stated, all of the county departments, including Hernando County Utilities, have reviewed and none have any objection to the request.
Thank you. Would the petitioner like to speak on item E5? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name, spell your last name, indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 15 minutes.
I won't need 15 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cindy Terrapini. The last name is spelled Tarapani. I'm the authorized representative for this application. I just want to correct one thing. This is not proposed for a single-family home. This is the new Tractor Supply that's under construction on this site. They've been under construction since December. They expect to finish in August and be open in September, October for your pleasure. And just a few little areas that they preferred not to have their parking lot and drive aisles covered by an easement or encumbered by an easement. So that's the purpose of it. And thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Champion, second by Commissioner Hawkins. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E5? Seeing none, closing public comment. Imagine the petitioner does not want a 5-minute rebuttal. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Back to the board. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Next page. E6, Mr. DePablo.
Thank you, and I apologize for that scrivener's error on that last item. The item before you is a petition submitted by Damian and Stephanie Croucher to vacate lake maintenance easement on their parcel located in Spring Hill, in the Spring Hill area. The petitioner submitted to vacate the rear 20-foot lake maintenance easement within the Spring Hill Unit 25. The vacation is sought to vacate, I apologize. All affected utilities and county departments, aside from the Department of Public Works, have reviewed the request and indicated no objection to the request. The Department of Public Works denied the request because any easement abutting and adjacent to lakes and waterways cannot be vacated as is reserved for the purpose of maintenance. The applicant is here before you today to appeal that decision or denial by the Department of Public Works and is seeking to vacate the 20-foot easement. As seen on the screen, it is on the right-hand side. We do have Scott Herring here to discuss the details and the need of the county to have that. It is recommended that the board take public comments on the request and deny the vacation of the easement. Alternatively, should the board vote to approve the petition, the chairman should be authorized to sign the attached proposed resolution, after which it will be recorded in the public records of Hernando County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
So, as indicated, the lake maintenance easement is located here. I wanted to show I'll zoom in just so you all can see exactly what is being referred to here. The lake is immediately in the middle of the Spring Hill Unit 25. And as the Department of Public Works had referenced, there are limited access points for the maintenance of that lake. And so their concern with the abandonment of this lake maintenance easement would be the lack of capability for them to actually maintain the lake crescent that is within this development. And staff did concur with the county attorney's office as to the best way to handle the appeal of a staff denial of a petition, and they had requested that this be submitted directly to the board for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Locko.
So I have two questions. One is that is this for the construction of a building? Was there no other option, like a variance for a smaller setback or things like that? Because clearly, if we go ahead and we do this on this one, we could expect that it would be difficult to say that adjacent neighbors couldn't do it also, and then we would be in a position where we're making it almost impossible to maintain this lake. But it would seem that a variance for setbacks might have been an easier lift on this one.
So, Commissioner Lacco, if I may, the reason included in the application was for a metal accessory building. So there is already a primary building on the site. We did discuss alternative options with the petitioner. However, they wanted to move forward and request this appeal. So this was their request specifically by the commissioner to be brought in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herring, do you have anything to add to this? He's saying no. Okay, is the petitioner here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you like to speak?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
When you approach the podium, please state your name, please spell your last name, indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 15 minutes.
So my name is Damon Croucher. The last name is Croucher, and yes, I have been sworn in. So basically, I just wanted to clarify. I don't need the entire 20 feet of the easement. I think that was kind of a little unclear, if I'm not mistaken. I'm asking for just 4 feet into it. So basically, if you look at the rear line, first of all, the shed is going to be removed. There's a shed that's on the property now. It's going to be removed. And that building will be in place. I have a little more accurate drawing with like the shed and stuff. If you guys want to see it here.
If you put it on there, we have to take it. So just
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a copy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh boy.
Oh, no, I got it. Oh, wrong way.
There you go. Okay, so if you look at just the drawn-in square, if you guys can see that there, basically on the rear side of where that shed's at, if you can see that line, you see the line that says like 21.8 to the rear of the shed.
Can you point on the?
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. So right here is the rear of the shed, and basically that would be the rear of my easement is on that line there. And I'm trying to just go 4 feet into the easement past that to move that building that I'm trying to put up just back that little bit away from my house is all. So I don't need the 20 feet, just 4 feet of that. If I don't have that 4 feet, it puts it about 15 feet from my house, and I'm just literally just trying to get a little more space off of my house, just into that easement is all. Now, as far as the lake maintenance goes and stuff, it's a very heavily wooded area behind my house. You couldn't get anything back there anyway. Just past it to the left is very open to the left of my property line, which would be probably the only access point that I know of in our side, which is still very accessible. It wouldn't be, anywhere near that area. So yeah, it wouldn't be, causing any issues with lake maintenance as far as that. You couldn't fit much back there with all the trees and stuff that are back there anyway. And even if you go the 4 feet back, there's still probably, I think last I measured it, from that 4 feet, there's still about 25 feet till you reach your first tree. So you would literally just be able to get back in front of those trees is about all you could do, but. So, yep, that's what I'm trying to do, is just the 4 feet. So, and then the 6 feet on the side will also stay. I'm not sure how clear that was. So.
I'm so sorry. Let me just Michelle Miller again for the record. This is actually inconsistent with what his representative had submitted. It does not look like he is encroaching on that 20-foot lake utility easement at all, according to this drawing. And so, based on this, it does not look like there is any vacation that is needed. I was going solely on the application materials as submitted by the permit tech who is representing this gentleman, but this actual drawing, it does not give the appearance whatsoever that there's any encroachment in that lake maintenance easement.
Yeah. That was another thing that was kind of a little bit unclear when I first went to the county building. And they were saying that this 10-foot property line in the rear, 20 feet off of that would be where my easement would start, which would be approximately at the back of the shed. I was unable to get kind of like a clear answer as far as where the easement line was. If I was looking at this, I would think that this would be my easement line because the dotted lines that are on the property are showing my easement line. So that may be, yeah, okay, so it may just be a non-issue then.
Okay.
I was kind of just unable to get a clear answer is the biggest.
Mr. Jobin?
Yeah, get some direction.
If there is no easement required, and if the staff agrees with that,
I'm sorry.
then
Based on this specific drawing, I concur that there is no vacation necessary. Based on this drawing that I took a look at our record, we do not have this in our packet at all. So this is something that was not evaluated by staff. It was not submitted with the application materials by the applicant's representative.
does Mr. Herring agree?
He hasn't had a chance to review it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Scott Herring, Public Works Director, and yes, I have been sworn. I hate to agree without having myself and my staff a chance to look at it, but I would recommend instead of, if he does need to encroach into the lake maintenance easement, we could move forward with a license agreement, which then would allow for, if we needed it to be removed in the future or whatever, that would provide for that. This would allow him to encroach into it without vacating the lake maintenance easement, which is something we would not want to do.
Okay.
So from my point of view, we'd like staff to have a chance to look at it, and if there's nothing there, we'll sign off on it. If there is something there, we'll work with him for a license agreement to allow him to temporarily encroach it until such time as we need it.
Okay.
My recommendation would be for the board to continue this hearing to a date not certain, and then if it turns out that there is no encroachment into the easement, then this will just go away. It'll never come back. And if it requires a license agreement, we could just draft that, and then still this would not come back.
Are you okay with that? You understand that? You're good with it?
Yes, as far as the temporary part, I don't want it to be temporary type of thing, no, because I don't want to have to look into removing the structure in the future. So
That's only if.
Yeah, so that's only if you're going to be encroaching into
Yeah.
it. But they will give you all your options, and then you can determine whether or not you want to come back.
okay, yeah.
You go with that? Okay. Commissioner Laco?
I'll change what I was going to say to him, make a motion to continue this to a date uncertain.
Second.
Commissioner Champion?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to ask Scott before you leave, a lot of these lakes are not owned by the county or maintained by anybody. I even brought that up before, but this one is it county property or who maintains it?
It's my understanding that Lake Crescent is county property.
Okay.
We looked into it based on another issue unrelated to this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't pull it up on GIS. It's down or something, so I couldn't see who controls the lake, because a lot of those lakes are old HOAs and things like that.
Yeah,
Maintenance anyway.
97.5% sure Lake Crescent is county.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, who was the second?
It don't matter. Give it to Hawkins.
Okay, Commissioner Champion. So I got a motion for continuance by Commissioner Laco, a second by Commissioner Champion. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E6 on the continuance only? Item E6. Hearing none, closing public comment, back to the board, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're on to item E7.
Thank you. The next item before you is a variance petition submitted by Dominique Tilwick of property located on Peach Bloom Road. The applicant has requested a variance to reduce the front setbacks from 75 feet to 50 feet for the converting of the existing barn. The barn was a farm exempt structure, also known as an NREX. The desire is to convert it into a single family home on her agriculturally zoned parcel. The minimum front setback for agriculture is 75 feet. The petitioner, the perimeter front setback for ag is 75 feet pursuant to Appendix A, and any deviations from the requirement must be requested from the Board of County Commissioners. It is recommended that the board review the variance to reduce the front setback from 75 to 50, find that the request is consistent with the review criteria of Appendix A, and approve the authorization of the board's, the chair's signature on the attached resolution. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller for detailed explanation.
Good morning, Michelle Miller. Again, for the record, I wanted to indicate that we did receive multiple requests from the adjacent property owners opposing this request, which is why it's in front of you this morning. And as Mr. DiPablo had indicated, the reduction from the front setback is from 75 to 50 feet in order to convert the existing barn. So with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner to answer any questions that you might have, and go from there.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the petitioner here? Before we go there, Commissioner Champions.
Thank Michelle, real quick before the petitioner comes up. This is an existing building, correct? Let me just ask her real quick. Real quick. Just ask her.
Sorry, he just wants me to have that for the record. I apologize. Yes, sir, it is.
Is any of the adjacent? So it's agriculture. First off, it's built already. So why is it allowed to be built in the first place with only 50 foot?
I can answer that. Yeah. So the farm exempt structures don't have to meet the minimum primary structure setbacks. So in this particular case, it was originally built as a barn. And so at that time, they didn't have to meet the 75 foot. It is a petitioner's request now to convert the barn into their single-family home.
Okay.
And so now it would require a reduction or a deviation in the setbacks in order to make it compliant with the Appendix A.
Before we hear from her, do any of the other properties have a deviation in setback in the neighborhood? Any of the other primary structures? Because that makes a difference.
Yeah.
If it's on the street and there's already some that have deviations, then it's a non-issue.
As far as I know, sir, staff has not reviewed any setback reductions on that road, which is Peach.
Yeah, GIS is not working,
Peach
so I can't
Bloom Road.
really look at it.
Yeah. And I think some of the residents will attest to that. It's my understanding from several that have spoken with me that it would, all the other properties are meeting the minimum requirements. But I'll let them speak to that. Go ahead.
Commissioner Lockout?
Thank you. Are there any other circumstances, because this petitioner's been before us before, are there any other circumstances that led to this now wanting to turn the barn into a primary living? Because if I remember correctly, she was approved to stay in a fifth wheel or a travel trailer for a while because she was supposed to be building a home. And there was concern about whether or not she was actually living in the barn back then.
If I may, so yes, this has come before the board previously when there was concerns about the resident living in the farm exempt structure. At that time, the RV came into question. There was an RV on the property that had been there without permits. We worked with the petitioner and got the 6-month permit. Later on, that was extended, and then what triggered this change of events was it existed 2 years prior to getting a permit. We extended it for another 2 6-month permits, which obviously is 3, and that reached the end of its cycle. And so staff, that being me, indicated that we were not going to renew that permit for the RV, and the discussions came into the petitioner's desire to either put a mobile on the home, either build a site built, and then was concerns about cost. And so the petitioner indicated, well, I think I might have the ability to convert my barn into a single family home. The petitioner did her homework. It's my understanding she has an individual assisting her with that, but in the process found out that the barn was indeed 25 feet closer to the property line for the single family requirement.
Commissioner Lockout?
Just, excuse me, a follow-up on this. Maybe I'm missing something. I thought to have a permit to stay in an RV on a piece of property, you had to have an active permit to be building.
Correct, and that's one of the things that was offered to the property owner. They were on, and I let her speak for herself in a second. Because of the financial situation, she indicated to staff she couldn't commit to a mobile home or a site-built home at this time, and it seemed like the most cost-effective way was to get an after-the-fact permit on the NREX, because it was the quickest and cheapest route. Now, if there's an active permit, you're correct, whether it's a mobile or site-built or for the conversion of the NREX, it's an active permit, then the petitioner will be allowed to have a security residence, which can be an RV, until they get their CO.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, appreciate your patience. Will you please state your name, spell your last name, indicate whether or not you've been sworn? You'll have 15 minutes.
My name is Dominique Moglia-Tilwick, Mogliatilwick.
Have you been sworn, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, originally the barn, when I went to the county, when I first built it, they told me the setback for a barn was 35 foot. So that was that portion. There is also a home, and I have the address to the other home that is closer than 75 foot on that same road, which it's on my phone. It's not a piece of paper, so I don't know.
What's the address?
15254. And it just doesn't look as close because they don't have a fence. Like the driveway's like right on the road. I have a fence, so it looks a lot closer than it is. But anyways, the last time I had problems, my whole plan was to put a mobile home, and that was when this whole ordeal happened. When I came to the last commissioner meeting, I was here until like 7 o'clock, and it was like a ridiculously long For some reason, it was so long, and I had my attorney with me. It cost me $10,000 to have this woman sit with me all day. And with that and all these other issues, I couldn't, I had given a deposit, I have proof of the deposit to the mobile home, which they wouldn't refund. They wanted a whole new deposit to get, for mobile home, not to reapply. And they said they could take the cash off of the total, but they needed a whole nother deposit. So now I can't, I'm only by myself, and I can't, so I went to Omar, and he said, they suggested that probably the easiest, cost efficient is maybe to convert. I don't even want to convert the whole thing, maybe a portion. I was thinking of maybe an addition to it. I mean, I'm just trying to keep this property because I know if I sell it, I'm not going to be able to find, especially now with all the growth. I mean, there's no way I can buy another piece or afford another property similar. And the whole neighborhood is rural. The people that, which I've read the letters, they didn't even understand that it was I'm petitioning for the setback. The only people that complained are people that put their $1 million homes in this rural community. And none of the farms had anything to say about it. But I did explain to them, if it is approved, then it'll give me options to make it better, to improve the property and the building itself. It will be more aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood. So really, this is only to move the setback for it to possibly be converted. The engineer looked at it, he went through it, he said that really he's all go. I already gave him a deposit, and he has a plan. I just haven't. I was waiting for this to pick up the plan to bring to the county for the building conversion. So that's what
Anything else, ma'am?
I guess not. I mean, if you have any questions, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I don't know.
Okay.
I might have lost my place.
Okay. Take a moment and make sure you're good before I wrap your time up.
I mean, it is a working farm. I'm also working on getting it green belted, which I put in an application for, and I spoke to the property appraiser man. I forgot. I think it's Nick. His name was. But anyways, the farm representative for the. So he's gonna. I'm waiting until March. They're gonna review it, and then they come out and look. And I wasn't even aware that I could green belt it with under 10 acres. This is a recent. Because if I would have done that in the beginning, I would have had no problems, because it is a working farm. Because there's different laws for that. But anyways, yes, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Please have a seat. Commissioner Champion?
Just a question, what you just said about a working farm, is that, I don't know the answer to that. Is that true, Michelle or Omar? Like if there was a green belt on it or it was an active farm, is there different rules for the residential building?
Omar DePaulo for the record. The Greenbelt rules are the property appraiser's jurisdiction, but I will say that getting a Greenbelt or being recognized as a bona fide agricultural operation would still not allow you to live in a farm exempt structure. So that barn, if it's her desire to live in it, would still have to meet Florida building code.
What about the setbacks, same thing?
The setbacks will be the same. The only thing that the green belts and the bona fide agricultural options allow is for farm-related structures, so you'll be able to build other barns, pole barns. There's some other benefits under that criteria that would be afforded to her. But when you're dealing with a single-family structure, the Greenbelt doesn't cover that as far as exempting you from setbacks or allowing you to live in a barn without meeting Florida building code for the health, safety, and welfare of that structure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jovan?
Yes, if I may, John Jovan, County Attorney. I just want to remind the board of the factors it's allowed to consider in this a special variance. because they're, to be honest, I haven't heard anybody from staff or the applicant address any of them. The standard rule is that you could have it does not, contrary to the public interest, due to special conditions, a literal enforcement of the provisions would result in unnecessary undue hardship, which is what the Florida legislature has defined as complete economic loss of your property. And you're allowed to consider these 6 factors, and these 6 factors alone. The special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved, and which are not applicable to other land, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district. B, that the special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant. C, that the granting of the variance requested will not confer on the applicant any special privilege that is denied by the ordinance or to other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. D, that the literal interpretation of the ordinance would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district and would not work undue hardship on the applicant, or would undue work, first that. E, that the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. And F, that the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general interest and purpose of the land development regulators, and such variance will not be injurious to the area involved.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko.
Yeah, just one comment, because Greenbelt was brought up, and I've dealt with this with another resident in the community. Application for a Greenbelt actually would result in the property being reassessed at today's values going into a Greenbelt situation, and sometimes it actually winds up costing more than it would have leaving it the way it was, and that was the result of with another resident who reached out to me. So just something to keep in mind. Greenbelt doesn't automatically mean it's going to be less expensive. In many cases, especially now, it could be a lot more expensive because the property would be reassessed in today's values.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jobin, the 7 things that you just, or 6 or 7 things that you just you mentioned, they have to only fall into one of those categories of proof or all categories?
They are not specific like check boxes. These are the type of considerations that the board can take into deciding whether or not the variance would meet the requirements.
I just want to make sure that we clarify.
You don't have to meet all of them, no.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Good, sir.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I guess the question we'll hear from the neighbors that maybe disagree with us that don't want this, but the way I understand it is she could leave these buildings there and build another building, correct, Omar?
Yeah.
So she could leave this barn 50 foot from the road, doesn't make a difference, and then build another structure. I don't know how that benefits the neighbors. It's going to be more structures and more buildings on the building because she can go do that.
Correct. So how we derived and got to this point was some of the financial situations that were mentioned by the petitioner of either putting a mobile home or a site built. And so you're correct. The petitioner would still have the opportunity to place a primary dwelling unit on the property, but at this time, her desire is to convert the structure that's already on site, which then requires a deviation.
Right. Commissioner Champion.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to hear from the neighbors, because obviously it wouldn't even be a problem if the neighbors didn't have a problem with it. So that's why we're here. But I don't see how it benefits them to leave this building, not convert it, and then go stick a mobile home on it. How is that going to be beneficial to the neighbors? To me, it would be a detriment, I would think. But I guess we'll hear from them instead of see what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did we get confirmation from the address that was shared by the petitioner whether a variance was done?
The address that was provided is not in the location of Peach Bloom. But I did look on the GIS. I was able to pull it up for a split second on the aerial without measuring. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record. The closest structure to the road, it seems to be the barn on that portion of Peach Bloom. On the other side of Peach Bloom, there's smaller lots, so there is one house that seems to be closer to the front. But again, I did not measure for.
Yeah, understood. So it's subjective.
Do we need to verify that?
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go to the public. If anybody from the public like to speak on item E7, please line up behind the podium, state your name, spell your last name, indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes. If there's anybody else who would like to speak on this item, please line up behind the podium. Welcome, sir.
How you doing? Mike Mendoza, M-E-N-D-O-Z-A, been sworn in. So I'm born and raised in this county, been here 40 years. I've been building houses here 20 years, dealt with the building department, zoning, all the compliance we have to do. The issue is it was permitted through zoning as an ag exempt building. Ag exempt falls into a different setback requirement than a single family home. So the building was done properly to an ag exempt. Now to transition it to a single family requires an additional 25 feet of a grace from you guys. When we build houses in the county, we don't get 25 feet to buffer on anything. We have to spend the money for plans, engineering, permits, impact fees. That goes into hiring a professional. Customer pays it. That's what's being done. Keeping the building, Mr. Champion, as an ag building doesn't bother us. All of us in the neighborhood have buildings, we have houses, and we have barns. So the barn doesn't bother us. We use them for the ag purposes. We put our tractors in there, our attachments, things like that. Having the house, that's where we lay our head every night. So leaving that building doesn't give us, it doesn't bother us. Living in it does when it doesn't meet Florida building code. It's already slabbed, blocked, electric, AC, plumbing, which those things are allowed under an ag exempt. They're not allowed under single family without a permit. So if the zoning was approved, now the next hurdle was the building department. So if you guys granted the 25 foot down to 50 from 75, that's just the one hurdle for the zoning. Then it's got to go in front of the building official for the building code. And as building houses in this county, how do you take a building that's already at that point, dried in, complete, and get an engineer to put his name on it, that everything's been built to Florida building code? That's my concern. Looking at it every day don't bother me. It's a barn. We all have barns. I got to look left, right, front, back. I got to look at somebody's barn every day. It's the fact that it doesn't meet Florida building code, and we're granting leniency over 25 feet. So if you guys give that 25, what about the next lot? The next lot. I just built a house right to the right of this one. I complied with all the setbacks. I complied with all the Florida building code for a customer. So if they wanted to bring it up, it would have saved them the driveway cost, the land clearing cost. It would have saved them everything. But they kept the setback to meet the county standards. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Probus, P-R-O-B-U-S, and I've been sworn in. Mike is actually was mentioning the home that we built. We've lived in the area for over 15 years. This is nothing personal against the owner. She's our neighbor, and we want the best for the community. But definitely putting in a home there or turning a barn into a home is not, you know, and it doesn't meet building codes or anything like that. That's not what we're looking at. We built to the right of that home. We invested a substantial amount of money in all of the regulations, making sure we build to code. Our daughter lives there with our grandkids. We live across the street from there. And we just want to maintain not just the aesthetics, but the integrity of the neighborhood. And I've been in real estate. I've been a broker for over 20 years, not, you know, just in this community. We're in larger cities as well. And when you see poor planning, you know, poor development, then you just see communities deteriorate. We don't want to see that happen. So we wish her the best. And again, we don't have a problem with the barn being there. We have barns in our backyard as well. We have horses, you know, we have acreage. But to turn that into a you know, something to live in when there's no funds for aesthetics, for bringing to code, will be a problem for us. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from the public like to speak on item E7? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the petitioner with the petitioner like 5-minute rebuttal.
Yeah, like I said, it's mostly the aesthetic value because everybody, like, they put their $1 million homes. This is still a rural community. It's not an HOA. There's other farms and there's mobile homes that are not as, I had an engineer, Nick Holmes, already drawn up he inspected everything and he drew up a plan. I have to go pick it up. So that's not a problem. Like we worked on that. We're gonna have to go modify it and have the correct permits, and it's a long process of the engineer through the county and the approvals and all that. It's not like we're just switching over to home. And the whole thing will be revamped. It would have different real windows and exterior. I mean, it would just it's. I mean, technically, I can do. I mean, aesthetically, as long as it's permit approved, I can do whatever I want on that piece of property. It's not an HOA. It's my land. So I mean, if the neighbor doesn't like what it looks like, I'm sorry, but I mean, either way, I have to do something with it. So that was my request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand the situation, and I don't want to go too much back to the previous hearing on this, but the applicant said she has a functioning farm. This is the barn. How do you have a functioning farm if this is the barn and it's going to be your house? Because you're building another structure anyway. You know, so why not put the house where it's supposed to be and allow your functioning farm to continue with the barn that's associated with it? That's what's throwing me off. It's making, I don't want to assume things, but it seems like this isn't a functioning farm, or this barn isn't being used as a barn right now. That's where I'm stuck. And to make an exemption after we went through what we did last time on this is going to be very difficult for me to agree to.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Mr. Jobin, the last hearing, was that quasi-judicial?
Yes.
It was. Are we able to use? It has to be what was presented in this meeting. We can't go back to a quasi-judicial hearing.
That is correct.
That was
the evidence presented in today's hearing.
Understood. You know, emotionally, right? I want to pass this because I want to, you know, help from a hardship perspective for the applicant. But I don't see legally how we can set this precedent. You know, especially based on the testimony from the neighbors. You know, they gave valid testimony, and I mean, Ms. Dominique, I feel for your situation. I don't know, based on what I'm hearing in testimony today, how that could be done, and maybe there's you know, some further conversation that could happen. But that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I'm on the same page. I mean, I feel for you. I want you to be able to build your house and do the right thing, but the neighbors matter as well. You know, and when the neighbors come forward, especially the one that's right next to you, and it looks like substantial amount of money she spent on that property. I can see it online. You can't change the rules mid-game and say, well, we're gonna allow this to be a homestead. So you can still build on there. You can still put a mobile on there. You can still do other things, but it's going to be hard for us to go with this based on what the neighbor said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm a bit torn on this one because of property owner rights and just have an opportunity in America. If I may, Mr. DiPablo, what would this look like if we approve this today? What would the future of this path look like? And what's the process for her to make that structure pass code and be approved by Hernando County? I mean, what's the probability that can happen?
Well, I mean, Omar DiPablo, for the record, I've spoken to the petitioner. She understands that there is some cost and could essentially end up in substantial costs depending on the NREX building and how it was designed and built, because it will take an engineer to validate the existing construction and also propose any changes to meet Florida building code. And so the process would be is have an engineer do an after the fact or an as-built survey, look at the structure, and then suggest any internal structural improvements. But that would also include electrical, plumbing, I don't know if mechanical from an HV standpoint would be that big of an issue, but the major items that could cause this building to be of life safety concerns, the engineer would take that upon himself to make sure that that building either meets it or can meet it, and then design it and take it through our building department with our building official to validate that it can be converted. So it's my understanding that the petitioner has hired somebody to do that. They have plans in place that they're ready to submit. So the plans doesn't mean they're automatically approved. They would have to be reviewed by our plans examiner and building official, and then we will provide comments accordingly.
So the county would still have to sign off on it.
Oh, yes, sir, 100%.
Several times. The engineer would have to risk putting a stamp on it.
Yes.
As structurally sound.
Correct.
All of these things would have to be installed in it. I mean, that seems like a fortune versus just building a small home on it. NREX building is essentially just a barn, right? Like with some lighting hooked up to it.
In most cases, yes, it's just a very generic structure to hold farm equipment, feed, and in some cases, livestock. So the other concern is,
she has the right to build a home on this property in general.
Yes,
I assume in
Yes,
this
sir.
case. So, if she was to say there hadn't been a structure here previously, and she just wanted to build a home there, she could.
Oh, she could do it right now, sir.
Okay.
Her desire.
So I'm just weighing the difference in that, whether or not we should, and how we approach that. Is the structure being lived in currently? Do we know that? Does county staff know that?
Staff is unaware of that, but there has been indications by neighbors and staff that there might be individuals living in it, but we don't have our data on that.
So and I have to be careful here, but if I was to assume that it's being lived in by someone currently, rented out or lived in, and it's going to have to go through an approval process with the county, that could actually solve some of the problems that may be occurring if they are occurring. Would that be correct?
It would then, yes.
Because we'd have to go out and inspect this building.
Correct. It would bring the building, if it is being used as a dwelling structure on a regular basis or every so often, it would bring it into conformance as a dwelling unit, which would be of concern to staff if individuals are living under the NREX.
Right. Because right now we haven't, and we shouldn't have any right. We have no right to go inspect this building currently as is, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. DiPaolo.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess objectively where I'm having a hard time is the fact that this is not available to the other residents that kind of played by the rules around them. That's the part that I'm having a hard time with objectively. Subjectively, to your point, Commissioner Amsler, I do believe that people are living in the structure currently, and I think that one of the things that we probably need to get on the record, Mr. DiPaolo, is that if there was a denial today, what does that future look like for the residents that are currently possibly hypothetically living in that structure today?
I mean, we would work with the petitioner on the potential mobile home or vertical construction. If they're able to seek that avenue, then we would work with them on getting the security residence, which would be the RV, on the property. But the RV would not be released until such time that there's real permits in the system, because the RV permit would only exist for the life of that permit, and that in and of itself has about 180 days before it starts to
No, understood.
trigger pull.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. On Commissioner Amsler's point, I mean, with the right amount of money, you can convert anything. In my experience, so that's not even the issue. I mean, yeah, of course, Nick Holmes can engineer it and make it livable, but that's not really the question. The question is, it's not the code because it's not 75 foot off the road like it's supposed to be. So, and I agree. I think you were talking about the expense and stuff. I think it'd probably be cheaper for her to buy a mobile home, put it on there. It would be easier. And it would probably, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. But the other accusations about coming from this board that she's actually living there or someone's living there, unless you have proof, I mean, you're accusing her of a crime. I don't think any of you guys know anything about whether she's living there or not. I don't know. But I don't think that's even relevant right here. If she is living there and it's against the law, then she's going to suffer the consequences if that's the case. But I don't think we should be accusing her of that. She's trying to do the right thing. She did apply for the variance to do this. But unfortunately, it's just, you can already see it's not going to get approved today. It's just not fair to your neighbors. We can't approve a variance when the neighbor spent all this money doing it the right way. It's just not fair. And we would do the same thing for you if a neighbor was asking for the variance. You're gonna have a chance in a second, but he's gonna have to ask you to. I don't know if you're getting.
No, she already had her.
Okay, that's all I have.
She
Thank
had
you.
a rebuttal.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Commissioner Locko.
I make the motion to deny.
Got a motion to deny from Commissioner Locko. I'll second the motion. Any further discussion? All right, got a motion to deny from Commissioner Locko, a second by Commissioner Campbell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Is there any opposed? No. Okay, motion passes 5-0 for denial. All right, we're on to item E8.
Thank you. The next item before you is a special exception use permit petition submitted by David L. and Lynette M., a trustee of the Moret Family Trust Agreement, August 29th, 2007. This is special exception SC 2512. The petitioner requested a special exception use permit for a limited at-home business, at-home monument business. This property is located on the east side of Weatherly Road, approximately 250 feet from Rich Barn Road. Petitioner's requesting a special exception use permit for limited at-home monument business on 2 adjacent parcels located on Weatherly Road. The request is to allow the continued use of the property for monument business. The hearing, if I may give you a history, on December 8th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the petitioner's request for the special exception. On January 6th, the Board of County Commissioners voted 5-0 to hear the petitioner's appeal regarding the denial of the special exception by the Planning and Zoning Commission. It is recommended that the board either approve or deny the petitioner's request for a special exception use permit with performance conditions. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller to give you a brief introduction as to the use and the request.
Good morning, Michelle Miller for the record. As Mr. DiPablo had indicated, this special exception use permit was initially denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The concerns as it related from the Planning and Zoning Commission were the intensity of the use and whether it was appropriate to be considered as a special exception versus a commercial use. There was also some concerns as to whether or not there were any individuals living on the site permanently, as opposed to having somebody potentially being in and out on the site, utilizing it as a temporary residence. That question was never actually specifically asked. However, it was inferred to during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The petitioner has submitted this request for the monument business. The property includes 2 buildings. There is a 1,300 square foot single family home with pole barns installed behind it. There is sandblasting work and monument inscription taking place inside of a booth on the site. And there's also a 2,400 square foot garage used for the indoor storage of the monuments when needed. And so with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner to give you an overview of the request and answer any questions that you might have.
Before we do that, we have a couple lights on. Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. This is probably going to, I don't know who's going to answer this, but it's my understanding that the spirit of a home-based business is that somebody lives on the property and they're also using it to do a home-based business on the property that they live on, own. Not necessarily that I have a piece of property that I rent the home out, but then I also have my business on that property. And can you clarify that if I'm understanding that properly? Because my concern is, okay, well, where does this end then? What type of business, can I do? If I can keep it inside my garage, can I open up I don't know, a automobile repair shop in a garage on my property, but I don't actually live on the property. I rent it to somebody else. I'm just trying to understand the spirit of the home-based business based off of Florida law.
Commissioner Locko, to answer your question, the way that planning and zoning staff has always interpreted that is that you are either the owner of the site having that home-based business, or you are a lessee of the entire site. So if you are an actual tenant of the property, and then using that site for that home-based business, it has never been assumed that a portion of the site can be rented for a business that is not owned by the property owner or by the tenant of that site. And it was indicated to us initially when this application was filed that there was somebody living on the site full time, and so that assumption was utilized as part of our analysis of this application.
I don't know that I got it straight. That I understood your answer then. So I can own a piece of property with a house on it, and I can rent it to somebody else, but then I can claim a home-based business on the property that I'm not actually living on.
You can give the authorization to the tenant to apply for the home-based business on your behalf, yes, sir. But you wouldn't be able to claim that yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you can give me just one moment, I'm moving something over so that way Mr. Johnston can speak, so I apologize. I had already had one loaded for somebody else.
Yep, no problem. Take your time.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Darrell Johnston, Johnston. I represent the applicant petitioner in this particular matter, and regrettably, I have not been sworn.
Oh, man.
I know.
All right, if there's anybody else in the audience that plans to speak today that has not been sworn, please stand. Please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, please administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. All right, you'll have 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. I will go as quickly as I can. I represent David and Lynn Merritt as trustees of the Merritt Family Trust, as stated by Mr. DiPablo. We're requesting a special exception for a limited at-home business, which is essentially an engraving of stones. The Merritts have owned this property since 2015. Quite frankly, this use has been done on the property since 2015 without complaint of any neighbors until we decided and found out, well, we probably need to get some sort of special exception for this. We did so. Yellow signs went up and people started complaining. The purpose of this special exception is just to permit use of the property to engrave the monuments with the limited conditions in staff's report. We are going to ask you to add some additional conditions to that. As a background, back in August of 2021, Commissioner Locko, as chairman of the BOCC, signed an ordinance regarding the home occupation and limited business activities by exception. This ordinance is codified in our code. We know that. The home occupations are permitted by right or by exception. The intent is to provide for certain types of home-based businesses in residential, rural, and agricultural residential zoning categories, subject to certain performance standards, to ensure that the home-based business is incidental to the use of the premises as a residence and are compatible with residential uses, are limited in scale and in intensity. It doesn't distract from the residential character of the neighborhood, or in this particular instance, the ag residential character. This property is zoned AR2. It's over 8 acres in size. It has a mobile home and a stick-built home on the property. It does not impact our next-door neighbors at all. I have letters from all of the neighbors, but this map, let's see, can we see what that is? Yeah, that's, it needs to probably go this way.
There you go.
Just so the commissioners are aware, this is the property. The highlighted yellow ones are all of the neighbors who have signed consents and said, hey, we don't have any problem with this. All of our immediate neighbors, nobody of our immediate neighbors are complaining, just so you're aware of that. Michelle, that will go with that as well. Our special exception application consists of these two parcels that are 8.3 acres. And as explained in the staff report, we've got a couple of buildings, the single-family home, got a mobile home on the property. This is essentially the pole barn behind the home is where the engraving takes place, is where this infrequent use takes place. We engrave maybe 2 to 4 hours a week, and it's just an infrequent use. Actually, it's 2 to 4 hours per session. We do it probably about 4 times a month, so 2 to 4 hours a week. There's a standalone garage that was mentioned of 2,400 square feet. You could put the stones in there. Quite frankly, if we're approved, we would suggest we're going to move them to back behind, further away from any view of anything, and put an opaque fence around it so nobody can see it. It's out of sight, out of mind now, except for our immediate neighbors, none of whom have a particular problem with it. We can shield the materials, but the problem is right now they're not shielded. So just so everybody's aware of that. There are criteria in the code regarding the home occupation that says there's actually, I think, 11 criteria. And this property does not change the exterior appearance of the home from that permitted by rules of the zoning district. Number 2, there's not any use of corrosive, combustible, or other hazardous or flammable liquids. It was suggested at P&Z that there are such issues. We're going to have an expert come and testify that no permits are required, and we're all compliant. Vehicles and trailers used in connection with the business activity must be parked on surfaces that are not in the right-of-way, on sidewalks, or in any unimproved surfaces. This particular provision, I think, makes a lot of sense in the scope of a subdivision. But when you're on 8.3 acres of rural property, we do have a driveway that is paved, but quite frankly, sometimes the cars are parked on the grass on the property. But all cars, trucks, motorhomes, or other vehicles are usually on unimproved surfaces at the residence, but there is, like I said, there is a driveway. Employees must reside at the residential dwelling, except a total of 2 employees or independent contractors who do not reside at the residence may work on the home occupation. This can be read 2 ways, and I think it's, quite frankly, where the code probably needs to change and have some clarification. There's nothing in this home occupation that requires it to be a homestead property. There's nothing in here that requires it be lived in for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, or any particular time. But it does say it has to be a home, and it is a home. I interpret this to allow that the except provides that it can be the 2 non-residential folks that are in there, but not having to live there. It could be read to say that you have to have 1 person that's on the residence and living there. We have 1 employee who definitely does not live there. That's Joe Merritt, who's right here with me, Mr. Merritt's son. And we've got 2 owners, David and Lynn Merritt, who could be classified as employees. I think Mr. Merritt is an officer of the company, and they stay there, but they have 3 other homes in Hernando County. Now, if they wanted to do a home occupancy, does it have to be at their homestead? And again, the code does not provide that. So I would just submit to you that both David Merritt and Joe Merritt are on this property every day. Joe is on the property more to do the engraving whenever he's doing the engraving of the stones. David Merritt is there because he's either planting beans and corn and other things on his property, or otherwise taking care of the vehicles and other things that he has on the property. He's there a lot more than Joe is, quite frankly, there. And he's here to testify if you need him to. But again, there's just nothing in the ordinance that says you have to stay there a particular period of time, and it's confusing. And I know it's frustrating because y'all then have to decide, well, I don't want to open the floodgates to anything. And we're going to talk about why we're not going to do that. Vehicular traffic is no different than it has been for the last 10 years, other than a few more homes have been built in the area. So there's a few more trips on Weatherly. Vehicular traffic is no different than it has been for 10 years, other than, the noise is consistent with what's normally generated in this type of neighborhood. And I'll tell you why. The county noise ordinance is, I think, 75 decibels from the property line. If you put a noise meter at the machine, it's less than 75 decibels, and it's a generator that essentially runs the machine. If you record the noise decibels at each side of the property, the difference between the background noise without the machine operating and the background noise with the machine operating is about 4 to 5 decibels difference. But it's around the 40 to 45 decibel. It doesn't generate that noise. Now, I'm going to play something real quick. Ms. Miller, if you can confirm, Mr. Merritt, Joe had used a decibel reader. Oh, did I just
I'm at
mess
the
something
west
up?
side of the property, and the machine is on.
Okay, should show a video somewhere.
I'm at the south side of the property,
Joe,
and
how
the
come I
machine
don't
is
have a
on.
video? All right. There's a video that shows the thing. I'll have Joe testify what it is, because this isn't going to do you any good. Other than what I just represented is accurate, but the video shows his voice showing it go up, and when he's silent, it's 40, 45 decibels. It's not a noise issue. Any business-related materials, which are the stones, will not be visible from Weatherly Road. They can be covered, they can be obscured, but they're not at the moment in that condition. Delivery trucks are not, then these are the criteria again for the home occupancy-based business. Delivery trucks are not more than what is normally in the neighborhood, but sometimes 4 times per year, we do have trucks that come in that are more than one axle. It's rare, but about once every 3 or 4 months we have something come in. But for what it's worth, I visited the Merritt's property Tuesday or Wednesday last week, maybe Thursday, and I left their property, and instead of going back, left back towards Munden Hill to go into town, I took a right, went down Weatherly towards Croom Road, and just by happenstance, about 2 miles down the road, mile and a half down the road, there was a furniture delivery truck, multi-axle, that was coming out of a side street that was there. Now, I'm sure they're not there all the time, but they're not here all the time either. It's just part of life. And Weatherly is a county, built to county standards. It's not going to be torn up by 4 trucks coming in a year's period of time. Now, if these by right limited business activities are not satisfied because we don't agree with the home characterization of it, there is the option of the by exception. And the primary difference between the by right and by exception is that the employee language is not there, and the applicant is not permitted to transfer the special exception to another owner or lessee of the property. We don't want to do that anyway. That's one of the criteria we're going to ask you add as a condition, because we have no intent of this staying anywhere except within the Merritt family. If they transfer the property, the special exception goes away. We don't have a problem with that. Everything would be shielded from view. There are very few folks that even come to the premises. The business consists of storage of materials, engraving of the monuments. Most of it's done online, what we do. The only noise is from that generator, and it supplies the power. No one knows when it's operating because it's self-contained and isolated. With that said, staff recommended approval with performance conditions. We agree with those performance conditions, but we ask that 3 be added. Number 1, that the special exception should not be transferable to any new owner and is limited to the property while the Merritts own this property. Number 2, limited to 2 non-residential employees. The only actual employee there is right now is Joe Merritt. He does everything, but occasionally he'll have a handyman or a helper that he needs to have some assistance with. The code provides for 2. It would never exceed 2. Prohibit a change in zoning. There was a suggestion at the P&Z hearing, they're going to come back and rezone this to some commercial or industrial or whole use. Well, quite frankly, we're not. And we'll make it a condition that if there is any petition to rezone this property, it would void the special exception. But more importantly, we've got neighbors, not folks that are going to be testifying here, but further down Rich Barn, there's a gun range, there's a huge truck shop, that makes a whole lot of noise that everybody in the whole area can hear. There was testimony at P&Z that there was a big bang. It's not coming from this property, but it could be coming from the gun range that is close by. All of the residential protection standards identified by staff will be followed. There's no use impacts on any residential protection standards. The setbacks in existing buildings meet all or exceed the Hernando County Code requirements. Staff has recommended approval, and P&Z voted no. In my opinion, they voted no because they simply were not aware of what's happened or were misled by some things that were talked about. Because like I said, they testified to noise and loud bangs. Can't come from this property. I'm going to have Joe testify as to what the decibel readings were. Contaminated environmental permits needed. Absolutely false. I'm going to ask George Foster to come up here briefly and opine why it's not and where he went to for that information. Road traffic impacted. I believe that's false because other than the Merritt family properties and their vehicles, 4 visits a year by a box truck doesn't impact traffic, particularly anything beyond the Merritt property on Weatherly. And it says it will lead to further zoning on commercial operations. Not going to happen. As we said, we will agree to never ask for a zoning change. This time I'd like to have 2 people come up. Joe, we don't have a whole lot of time left, so I'm going to ask Joe to come up. Joe, just testify regarding who you are and the decibel readings that were on your, how do you do it?
So my name is Joseph Merritt, M-E-R-R-I-T-T. I have been sworn in. So I apologize that this is not working here today, but I did do video footage from the north, south, east, west of the property with the compressor running and with it off. So with it off, it was running at about 39 decibels. With it on, it was about 41 to 45 decibels. So we're allowed to have 75 decibels from the property line. I did reach out to code enforcement to get clarification. I wanted to mention for the record that we've been there 10 years and there's been no one that has complained about the sound. Okay, code enforcement did mention that if someone did complain, they don't go to our property line to measure that decibel range. They go to the person's residence that's complaining. There's no way possible that they would ever hear anything. In fact, my compressor that I'm using is not as loud as our farm equipment that we have, that we're using on, and like Daryl said, you know, I'm engraving the stones like 4 to 5 days a month for 2 to 4 hours. It's not that often that we're even producing that sound. Okay, I also wanted to mention to Commissioner Locko regarding the renting. I don't rent the property, it's our family property. My father, myself, we're officers in our corporation, so there's no one that's renting the property. We're just not a fly-by-night person, somebody that's just gonna be in and out. And like Daryl said, that if we ever changed hands and tried to sell the property, this variance would go away. So that's.
Okay, and the only other person I want to talk real brief, and I know we're about out of time. I have a a DEP letter to Mr. Merritt saying that everything's in compliance, and also I'd like George Foster just briefly to opine regarding compliance with any dust or other issues.
Please.
Good morning, George Foster. I've sworn in. I inspected the operation. I concluded that no environmental permits from the state of Florida were required, but just to be safe, I invited the Department of Environmental Protection to weigh in on the matter. We contacted every department down there, industrial waste, stormwater, air, all of them. 2 of them said they'd like to know more about it, the air permitting department and the industrial wastewater permitting department. They concluded that permits weren't required for any of the things that were going on out there, primarily because on the air side, he has a dust collector that captures any little bit of dust that is generated when he engraves the stones. Goes into a baghouse, and there's absolutely no emission, no dust that enters the atmosphere and leaves the property, none. And then a little bit of water he uses. There are no chemicals involved or anything like that. He washes the stones after he engraves them. That operation is done under a covered shed with a concrete floor. That water accumulates on the slab and evaporates. There's no discharge of industrial wastewater to the ground or to the water. So anyway, bottom line is no permits are required from the state of Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Qualifications were not given.
George? Can you just opine as to your qualifications with regard to environmental issues?
Oh,
You've been qualified as an expert before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We do environmental permitting for a living, 33 years.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you just repeat what Mr. Johnson said? You've been qualified as?
An expert for this board before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. First, I want to say that that I had no conversation with the Merritts or their attorney or anything about this. First time seeing this today. But my family goes way back with the Merritt family due to the fact that they've buried half my family probably in the past. But that's the extent I know them. But they have a great reputation in the county, and I just can't believe we're even here. And of course, we're going to hear the neighbors and kind of hear what they have to say. We're all going to need this service one day. Just got to remind you, right? So to me, I don't see a problem at all by graving headstones in a rural area. And I grew up right down the road from this area. I was on Croom all the time up in there, and there's all kinds of stuff, and there still is all kinds of very noisy things going on. Like he could go put a gun range on this property right now, shooting 50 cals. That'll be 4 times the noise ordinance, and guess what? You could do nothing about it. You can't complain. There's nobody to call. He can do it right now. And this board, you can actually be removed by even suggesting that you can control gunfire on this property. So there's a lot of worse things you can put on this property other than grieving headstones. So to me, I mean, I want to hear from the neighbors and see, but of course, if we approve this, we could put a condition that you must meet the noise ordinance. You know, if he exceeds the noise ordinance, then he could be cited for that. You know, that's something we could be added. It looks he's on his head that yes. So to me, I don't see what the big deal is, but we'll hear from the citizens. I haven't heard from them yet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jobin.
Yes, I just went before we went to the public, just explain something about special exceptions. They're a totally different animal than what we normally do. In a rezoning, the burden is on the applicant to meet the standards. The special exception, the use is presumed under our zoning code to be allowed, so the burden is on the opponents to demonstrate by competent and substantial evidence that the special exception is adverse to the public interest.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko.
Thank you. My question was more to the self-imposed conditions. Are those able to be added to a special exemption? I didn't know. For some reason, I feel like putting prohibition of a rezoning, we've tried that in the past and we weren't able to add that. But if it's being requested by the petitioner, is that a different situation?
I would defer to Mr. Jobin, but I think if the petitioner has requested it, the board can consider it.
So you would have to put, yes, the board can consider it, but you'd have to put it in the resolution that these are requested by the applicant itself.
Okay, thank you.
Themselves.
Thank you, sir. Anything further, Mr. Jobin?
Oh, no, sorry.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the attorney's testimony, there was conversation in regards to, or testimony in regards to the storage of the current monuments on the site, and that was going to be taken care of. Is that, can you put that on the record as time frame as that's going to be done and moved from the side of the road or covered?
If it's approved, 60 days?
I would say probably maybe 90, just to say.
90 to move everything, and that's not just the stuff up front. The stuff up front could be done very quickly, but there's some stuff on the side that we would move towards the back as we've represented that we would do.
And just out of my curiosity, how long has that been stored that way?
Sorry. How long has the stones been where they are?
They've been out there for 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6 years. However, I do want to represent, there are more of them now than there have been historically because of an acquiring of a closed-up Inverness engraving place, and all of their product was moved here. So it hadn't always had as much there, but all of it's going to be obscured and out of sight and towards the back of the property.
Is that a condition you're willing to put on?
Absolutely. That's a condition I think that's in the staff recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
But you're good with the 90-day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You're good, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes,
thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler?
Mr. DiPablo or even Mr. Johnston, why was the problem that was trying to be solved by the applicant in applying for this special use permit? It's not some, because, this is America. People start businesses out of their home all the time, or have employees working for them doing work at their own homes. County's not going around policing neighborhoods. In fact, we're actually trying to encourage young entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs to continue to build.
Commissioner Amsler, what happened is there was a complaint that was filed with this county. We don't know where it originated from. We have an idea, but it was a complaint. Not really from these folks, but from somebody else. And we inquired, if we're not compliant, what do we need to do to get compliant? And that's when staff recommended the path that we're on right now.
It's just interesting because, if someone complains, there's all sorts of properties that would, if we're saying they need a permit to do this, that opens up how many people doing business in this county in similar situations. So I just find it a little legally uneven, but I might be being picky on that.
I just wanted to mention that the whole reason why, something that's changed over the past few years is we had funeral homes here for 42 years. Our monument business was incorporated with our funeral home, okay? So we didn't have to have a separate license for the monument business. We sold our funeral homes in 2022, okay? So prior to that, our business was the funeral home, but we were just doing the work out there, okay? So this has kind of just popped up. We've been doing the work out there. We did have someone that made a complaint to the state that was questioning the property. And in fact, I don't know why it was even looked at, because it was a fictitious person. It was a John Doe with a made-up address and so on. The state did come out and talk to us. They basically washed their hands of it because we're regulated by the state, not the county. And it's kind of out of their jurisdiction as far as the county ordinance or variance and what have you. So that's kind of how we arrived at this, because we sold our business and then we had to name the monument business. And so therefore now the business is here. So now what do we do? So that's where we're at today.
Okay, I appreciate explaining that and refreshing my memory from before. And looking in the neighborhood out there, there's other businesses that are more, I don't know if you'd call this a construction arena. So I want to hear from the public, absolutely, on this. But I also see this as it's American business. The biggest companies in the world have been started in somebody's garage or shed. That's what America's for, right? The neighborhood's not an HOA. So I want to hear from the public, but I would make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Got a motion to approve from Commissioner Amsler, a second by Commissioner Champion.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we're going to open it up to the public on item E8. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E8? Please approach the podium, state your name, spell your last name, indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Kyle Benda for Benda Law. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Mobsby and Mr. Hendricks, who are people who live in the neighborhood. And I think while the discussion about the state licensing is correct, the state licensing is not really relevant to today's hearing. I think it's interesting to note that any monument establishment business under section 497.552 of the Florida statutes is required to have certain facilities. And those facilities associated with the state license are required to have an office building that is open to the public at all reasonable times for people to come and inspect the monuments. So that doesn't really, that contradicts what the code requires, where you can't have any outside appearance of business activity. You can't have more traffic than would be normal in a residential area. So you're going to have, by state law, people required to be able to come there and inspect these monuments associated with that monument establishment license, that state license. So, but today what we're really here for is the code requirements. So the county code requires an at-home business through the special exception use process. So you've got to look at both code provisions. For the approval of a special exception use permit, the use has to be compatible with the surrounding area, and the board has to find that the use will not be adverse to the public interest. When you're dealing with the specific requirements for a limited at-home business, the use must be incidental and subordinate to the principal residential use, and the character of the property will not change from that principal residential character. The home business must be conducted entirely within the residence or accessory structures. There must be no outside appearance of business activity other than a single on-site sign, and that's, when you're having people come there, you're having an outside appearance of business, deliveries, etc. Vehicular traffic, noise, and the volume of delivery trucks has to be the same as a residential property, and there's no visible storage of materials, commercial vehicles, or equipment visible from the neighboring properties. So my clients are asking the board to deny the special exception use permit for not complying with those requirements in the code. I think this is more akin to a rezoning where the request is for a primary commercial or industrial type use as opposed to a home-based business that's incidental to that residential use. And I just have some photos that I'll provide. You can look at the way the property looked in 2014. And these are from the Hernando County property appraisers. And then the property in 2025. And then the Merit Monument business website actually advertises customers to come to the property and inspect properties and inspect the monuments. And if you look at this page, it says, make an appointment to look at our inventory. Sorry. Thank you, sir. And thank you, and I'll provide these to staff. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
How are you guys doing today? My name is Monty Patterson. It's Patterson, and I live on Weatherly Road. And
have you been sworn, sir?
What's that?
Have you been
yes,
sworn?
I was
Thank
sworn
you.
in at the beginning. And of course, I'm opposed to any type of rezoning for any type of business or industrial on Weatherly Road, because when I moved here in 1996, the reason why we moved here is you had to have minimum 2.5 acres, and it had to be zoned single family or agriculture. I originally was opposed to this, but I do not have an issue with it now if you put all the self-imposed restrictions on their special exemptions. If they come back and they want to be rezoned, I will be back up here again because of the reason why I moved here. I do not want the value of my house going down. I do not want the character of my neighborhood changing and such. So I will be back if they do ask to rezone. And I did not know there were that many monuments behind the area. All I saw was a few in the front. So that is kind of concerning. And I do ask for it to maybe actually be looked at. I don't know if you're being looked at by the state or anybody every so often to see if your maybe your chemicals change or something like that. How you actually dispose of the excess product and such. So we do need to look at that. And I'd be more worried about the auto repair place because of the chemicals. I do not want anything in my groundwater and such. So because I do have a well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Mobsby, Mobsby. I live at 9348 Happy Trail, which is just due east of this property. The residential property
I'm sorry, sir. Have you been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
The residential property located at 9296 Weatherly Road is being used to operate an industrial and commercial business by Merit Monuments. The owners have improperly and unlawfully converted this former residential property into an industrial, commercial, manufacturing, storage, and distribution worksite facility. Our attorney previously submitted pictures and drone footage which clearly demonstrates degradation of our neighborhood inflicted on us by Merit Monuments. Many of our neighbors complained to Hernando County about the misuse of that property. In response, Merit Monuments is asking the county to allow them to continue to use the property for a business for which it was never permitted or intended to be used. From my property, I can hear the machinery running on a regular basis. Many of my neighbors also complain about the noise and the misuse of the property. Our neighbors submitted numerous signed petitions and wrote letters to oppose the special exception. The Planning and Zoning Department denied merit because by law it is not allowed. I'm imploring the commissions to read the letters and petitions and deny the special exception. Please listen to the residents who are taxpayers who actually live in this neighborhood. As residents, we actually live here. We demand the county put our needs, as in the invocation, above the individual's need. Merritt can afford to move their operation to an industrial park where it belongs and can lawfully operate without any special exception. The property and our properties are zoned agricultural residential use only. Merritt Monuments knew this when they bought the property. They're now manipulating and exploiting our neighborhood by using an ag residential property to manufacture, store, sell, and distribute tombstones on an industrial and commercial scale. This is not a home-based business. This is not grandma making ceramics in her hobby room. Merritt Monuments, Inc. is not a homeowner here. David and Lynette and Joe, the applicants for asking for the exception, do not live on Weatherly Road, nor does anyone live there as required for a home-based business. No one resides there. During the information meeting that was for the public, Joey told everybody, we don't live here, nobody lives here, and they referred to their residence as a man cave where they'd show up on Sundays and watch a football game. So they either lied to you or they lied to us during the informational meeting. This is akin to me driving down the road where it's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. I'm doing 60 and I get a ticket. But instead of being responsible and following the law, I'm going to go to the county and say, increase the speed limit to 60 miles per hour so I can do what I want.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Chris Hendricks, Hendricks, and I have been sworn.
Thank you, sir.
I live on Weatherly Road, and I'm here to oppose the proposed granite tombstone processing business at Merritt Monuments. I have the following concerns: traffic and public safety. The business has heavy truck deliveries from time to time, and these trucks have been seen unloaded directly on the street. Okay, this creates a hazardous condition for vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists to maneuver around and forcing them into potential oncoming traffic. Second, infrastructure, noise, and airborne dust. The granite cutting process generates significant noise and hazardous silica dust. Residents living closest to the site report disruptive sleep patterns when the granite cutting process is taking place. Intermittent loud noises from the property can be heard. Neighborhood pets are also frequently distressed by these work activities, such as barking dogs and horses getting startled. There's no indication the business has any type of fugitive dust mitigation. I know this equipment is very expensive, okay? Very fine crystalline silica dust is a byproduct of the cutting, grinding, and polishing and sandblasting of the granite, which poses documented respiratory health risks, okay? These fine hazardous particles quickly become airborne and become an environmental hazard in our neighborhood. Also, wastewater being used in the polishing process generates surly waste that can lead to contamination in ground surface and has the potential to contaminate our groundwater, as this neighborhood relies strictly on well water. Third, community fit and precedence. The current scale of the facility is quickly becoming out of step with the agricultural character in our neighborhood. After the Planning and Zoning Committee denied approval of the special exception, Merritt Monuments continued to increase their tombstone inventory and business production with total disregard for the denial. Approving this exception at this time with unclear controls would set a precedence for more intensive industrial uses without the proper safeguards. This is not a home business. It's a full-fledged commercial manufacturing facility that does not belong in an agriculture design community. I'm not asking to stop thoughtful growth. I'm asking for responsible growth that protects and preserves our agricultural neighborhood. Thank you for listening to me and taking into account our health, safety, and livability in our neighborhood. In conclusion, I ask the commissioners to consider one final thought. Is this the type of business that you want next to you in your neighborhood?
Thank you, sir.
I'm Joyce Thatcher, THATCHER, and I have been sworn in. I have had the property on Weatherby Road since 1981. Merritt's Mumoniets came in and started doing business that I recognized as very busy business about 4 years ago. They had a large stone at the entrance that after the last commission they took down. They advertised on the internet. That's not there now. And when they put up the sign for this meeting here, they put it over here on the side where you barely could see it. And they moved it to the gate today, so make sure that you guys knew that it was right there where we could see it. They have operated this industrial type business without proper zoning, and that is just screwing the taxes of our county. They have just taken advantage of all of you for that. They have operated it without proper inspections. You know, these are things that have to be done if you're going to have a business. We don't know how they're disposing of the very toxic waste. We don't know if it's going into our well water. We don't know if it's going into our land. We're out there on an aquifer. We don't want toxins into our land and our water and like that. The silicone dust that comes off of the monuments when they engrave them, he's into a unit that he can't breathe it and mask it and everything else to do it. But when it's released, where's it go? It goes into the air. And it is so fine that you can't even see it. It's like coal dust. Now, I was a nurse for 50 years, and 14 of it I worked for hospice. And on that 14 years, I took care of people with coal dust disease where they had the black lung. We can all get that out there if this isn't monitored by OSHA and it doesn't have a proper filter for it. And who knows if he's done it? And who knows if he's going to comply? He didn't comply for 4 years on what he should have done. So what makes him want to comply now? I doubt if he will. I don't want it in our neighborhood for our health reasons. We have animals, we have gardens and like that. I live northeast of him. The wind comes in from the southeast, which we get a lot of southeast winds, and it goes right over our property. It goes right over Beasley's farms. All that dust goes right through the air. We have not had proof that it's not there because we know it's there. It's there because he's doing the work. And this should be an industrial park, not on Weatherly Road. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Faith Mobsby, M-O-B-S-B-Y. I live at 9348 Happy Trail. I'm asking that you deny.
Have you been sworn, ma'am?
Yes, I've been here since the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I ask that you deny the petition based on simply the application that they put in. This is not a home. They can't even identify a structure that they use as a home, even when we were there. Joey commented that he does not live there, so there's my evidence. He comes once in a while on Sunday. Nobody lives there. They have semi-trucks delivering their material. There was a semi blocking the entire Weatherly Road, unloading stuff when we showed up. There was a semi several evenings ago. I took a picture. The next day, another semi. My neighbor took a picture. Joey accosted him for being there taking pictures. Okay? There's no house. This is not an in-home business. In the narrative that Attorney Johnson wrote, he said that the property lends to this type of business. Our property are farms. We have cows and horses and houses. There's no house here. In their own application, they told you. Merritt Funeral Homes sold out 22, 23, changed the name. That's when all this stuff came. Not when they bought the property in 2015, because I've been there and I walk by. We don't stop and take pictures anymore because Joey comes out after us. He wants to know what we're doing. There is debris that comes off of that business because after the PNZ meeting, he went out and started digging a ditch and a pit. So he disregarded the planning and zoning, just went and did his own thing. The at-home business says that it cannot change the character of our neighborhood. This has upended our neighborhood into an industrial, commercial business. And they have expanded. They listed on Google 700 monuments. There are over 1,000. They can't put those inside any of those buildings. Their buildings are full of motorhomes, boats. They can talk all they want. They do not live there. They come there, like they said, to do this business. It started in 23 when Merritt sold his funeral home. They brought all their stuff. So if we're to believe their application that they gave you, all of the property from Merritt Funeral Homes is coming to 8 acres of property in a rural area that you all got in front of the press and said you wanted to keep it rural. This isn't rural. It is the definition of a nuisance. It is not a residential use.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lorenz, Lorenc, and I was sworn in. I'm the new kid on the block. I'm the one, my wife and I, recently, back in November of 2019, we bought the property. Before we bought the property, we were looking around the area here in Brooksville. Our family, our sons live in Tampa. And we wanted a place where we could have some acreage and buy the home. We invested a lot of money. Before we made that decision, we took our realtors, Tommy Dawson, and we asked them, what is this? And they said, agricultural, residential. I said, perfect. Went ahead and bought the home. There was nothing there. They say they've been there for 5 or 6 years. That is not true. I can say this. We've invested a large amount of money in my property, over 6 figures, to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood and the beauty that surrounds us. One of the reasons we bought this property was as an investment to leave for our heirs, for our children and our grandchildren. They come frequently to visit us. And there's something beautiful about it because our 2 oldest grandchildren, they said Lelo. That's what they call my wife and I, Lelo and Lela. We would like, when we go to the university and finish studying, we would like to live in Brooksville. Now what happens? The Merritts come in, they start putting monuments. I asked the board, go drive in front of the Merritt property and look at the amount of monuments you can see from the streets. They had a huge sign, probably about 8 feet or more, monuments in marble. They got these 2 columns, black, before you go into the property. What I asked this board is to think about the future generations of children. They don't see this in the city of Tampa where they live in. And that's why they come out here to visit and to enjoy nature, to enjoy the horses, to enjoy the cows, you know, the roosters, the chickens, the details that God gave us to enjoy. and not for business purposes to destroy. I thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
William Hill. I live on. Oh God.
It's okay. Have you been sworn?
I have been sworn.
Awesome.
All right. We heard today from the attorney that 4 times a year they're going to get deliveries. 3 times have been deliveries with 18-wheelers within a span of 3 months. This one delivery, the truck is on the wrong way. This is my car. Couldn't get around it. Right. Yeah, okay. You couldn't even get around it. You'll notice the truck and the loading equipment is on the wrong side of the road. Cars were coming, trying to get up this way. You know, there could have been an accident there. It didn't happen. Another one, this picture is not that clear. You'd have to see it. And
You can set it back down.
okay. This one is January 29th. Another 18-wheeler at around 6 o'clock, 6:30. Was there for hours. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have a picture on the third one. You're telling me these trucks are going on these roads is not affecting the roads or anything else? Well, I beg to differ. These roads, this is for the highway. This is for a main deal, not these side roads. All right? It just behooves me that the Merritt family, an old family, would want to take this rural neighborhood and make it into a commercial, industrial situation. I mean, there's no reason for it. There are plenty of commercial and industrial property that they could rent or buy. Now, given the taxes they're paying on this 8.5 acres is a lot less than if it was commercial or industrial. Big difference. So, I just can't believe they're trying to do this in this neighborhood. That's about all I can think about it. I thank the board for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Morning. My name is Austin Hammock, Hammock. I've been sworn in. I put my speech on the phone. I'm asking today to oppose the request that David Merritt be given an exception to operate a limited at-home business. Merritt Monuments is a disruptive commercial business that benefits no one besides the Merritt for his own financial gain, and it negatively impacts the neighboring properties. This business operates as early as 8:30 a.m. and will run diesel tractors, pressure washers, generators, etc. for 46 hours on a near daily basis. This is not 2 to 4 hours a week. Nothing about his operation is limited, nor is this even his home. He is not our neighbor. He is a businessman who only comes by the property to operate. The machines make so much noise they can be heard from inside my home. Merritt Monuments significantly impedes on the enjoyment of my property. The only way I can get away from the noise is by leaving my house. Peace and quiet in a residential area is not a luxury, but an expectation. Our zoning laws exist for a reason, to protect the character of a residential area. All property owners in our community understood that when they were purchasing a residential lot, not a commercial lot. Making an exception to this sets a precedent that other property owners may seek the same exceptions. This would destroy the integrity of our community. Merritt Monuments has already been denied this exception and would not comply with the board's decision and can instead continue to operate his business on a daily basis. Granting this exception sets an even worse precedent that non-compliance with the board's decision and county zoning laws will ultimately result in approval rather than consequence. That precedent should not be set. This behavior should not be rewarded. I ask, would you approve this exception to operate his business across the street from your own home? The answer is most assuredly no, because nobody wants a loud, disruptive commercial business across the street from their home where properties were never intended for such use. I work at one of the top 5 busiest stations in Hillsborough County. We have 46 total. My shifts are 24 hours long, and after being up all night responding to emergencies, the last thing I want to hear when I get home is Merit Monuments. Unfortunately, it's often the first thing I hear, and my quality of life is being impacted by him as he continues to misuse the property for commercial use and financial gain. My basic comfort of rest and recovery inside my home has been stripped from me. This benefits not a single person other than the Merit Monuments, and it does not benefit the county. With the zero benefits and numerous negative impacts, this request should not even be entertained. I respectfully ask the board to deny it and for Merit Monuments to immediately cease operations of his business at Weatherly Road. I've also sent in a video of what the noise actually sounds like. I was informed that it was on a hard drive up here.
Yes, everything is.
I'm gonna pause your time for a moment.
Thank you. So, this is what Kyle gave you. So,
I think it might be this one.
It says noise.
Okay. Am I able to play this from my phone?
I don't think so. Mr. Jobin, can he play audio from his phone?
I mean, not ideally.
it looks like what happened, Mr. Jobin, is that when it came over onto the jump drive that was handed to me, it's a shortcut, not the actual file. So I can't play from a non-existent file.
Is the tape audio only?
This was a video recording, but I can simply hold this up to the microphone so you guys can hear when he is not purposely recording a video for his own benefit and a neighbor, which, by the way, I live directly across the street on Rich Barn Road. Nobody ever came by me asking if this bothers me.
What's his address?
24968 Rich Barn Road. I'm within 500 feet. I've been receiving letters regarding this.
Okay, so Mr. Jobin, he could play the audio.
If the audio can be picked up by, this is a tech question, if the audio can be picked up, and for the edification of the audience, this is more so for the record that we're making of this hearing in case it's appealed, and for our minutes. So if it works for tech, playing the audio would work for us.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to state on the record that I was recently at a magistrate hearing, special magistrate hearing, where a cell phone recording was not able to be used.
That would be because in an adversarial hearing, it's hearsay.
Yeah, well, it was also because you can manipulate the volume of the phone, and you cannot manipulate the volume of a recording.
I'm checking, Mr. Chair, to see if he's able to email to my work email. I can play it from my computer.
All right, we're going to be in a 5-minute recess.
That would be a lot.
Chair.
So we're back in order.
Please.
I just gotta look.
This should have the video down at the bottom.
We're just gonna play it from his phone, Miss Miller. Okay, we're gonna resume. You have 15 seconds left on your time, sir. I'll give you a moment to get the video up. Please do not show the video in any fashion.
Yes, sir. So that's taken from a cell phone from the Good Neighbor Trail.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you guys.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Barbara Hill, and I was signed in.
You're sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh. Heidi, can you please switch back to the overhead? I'm sorry.
She said you were sworn in, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Oh. Yes.
Oh, I just need it switched. There we go.
Okay, we moved here 5 years ago.
Please step in front of the podium when you're going to speak. If you want to put something on there, you can go ahead and put it on there.
Okay, we moved here 5 years ago, and the sign for Merritt's business was there, and we couldn't understand why there was a business in this rural residential area. And then we got a notice to come to a meeting at that place on October 1st. The neighbors were invited to learn more about the business. And when my husband asked the owner how many monuments he had, he said he didn't know. And when he asked him how long the business had been there, he said 10 years, about 3 years, he told him. And when this man spoke at the other meeting, he said they'd been 10 years. And so I looked it up on the county records, and they're being taxed on vacant land for all these years. So everybody in Brattleboro's paying higher taxes because they're not taxed as a business. And then they told us it would be like a pickup truck delivering things at the meeting, and that's a car parked there, and that's the 18-wheeler, and facing the wrong way on the road. And then there's an S-curve. It's very dangerous for someone coming down behind that truck. They would have to go around that truck and then into the S-curve where you can't see who's coming the other way. And they were denied at the last meeting. And then on January 4th, I was driving home from town on January 4th. The road in front of Merritt's was blocked by 2 green fire trucks. I was going to turn around when I was directed to go over on the slope to grass and keep driving. There were 2 red vehicles near the nightclub that they said they were building in the house with flashing lights, running this illegal business on an S-curve in the road is a serious safety concern. Please be concerned about the people who live in this residential area, not the people who are running an illegal business.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is John Novy. Last name is Novy, and my family owns the property.
I'm sorry, sir. Have you been sworn?
Yes, sir, I have.
Yes. Thank you.
My family owns the 10 acres that is directly to the west of their property.
Can you point to it on the?
It would be this plot right here. So, and the main concern that I'm here for today is property values. We're concerned about any impacts that we could have on the value of that 10 acres. And if you do approve this, we would ask that you, I know that they have already talked about maybe 90 days to come into compliance with some sort of screening or fencing, something to that nature. If I may ask, what would be the method of policing that to ensure that that is taken care of?
We'll answer afterwards, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Pollock. I have been sworn in. I live on 10064 Weatherly Road. And just so you know, I'm going to give you a little bit of background so you'll understand where I'm going with this. First of all, you should have not said, I approve it before you heard our voice, sir, Mr. Champion. I approve it. You haven't heard us. And then I hear, yeah, we have a second. So our voices need to be heard before any consideration. There was a pope and a president. The president came to the pope and said, I want to go into Afghanistan. The pope's response was, you're going to open a book that you'll never close. Henceforth history. So you're going to make history here today, how it affects our lives that we enjoy. Because one man does not want to go by the law. That is shameful. I believe in small business, so you'll know I'm half Cuban. My grandfather came to this country legally and opened up a small business, Mr. Amsler. So yes, I believe in small business. I believe in growth. I served this country overseas, and then I turned around and served it again for Social Security. You know what? I wish I had met Mr. Elon a long time ago, because there is multiple fraud, and that was what I did. So I smell a rotten rat. I do. And to show you how nice this man is up here, I could hardly hear him talking. I have pictures of him under the cover of darkness doing business, unloading a freight truck. Yes. And what did that man do? He came up to me, and I'm not going to share the words, we've all heard it, bumped my chest. Get off of here, you old man. You SOB, and over and over. And who came out was his dad. Yes, you're right, Mr. Champion. We're all going to use his business one day. And he is an outstanding individual. But I can't say so much for Joey here. The way he conducts himself. And no, I will not use his business. There are other people that will gladly bury me. To the point, he goes against the law. He goes against the law. And he's going to keep doing it, and he's going to keep pushing it. I'll be dead, but the reason, thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. If there's anybody else that'd like to speak on this, I see you, sir. Anybody else would like to speak after this gentleman, please line up behind the podium. Sir?
My name's James Bartlett, B-A-R-T-L-E-T-T. Yes, I've been sworn in.
Thank you, sir.
I've never done anything like this. It's kind of intimidating to stand in front of all you guys and all these people behind me.
Doing great.
I've heard a lot of stories today. I've heard a lot of lies. I live right next door, and if I could have the map that they took originally. The satellite picture? Yes, ma'am. This is. Okay. Basically about where the J and the E is.
You could point on the...
All right, sorry. Where the J and the E is, that's about my house. This is my front pasture. This is my in-laws' house. This is where Joe does his work. I hear street lights coming from London Hill.
I don't hear Joe. I go in the pasture where my horses are. I have little ponies about this tall. They don't care about the noise. It doesn't bother them. They just look up once in a while when they're eating grass. They haven't been cut. They haven't been hurt. They haven't run into fences. They haven't done nothing. It really bothers me that these people will sit here and say the stuff that they say about these people. I'm a good neighbor to them. They are a good neighbor to me. When they go out of town, I keep an eye on things because it's right next to the trail where there could be vandalism from people coming in off the trail or stealing stuff. They have a lot of equipment. Yep, they got boats. They got motorhomes. They got buses. Is there anything criminal about that? They have worked their whole lives. So the gentleman's able to buy a couple buses and put them in his storage. He built nice buildings to put them under so he can make everything look nice. They're trying to make things right with this community, with you guys. They're not trying to blow smoke up anybody's you know what. They're the ones that came here and said, okay, let me have the yellow signs. And yes, the yellow signs have always been there. They've never moved. One in the front, one on the side. The only way you can take pictures of what they're doing is you have to pull on the right-of-way in front of my house to take pictures where that one thing was on the property. I consoled the lady that was there taking the picture. She was my neighbor. She was very rude to me because I said, hey, Chris, how you doing? If I wasn't supposed to say her name, I'm sorry. These people have been after them ever since the yellow signs were put up. They had a meeting at their house. I missed because I work for the power company. I was working late. When I got home, it was already done. From what I understand, they jumped all over them. And their attorney never even gave them a chance to do anything. They wanted to show them what they did and how they do it. Didn't give them a chance. Now they're spreading other lies about other things that are going on. My in-laws live directly across from it, and I live less than 500 feet, and it don't bother me one bit. Makes no noise. All I hear, if I hear anything, is an air compressor. I can hear the gun range. I can hear people shooting ducks on Byster Lake. The Byster Lake shooting rattles my house because they use 10 gauge. If you know what a 10 gauge sounds like, it's loud. Their stuff that they do, I could care less.
Thank you, sir.
I think they're good for this community. They've been good people in this community, and I think they should be left alone.
Thank you, sir. Don't see anybody else. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the board. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad the public has spoken out on this matter. Listened carefully to everyone that spoke and take all of that into consideration. It's important. I don't know the applicant at all. I don't know if you're a likable guy or a dislikable guy and a disagreeable guy and are mean to people. And frankly, it'd be great if we were all wonderful people and nice to each other, but it doesn't really matter when it comes to this type of setting, and we're making this type of decision. It does matter if you're violating other people's rights or being a burden upon them. I look along Weatherly, and I see other businesses being run out of Weatherly. You know, there's an excavator business to the south. 5-star business, looking at Google. I see the Merit Monuments on Google, 5-star review there. And so folks want us to keep things rural and agricultural, and I agree with that, but they also want us to take away the rights that people often enjoy in those type of rural settings. And even in our residential settings, we're a country and a county of folks that do business out of their homes. Like, it's just the nature of it. You try to do it as responsibly and, with respect to other people as possible. I live right in Spring Hill in the densest area of the county. I've got folks right next to me doing business out of their homes. And, I have kids going by. There's always noise. And that's the nature of living in a community. You do expect it to maybe be a little quieter out here, but the level of noise that we've heard today doesn't seem to be setting off any bells, or we would have been brought this item as a code compliance issue, which we haven't been at all. And it doesn't sound like it's gone anywhere at the state level. So my motion stands as is, and I would just add, please be as good a neighbor as possible. And I encourage people to continue doing American business here in Hernando County.
Mr. Jobin.
Yes, I have a real quick question. This is really to staff and to Mr. Johnston. About how one of your, Mr. Johnston's proposed conditions that he's adding on was that the special exception would terminate with the Merit's ownership. That would seem to contradict, how would you address dealing with the fact that the special exception runs with the land as not?
It does, Mr. Jobin, but under the provision of the code that deals with by exception as opposed to by it right, there is specific language in there that terminates the special exception if there's a change of ownership. So I think it's already built into the code. We can represent and make it a representation as part of a resolution that we consent to that, because this is, I mean, it's notwithstanding with people talking about industrial and everything else, it's one guy doing 2 to 4 hours a week.
I'm not
but,
really
but so the
addressing that
answer
issue,
is,
just
I
the
think
technical how we would do
between
that.
the code and the representation of us that it's permitted, I mean that it's we agree that the special exception would automatically terminate upon change of ownership from the Merritt family. I think it's enforceable, because I think the code also by operation of that exception allows it to happen.
I'm just curious, concerned about the special exception applies to the property for which it is granted and not to the individual who applies for it.
Right.
A special exception which has not been discontinued as provided for herein, voluntarily relinquished by the property owner, is become void.
And John, the only thing I would say, that's correct for the special exception, but this is a special exception for the home occupation business. And if the home occupation business goes away, then the special exception should go away, because there's nothing for it to latch on to.
Would staff be comfortable with that?
So while you're thinking, Ms. Miller, I know this board has considered time frames, put time limits, maybe 5 years, and then at that time you would have to come back and renew that special exception. That might make that point, a moot point. Okay.
So, Mr. DiPablo, in cases like this in the past where we've had the questions related to time limitations, we've converted a special exception to a conditional use permit to allow for a time limitation. That would be my recommendation, as the special exception does run with the land. The board does have the authority to convert any use as listed as a special exception into a conditional use, so we can actually then condition a time frame or condition a situation where that conditional use permit would then be considered moot. That would be my recommendation.
One more to follow for the record. The board has indeed converted special exceptions to conditional use permits. I think we've had one case, and I'll defer to Mr. Jobin for the legal concerns. I think we did one where the board did limit a specific special exception by time frame, but if it's cleaner and more consistent with how we've done in the past, then we would do the conditional use permit if that is the favor of the board and the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Jobin?
I mean, if it works for me, if it works for the board.
Okay. You have anything further?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, so I have some lights on. Would you guys be amenable to Mr. Johnson doing his 5-minute rebuttal before, or do you want to comment now?
I mean, I think.
All right, Mr. Champion.
Thank you. All right. All right, so I listen to the citizens and I understand their concerns, and there's a couple things I just want to address some of them. So they talk about well water. The average well depth is 240 feet there, and to be honest, agriculture causes more problems with water than this would, in my opinion. But that's besides the point. The other thing is, I was shocked at how many businesses are on Weatherly. Shocked. I mean, some of the businesses are on there, like a machine shop that advertises 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service. They advertise that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Much more intrusive than this would be on a machine shop. There's an automotive shop advertising emergency services. There's a wallpaper installer. There's chemicals involved. That's what they use, right? That's what it says. I'm talking about the audience. I'm Googling it. It's a registered business. That's all I can say. The other thing was, hey, they don't pay property taxes. So I did. There's 9 pages on Weatherly. Only 2 homes pay more taxes than this man does on this property. He pays $5,644 a year
Only 2 homes pay more. Everything else is less. So unless somebody can show it to me, I didn't look at Rich Barn. Could be some on there. So I mean, it just doesn't make any sense what's going on here. And to me, his neighbor that spoke, that's directly up against the back of his property, means a lot. Granted, the firefighter that came forward, hopefully you're going to work if it gets approved, work with the neighbors, try to shield some of this, try to reduce the noise. Maybe only during the day. I'm sure you're only doing it during the day. I hope so. But we can put stipulations, and I'm for any of that. If we want to revise the motion and include these things to protect the residents, I'm okay with that too. But my second still stands. Of course, we can modify that.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before I go to Commissioner Hawkins, and then we'll let you do your 5-minute rebuttal, sir. You guys have been very good so far. Please let's not ruin that. You're fine holding your sign. You've had your time to speak. Please do not speak from the audience from this point forward. If you speak from the audience from this point forward, I'm going to ask you to leave. Okay? All right, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you. That was going to be my question in regards to the motion is whether or not you're going to include the conditional use options that they presented today. The other thing, and to Commissioner Champion's point, the firefighter that came up, I think it was important to note that he took, and he stated this in his testimony, that he actually took the video or the noise, the audio from the Good Neighbor Trail, which is actually across the street from his residence on Rich Barn. So it wasn't at his residence, which I thought was important to note. Dealing with noise complaints in the past in code enforcement, it's actually from your property, so I just wanted to note that as well.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Miller?
Mr. Chair, can I have Mr. Johnston read back into the record again his self-imposed conditions that he would like to see included so we can make sure we have them as part of the motion?
I'll give him that opportunity at the end of his 5-minute rebuttal. I'll offer some time. We got Commissioner Locko as well now. Commissioner Locko.
Yeah, I just figured to just do it now. So I'll tell you, one of the biggest challenges today is that we have everybody who's come up under oath, and we've had such significant discrepancies in the facts provided, and it's really, it's almost unfathomable that it can be that far apart what I'm hearing. Now, I do have concerns about, again, this idea of, it's non-transferable, and now we're talking about another way of making that happen, prohibiting rezonings, that kind of thing. The 2 non-residential employees, limiting it to that, but if it's only a business that does 2 to 4 hours a week, I don't understand why that provision even needs to be there. I mean, my concern, and I will go, is it industrial? I think it qualifies as industrial. Okay, I mean legally, I think it does, whether we like it or not, because, but it's. I get concerned about that slippery slope, and I just want to be out in the open and say this, okay? Because it could be 1 employee today, and if the business does well, it might be 3, and then it's not going to be 2 hours a day or 4 hours a day or a week or whatever. It gets bigger and bigger, and that's my concern, is that there's no mechanism to make sure it stays small. And that's my biggest concern with this, is that we're taking something, we're already talking about hundreds, maybe upwards of 1,000 monuments already on the property. That's not small. That's not a small business anymore. And that's my please be respectful from the audience. Thank you. That's not a small business anymore. You're talking about it's pretty large when you get that point. And that's my concern. And I get it. And listen, we're all been small business owners. I think this is stretching the limits, and that's just my personal opinion.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would tend to agree with you on that, except that I believe that those monuments are it's storage, right? So they bought, in testimony, I think I heard, the way that I heard it, is that they bought a large inventory from a business that closed down recently in the last couple of years. So there was a lot of inventory. They were able to purchase that, I would assume, and Mr. Johnson can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that they probably got a very good discount for buying that amount, and now they're working on the monuments that come in. So it's more inventory than it is production, is what I'm hearing to that point. So and I'm sure in Mr. Johnson's statement as rebuttal, we'll get some clarification on those things. The one thing that I want to point out, and noise was the biggest factor. The thing that stands out to me is that the neighbors directly in the perimeter of the property in question are all in support of this. And then the neighbors that gave their addresses, I looked up, and I mean, they're closer to the affordable hybrid repair of Tampa Bay. They're closer to all these other places. I mean, McCall Road and Weatherby with the last gentleman that came up there's no way that noise is a problem here. And so, when we look at it objectively, it sounds, what I'm hearing from the residents that it's emotional and subjective, and there wasn't any testimony from that side today that would sway me from being an objective person. Emotionally, I can understand where they're coming from. They don't like to see the storage of these monuments in this particular property. I would hope that we could solve that today, with a time exception of getting those things under control and removing them from visible areas of their drive, right? But noise was brought up several times, and I don't understand how the people that are directly around the property don't have a problem with the noise, but the people that live so much further away or across the street from the Good Neighborhood Trail and Rich Barn have that issue.
Commissioner, thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko.
Yeah, and I just wanted to respond about storage. That's not what we're here for.
Right.
Okay, and that's part of the concern over time is this expansion. When you have 700 to 1,000 monuments on your property, maybe they shouldn't be there. Okay, you know what I'm saying? If it's a small business, and then and maybe they shouldn't be stored there because we're not talking about outdoor storage. We're talking about the engraving of monuments. And so that's where I'm getting a little concerned. You see tractor trailers full of this stuff coming. That's a little concerning to me. Again, that's that creep that I'm worried about. Mm-hmm. I get it. I may not be, I just want to make sure the board understands where I'm coming from, or my concerns.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go to the applicant for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Very brief. And I'm going to have Joe Merritt come up and add a couple of things. But commissioners, there was discussion about it being industrial, and I just want to say this. It's not industrial manufacturing. The company is classified as industrial or manufacturing if they primarily engage in cutting, shaping, finishing granite, marble, or slate. We don't do any of those things. We don't have any heavy industrial, large-scale saws to cut stone blocks. We do not shape, saw, or manufacture any monuments from raw stone. All we do is engraving. Same engraving we've done right in front of the courthouse here at different things that you've seen. It's a simple process, but that's that. The other thing is that somehow we're operating more frequently than what I've represented to you. If it was more frequently than what I've represented to you, it would not be incidental to the home residential character of the neighborhood. It would be something entirely different. And so if you want those types of limitations, we're good with that because that's why we're here. We're not here to increase the size of this business. We have Joe and maybe a helper. Okay? If we build up to as big as it potentially could be, we're not going to be there because it's not incidental to the residential business and would not fall under home occupancy. But I just want you all to be aware of that. And they're going to be obscured. The inventory that's there, you mentioned it, but the 6 next door neighbors don't have any objection. There's no noise issue with them. But again, the inventory will be obscured from vision and removed within the 90-day period we talked about. It's just not real easy to move those stones, but we can get it done and will. It's a process, and that's why we asked for a few more days. Joe, he wants to respond to a couple of specific issues.
Right. Most of this was hit on, but I just wanted to mention that, again, the folks that, had signed our letter that are in support of us are our immediate, they're our neighbors. Most of these folks that talk today are not our neighbors. I've never met not one of them. In regards to the inventory that we have, yes, we did acquire inventory from the Pearl Memorials that was in Citrus County. They closed down about 10 plus years ago. The gentleman passed. The son did not continue with the business. He had approached us about buying it. He wanted quite a bit for it initially. We reached back out to him later on to ask about purchasing something individual from him. And he said, by the way, I've sold the property, make me an offer. If you do not buy it, I'm burying it. Okay, so we bought it for hardly nothing. Yes, we have a lot out there. The stock that I use mostly is confined into an area that's probably maybe a 20 by 10 area. Okay, so a lot of the stuff that we have is not usable. It's remnants. It's stuff that we could possibly do something with, for a discount or something if somebody was looking for something unique. So it looks like we're this huge, major manufacturing facility, and we're not. All we do is engrave the stones a few days a month. We have no high-end equipment. In fact, the only power that I use to do the job is I have a window unit in a small office, and I have one light that's inside of my booth where I do the engraving. Other than that, that's it. The only machinery that I use to do the actual work is a compressor that you pull behind your vehicle. It hooks up to a pot, and we actually do the work inside of the booth. Your hand is inserted inside the booth. Okay, so as far as the noise that these folks are saying, when we had our workshop, Daryl asked if I could crank up our compressor, and I did for these folks. They heard it. They still are saying that we're producing all this noise, and we're not. One lady even mentioned that it used to be louder until we got silencers. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's all I had to say, but I appreciate you guys listening to us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, back to the board. Commissioner Amsler.
So, Mr. Chairman, if Steph may clarify the additional items that we...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson.
Do you want me to give this to Michelle, or do you want me to read it?
If you could read it, that'd
Okay,
be great.
I'll read it real quick. Number one, that the special exception or conditional use, or however y'all convert it, should not be transferable to any new owner and is limited to this property while the applicant owns the property, the Merritt family. Number two, limit to 2 non-resident employees. There's only one at the moment. He sometimes has a helper come along and pays him part-time to do that, but it would only be 2. It's going to be, that's it. And prohibit a change in zoning. Again, we talked about this. We don't want to create an illegal condition to the approval or denial, however y'all do it. But if we try to change any of the zoning of this property to something that's more intensive, not less, if we wanted to go pure ag, maybe that shouldn't change things, but a zoning change would invalidate the special exception / conditional use permit. Those are the 3 that we talked about. Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
The only one that's missing that
In the 90 day.
Correct.
Yes, and the 90 days to obscure, remove from the front and obscure in any other part of the property. It's going to be in the back of the property, and it's probably going to be encased in some either bushes or fencing.
Mr. DiPablo, thank you, sir. Mr. DiPablo, there was a question about how the 90 days would be enforced. Can you address that?
Yes. Once it's a condition, our code enforcement and or our zoning inspecting team would go out and verify and work with the applicant. Actually, even as we approach the 90 days, it wouldn't happen on day 90 to ensure that it's cleaned up by then.
And if he wasn't in compliance, what would happen, sir?
Well, I think he could be cited, and then he would have to follow those, those processes for being cited for going against performance conditions that the Board County Commission has put in place.
Chairman Campbell, I can assure you, if we're at day 80 and it doesn't look like we can accomplish by day 90, we're going to be in contact with staff about that. But I can also tell you that if in day 80 we're done, we're going to let staff know that as well, and they can schedule their inspection anytime.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Jobin.
I just have 2 quick points. To comply with state law, I believe we need to include as a condition that the special exception / conditional use would expire if the applicant no longer maintained his monument license with the Department of Financial Services.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Jobin, I think unless we want to put it as a condition, but I think the ordinance already states that the special exception becomes null and void after 1 year of not operating as it was originally approved.
The state law, chapter 497.551 requires that we maintain, our zoning code has to, gel with the
Okay.
state's requirements.
Okay, just want to make sure, thank you.
And just to clarify for the motion, since you, to deal with the not continuing past the merits ownership, it's a motion under the same circumstances, but as converted into a conditional use. That's the way you would do that.
That's 5 conditions we have.
I'm going to add another one.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, he asked you a specific question. You're good.
That's the motion is converted into one from a special exception to one for conditional use.
You understand what he's telling you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I was.
Okay. All right. You good, Mr. Jobin?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Amsler?
Oh, go ahead.
Your light's still on.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Champion?
Thank you. The only thing I guess it goes without saying, but he needs to abide by the noise ordinance, and noise ordinance is measured from the front of the home. That, so each of these homes, if there was a complaint, they go with a meter and they stand in front of the home, like the one across in Richburn, and it shouldn't exceed that 0.75. I believe that's the number. Don't quote me on that. But I think it's 0.75, but it should not exceed that. If it does, then you'd be in violation of the sound ordinance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Commissioner Laco?
Yeah, I was just wanting clarification of the, with 90 days to obscure it. We heard fence or bushes, but bushes are not going to grow in 90 days. So is it a fence? I'm asking. I didn't make the motion.
I think you just say 95%, 100% opacity, and if bushes can't do it, Commissioner Laco, it's gonna have to be a fence or something like that.
To what height are we talking? Usually 6 foot?
Yeah, I wouldn't go higher than that. I don't think it needs to be because Weatherly's lower than this property most of the way.
I'm trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm talking to the board that's made the motion here. What is the obscuring? Is it a 6 foot fence? What is it? Because it's got to be written very clearly in the conditions.
You made the motion. Right, so that's, we'd have to do something before the bushes come in, so.
Okay, Commissioner Amsler?
So, Commissioner Hawkins, did you have a comment on this? Because you were the one who wanted to make sure it was in compliance in 90 days specifically.
Yeah, I think it needs to be 100% opacity, either at a 6 foot height.
From Weatherly?
Yes, from Weatherly. Because that's the main entrance for the residential areas that go back. So it need to be 100% opacity from Weatherly.
Okay.
And that could be accomplished with either a fence or bushes at 6 foot high.
And likely will be fence initially and then a bush maybe.
Okay. Can you restate your motion?
So motion to approve with those 5 conditions and the added 100% opacity.
As a conditional use permit.
As a conditional use permit. Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Your second, Stan?
Yes.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay. We're gonna go to a vote. Got a motion in favor from Commissioner Amsler. A second from Commissioner Champion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes 4-1. Okay. I'm gonna allow just a minute for anybody who wants to clear out. While they're doing that, I'll address E9. E9 was postponed, so if there's anybody here for E9, that has been postponed. Please take the conversations outside. Okay, we're going to move on to E10. Mr. DePablo.
Thank you. We're shifting gears into rezoning applications. The next item before you is a rezoning petition submitted by Dirt Dog 11011 LLC on behalf of Dirt Dog 0 LLC. This is file number H2552. Request before you is a rezoning from Ag and Plan Development Project Neighborhood Commercial with specific C1 uses for general commercial use, and to establish an associated master plan. This property is located on the west side of Sunshine Grove Road, directly across from Spring Ridge subdivision. The subject site is currently zoned agricultural with a special exception for a civic club. The applicant is requesting elimination of the approved special exception and a rezoning as indicated. On January 12, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the petitioner's request for the rezoning. And staff has also reviewed the request and recommends approval. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller for a detailed presentation.
Good morning, afternoon yet? Not good morning still. Michelle Miller again for the record. As Mr. DePablo had indicated, the subject site is located off of Sunshine Grove Road. The petitioner has requested a rezoning to Plan Development Project Neighborhood Commercial with some specific C1 general commercial uses. These include comparison goods, retail food stores, domestic and business service establishments, domestic and business repair establishments, business training schools, dry cleaning establishments, antique stores, secondhand stores, and veterinary clinics. The deviation that is requested, there is only one, and that is a reduction in the front setback along Sunshine Grove Road. The county engineer did not have a concern related to that setback reduction. The only thing that they specified is that there may be additional right-of-way along Sunshine Grove Road, and that the petitioner shall need to coordinate with them at the time of development to ensure that enough right-of-way is preserved for the site. The Planning and Zoning Commission did approve the staff recommendation without modifications to any conditions, and so I will turn it over to the applicant for any additional information that they can provide.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Lacey, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicant, and I have been sworn. Let me go to the property sign for a sec. I'll bring this over if I can. The property is located north of State Road 50, quite a distance up here across from Spring Ridge, which is the community on the eastern side. The power line comes down here in between them. The intersection with Spring Ridge Plumeria is essentially scheduled to be signalized in the next 18 months or so, and we are directly across from it. We worked with the county engineer specifically on this, so this would be to placement of neighborhood commercial would be the ideal location along Sunshine Grove Road, would be at a signalized intersection. The applicant is asking to place a small neighborhood commercial plaza in this location. Will comply with the county's engineer's request for additional right-of-way to be provided if necessary for that signalization that's going on there. And we're in agreement with all the staff conditions. I think this is an ideal location for this. It will provide some services in this area with people having not to go down to State Road 50, get on 50 and go to other places like that. And it's limited to those kinds of uses that the people would be using and then want to see close to where their house is. I think that says it. There's only one thing, Michelle, that I had a request for that I see on here is the buffer along the east side, which would be along Sunshine Grove Road. It's indicated to be an 80% opacity, and that would essentially be the window to where the commercial is. So I wouldn't think that would be, we're looking at putting a landscape buffer that 5 feet and using it for landscaping in there, but not hiding the commercial building behind that. So I don't think the 80% opacity makes, in our view, much sense at that location. Other than that, the 80% opacities on the other three makes sense. We provided a large buffer to the west, which is the rural parcels that are to the west of this. The parcels to north and south and all along Sunshine Grove Road are emanating into types of uses that are people are not putting a single house on these 5-acre parcels. They're being used for other kinds of things, and we have obviously a major roadway that's servicing there that's signalized down at 50, and it will be signalized here at the entrance of this property. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments.
Commissioner Lockout.
Thanks. Can you clarify because it looks to me like the property directly to the north is a residential property. can we verify that it is or is not? Because that would be my only
Well-
concern. You have a nice big buffer to the rear, but if there's a home to the north that's residential,
I doubt that, I don't want to project into the future, but I don't anticipate that there's going to be a lot of residential remaining along the roadway over time.
no, I get that, but currently, right now, it looks like there is a home that's there. A single-family residence to the north.
And we're providing a, what's that, 20-foot
10 foot.
buffer?
It says 10-foot buffer.
And with 80% opacity. I understand where you're coming from.
In the meantime, if they're using it for the,
in the short term,
the zoning it is.
in the short term, that might make sense. In the long term, it probably doesn't make sense. But I mean, if the board feels there should be more, a slightly larger one, we can't get to 35 feet. The property doesn't have the width to do that.
Yeah, I get it. I just, like I said, I just thought it needed to be brought up because
Yeah.
I'm looking at this and going, if somebody lives here full-time as a residence and it is residential for them, then we need to do something to provide a significant buffer, whether it's one of those ugly white fences or something like that, along with.
It could be a fence. If you wanted to.
I say ugly because I don't like them, not because they're ugly.
Being Candler sand soils, it's likely that the fence would want to go up anyway. It's going to be very difficult to get the 80% opacity. So I'd have no trouble putting a fence along with that buffer that exists.
With the buffer.
With the buffer and the fence, yes, on that north side.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir, unless there's other questions.
All right, don't see any other lights. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public want to speak on this item, E10? Seeing none? Closing public comment. You have a rebuttal, sir?
Nope.
All right. Commissioner Lockup.
Yeah, there's obviously nobody here to speak on this, so with the potential that this could very likely change over time, I would be okay with the condition if it says there'd be a fence initially, but if the property to the north of it is no longer, or becomes a commercial property, that the
We just stay with the
foliage
buffer.
would be enough.
Commissioner Hamser? Oh, I'm sorry. You good, sir?
No,
Thank you.
it's fine.
Commissioner Hamser?
Does staff have a map of this area for the comp plan?
Yes, sir.
Just want to get a larger idea of the area.
If I,
You want to
Yes,
talk
sir.
about it?
if I may, while Mrs. Miller is putting up the comp plan, right now, the comp plan designation for this area is rural, so there is no immediate or potential growth from a land use standpoint. The fact that the applicant has acquired 4.9 acres of neighborhood commercial, if you look at our current comprehensive plan, they have maxed out what could be requested along that corridor for neighborhood commercial. And so expansion into this area could only be done through agricultural commercial to meet the rural land use designation, or it would require comp plan amendments. As of right now, this is not a hot spot that staff is looking at, and so there is no immediate intent to change the rural land use designation. So just wanted to put that on the record since now we're on the topic of comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hamser?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm a bit torn on this one because this is such a rural area and this is zoned agricultural. There are some businesses on the edges of this area. It's largely kind of residential agricultural, a large patch of it. I do really love the design of this, don't get me wrong. But you know, the feedback that I'm getting from the community left and right, beat over my head, is concern for agricultural properties. And, but it is, I mean, it looks like a quality development. I mean, it might change, but what's in the, been explained to me by staff, it looks like a quality development, so, it is interesting.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I can say we do have the school complex across the way from us. You know, we have Spring Ridge across. Everything to the east essentially is And the traffic, it's the traffic that's really coming up and down and utilizing that road. And this will provide a place for people that will be coming down there, and they could use this without going down to State Road 50. I anticipate that's mostly what it would all be.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, Omar, this is not a comp plan amendment.
Correct. So the rural does allow neighborhood commercial.
Yeah, and
the maximum that allows is 5 acres.
yeah, understood. And Commissioner Amsler, to your point, I understand where you're coming from. The property directly to the south of this, like adjacent south, parallel, is the Marine Corps League, which is a civic association. They've got a lot of traffic. They do events all the time, all year round. So, you know, I see where you're going with it, but there's already a lot of this type of activity already happening. And I would assume that they're falling under the same.
The Marine Lodge or facility is a special exception for fraternal organization.
Got it.
So they keep their underlying zoning and they get the overlay for the special exception.
Okay, so I just want to bring this to the attention of the board. It's page 394 in the packet. And so neighborhood commercial, that's what they're entitled to.
Yes.
In this particular case. They're asking for above and beyond that as well. So they're asking for some C1 uses as well. So what they're allowed to do in neighborhood commercial by right is convenience stores, personal service establishments, whatever that means, business, professional, and nonprofit organizations, to your point, Commissioner Hawkins, public offices and utility facilities, alcoholic beverage dispensing, delis, and restaurants with 40 or less seat capacity, daycare centers, nursing care homes. What they're asking for in addition to that, not by right, is comparison goods, retail food stores, domestic and business service establishments, domestic and business repair establishments, business training schools, and dry cleaning establishments.
And if I may.
And antique stores, secondhand stores, and veterinary clinics.
And if any of those C1 uses are a problem to the board, I mean, we obviously can discuss if we want to remove some of those aspects that are being requested under C1.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you know, I do like the plan. Thanks, Commissioner Hawkins, for pointing out the Marine Corps building there. I was catering some events there like 20 years ago, so I'm aware of its location. I also happen to know the current individual in charge of the Young Marines there, which I encourage you to take a look at if you have kids. It's a great program. I do really like the development. I don't know if I'm sold on it yet in its current shape and form. I look forward to discussion about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko.
Omar, or Michelle, can you clarify what domestic and business repair establishments would include?
Want me to pull it up on the code, or do you?
It's kind of an antiquated description. I'll let Ms. Miller look at it, but I think because our code is so old, I think it even includes typewriter repairs. I mean, that's.
So if they open that up, there's not much to business.
Yeah, so there's a handful of items, and basically what we do is how the code currently exists. We use those as kind of like the platform to do code interpretation until such time we can rewrite that, and we're currently in the process of that. And so, but you can kind of mimic other uses that would fit into that category. I'll let Ms. Miller speak on those.
Yes, take a trip back to 1973 with me for a second. It is a small electrical appliances, radios, and television repairs, reupholstery and furniture repairs, bicycle leather goods, locks, guns, and musical instruments, and business machine and typewriter repairs. That's the repair establishments. Okay. And then the service establishments are stenographic services, duplicating, mailing, and stenographic services, blueprinting and photocopying services, window cleaning, floor waxing, office cleaning and janitorial, disinfecting and exterminating services, ambulance services, and catering services.
What was the one before the last one?
Oh, ambulance.
Ambulance. Okay,
Yep.
so that would be something that, might be a problem. I'm trying to think about noise. with this. I wanted to make sure there wasn't automotive repair, boat repair as part of that, an ambulance coming in and out of there, I don't know. Is it just being stored there? So those are just some of the things I want to make sure we're taking into consideration. It's directly across the street from the entrance to a gated community. A lot of the stuff sounds like it would be great. You go across the street, you go see a seamstress, or, you had some furniture that needed to be repaired, or, those types of things, or, but a secondhand store, they're pretty popular right now, those types of things. But I just want to make sure from a noise perspective that we're not adding something there that's going to be detrimental to the community.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, the petitioner has indicated that they are completely comfortable with removing that use to avoid any potential concern about noise.
Which use, that specific one or the domestic business repair establishment? Because I don't think.
The whole thing, the domestic and business service establishment, that the entire category.
Repair establishment.
Okay. Yeah, and reading the list, I mean, if I was going to have an issue with any of them, it would be the ones in the neighborhood commercial, and that's what you're allowed by right. But good. I did want to just bring up the fact that they are, reaching a little outside of that, so everybody was on the same page. Is everybody on board with removing the domestic and business service establishment?
Yes.
Okay. And repair.
And the repair establishment, both of those. Okay. So that just leaves outside of what they're entitled to. It leaves comparison goods, retail food stores, business training schools, dry cleaning establishments, antique stores, secondhand stores, and veterinary clinics.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I got a motion for approval and a second with those changes.
Mr. Chair, I'm
yeah.
so sorry. Are we incorporating Commissioner Alaco's request from previous related to the fence along the northern boundary?
Yes.
Yes. Can we spell that out?
Yeah. So if I understand the way that it was presented, that a 6-foot high opaque fence is required now. In the future, if that building to the north of that property to the north was ever deemed commercial, it could be hedges or bushes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
And if I could ask one more quick, and that would be to remove the 80% opacity on the east boundary, which is where the road is, the 4-lane roadway. That would be the entrance to our commercial area. And just will be a landscape buffer, and so 80% opacity for all of the 3 sides, but remove the opacity from the front of it.
They didn't. They don't want to remove it.
That's your motion.
So from Sunshine Grove Road.
Yeah. It's where you're looking in from Sunshine Grove Road, not to hide what's behind there, behind that 5-foot buffer. It's an 80%. The staff puts an 80% opacity on all the buffers, and they list that as a special note underneath there. I just would like to remove the 80% from that eastern end so you can actually see into the property.
Right. I'd like to have more discussion with that with the board.
Okay. Commissioner Alaco.
Well, I mean, I don't know what would be the point of having a business that you can't see.
You can't see, right.
I mean, I don't know what the thought process was leading up to that. So, I mean, I get that. One of the things I was, I don't want to call out a specific comparison goods store, but I hope it's not going to be the typical brown box sitting across the street. I'd just like to bring that. I hope that's not where this is going. I'm hoping it's something a little bit more unique to the community. But to me, I don't think it makes sense to have a opaque fencing to the road.
I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Well, so let's talk about that comparison goods store for a minute if there's a concern. So you're talking about stores that are popping up all over the place that you might go in and be able to buy things cheap.
A big chain store that shows up everywhere and doesn't maintain the buildings.
Yes.
It's very unlikely. I'm trying to think how unlikely it'd be to put it there, but
you want to just remove it?
If the board wants to remove it, you can remove that.
Okay.
Or you can say any comparison goods store would have to have architectural features approved by the staff.
Mr. DePablo?
Mr. Jobin, since we're hinting on a particular brand and the petitioner is not amenable to removing the comparison goods as a use in general.
He is. He said he would.
Yeah, so we'd be removing in the C1 general
We could
commercial
either
would be
remove it,
comparison good. domestic.
either remove it or indicate if it's the looks of it that we're talking about, that comparison goods store would have to have architectural features reviewed by the staff, which we've done on a couple of other different types of projects than this, but we've used that condition before.
I think we're
it
leaning
helps to
towards
make it
removing
fit.
it.
Yeah, to make it fit.
I think it makes it fit more with a neighborhood, you get an office building, it looks nice. They make, you get a metal building with, that the paint's faded in 3 years and then they don't do anything with it until it falls apart. That's not good for the community, especially when you're coming out of a community directly across the street. I mean, I guess I would be okay if it had some architectural features that had to be approved, if it's going to be that type of thing. I just want to make sure it's not an eyesore to the community that's going to come out of that entrance every single day.
Correct. And my concern was I want to make sure that we worded it correctly, so that's why I mentioned Mr. Jobin's name, to make sure it didn't cause any legal issues. I think we can use Ms. Miller, correct me if I'm wrong, we've used some language in the past that the developer will work with staff on commercial standards,
Right,
elements,
at the time of site
textures, and reliefs.
Correct, at the time of site development.
Yep, thank you.
I would add that to my motion.
The architectural standards?
Yes, sir. Second stands.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Amsler.
I think the agricultural standards make sense. I don't think the fence makes sense. I don't think that makes any sense. I agree with that.
Okay. So we got a motion. We got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
4-1. Thank you. All right, we're on to E11.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. The next item before you is master plan revision submitted by Joseph Pastore on behalf of Joseph Pastore and Robin Pastore and Anthony Credenzo. This is file number H2554. Request before you is a master plan revision on property zone plan development project highway commercial. Special exception used for outdoor storage with deviations. Its location is west side of US Highway 19, approximately 950 feet north of Ridge Road. On their January 12, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning and Zoning voted 4-0 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners adopt the resolution approving the petitioner's request as indicated. Staff has reviewed the petitioner's request and also has recommended approval. And if I may, real quick, Ms. Miller will speak to this, but this project was actually approved in 2007, and they're coming back to reestablish that master plan with some minor changes. And I'll turn over to Ms. Miller for those changes and what the actual proposed use will be at this time. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Michelle Miller again for the record. The petitioner in front of you today is requesting a master plan revision, and they are seeking to eliminate the outside storage as an approved use. It was previously included in the master plan approval. With that, they are looking to incorporate a 7,000 square foot office. 7,000 square foot building with approximately 1,000 square feet for office use, with the remaining area intended for maintenance and storage. They are seeking the setback reduction along US 19 from 125 feet to 75 feet, and they do have a request to eliminate the frontage road. They are looking to eliminate that along with that setback reduction. The engineering department did state that the frontage road is required due to the project's frontage along Commercial Way, and the frontage road shall be provided at a minimum width of 50 feet. The current plan, as submitted by the petitioner, shows 25 feet. So at the if the board does approve the master plan, they will be required to make updates to their master plan to incorporate that 50-foot frontage road. There's no potential for a waiver for this road from the Department of Public Works, as US 19 is a frontage road corridor. Other than that, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the petitioner's request based on staff recommendation with no changes to the performance conditions. So I will turn it over to the petitioner.
Commissioner Locko.
Yes, can you just clarify, or maybe we need to get Scott up here, with a frontage road, the business to the north, directly to the north of it, how does that work? Because they have, looks like it's just pavement. I don't know that there's necessarily a defined roadway going north and south.
I will defer to, Mr. Herring, can I defer to you on that? I'm sorry. He has to hold on for just one moment.
Right, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Hawkins, come back to,
Yeah,
that.
just and I was kind of leaning towards that as
Okay.
well. And just mentioning that this, on the surface, and I haven't heard from the applicant yet, but it looks like an improvement from the original.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of.
Get rid of outdoor storage would be great.
Yeah, getting rid of outdoor storage, having a 7,000 square foot building with an office inside, it's an improvement.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
I have no problem with this. I make a motion to approve, but we have to keep the frontage road like staff's recommended or asked for. Thank you.
And that's currently built into the conditions of approval.
It is. All right, second.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Champion for approval, second by Commissioner Hawkins. Mr. Herring is making his way.
I feel like we need theme music here.
His way downtown.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Scott Herring, Public Works Director, County Engineer. As I understand it, the motion is for approval with the frontage road. I have no problem with that. As y'all have known me, every time I've stood up in front of y'all, I have always required a frontage road. So, in looking at the parcel to the north, which I'm not going to show you on my screen because as much as I'd like to, I'm not going to turn my laptop into the public record.
How old is it?
Y'all will let me do that? There is not one there, but there has to be some type of provision. The frontage road could be constructed in such a way that it will provide cross-access to the parcel to the north and the parcel to the south, which while not being a true frontage road will still help meet the requirements and the intent of a frontage road. I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Does that answer your question?
I guess in time it will.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're gonna turn it over to the applicant. Please state your name, spell your last name. You're gonna have 15 minutes.
Holly Garman, Pro Civil 360, and I have been sworn in at GARMAN. Y'all get me today, not him. As for we concur with all of staff recommendations, the frontage road, we do have a reverse frontage road on the plan. So if they were amenable to that, and also on number 4, the utility capacity analysis, we would just like to add, if warranted, into the condition instead of required, because it is less than 8,000 GPD per day.
Okay, anything further?
No, we concur with everything. We're agreeable. Don't
Okay,
ask any questions.
awesome, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on this item, E11?
Looks like it's
Seeing none, closing public comment, back to the board. So I got a motion and a second. Any further comment? Would you like to amend the petitioner made a request in regards to the utilities? It says it's required. She wanted. Can you
clarify that, please?
Okay, number 4, let me put my glasses on. Number 4 states the petitioner shall submit a utility capacity analysis and provide connection to the applicable utility systems in accordance with the county code ordinance at the time of site development. We would ask that it be, if warranted, because we fall under the threshold of 1,000 for water.
I see utilities shaking their head. I agree with that. I'll amend the motion to approve that.
Second stands.
Okay, we got a motion. We got a second that stands. Commissioner Locko.
Yep, just to clarify, if utilities became available, they would be required to connect to it.
Connect, right.
Correct. Okay. All right. Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're on to item E12.
Item E12 is a master plan revision submitted by Solid Rock Property Group on behalf of DMMD1 LLC. This is file number H2555. The request before you is a master plan revision on property zone plan development project general commercial to include all office professional uses and specific C2 general commercial uses. This is located on the southeast corner of Countering Road and State Road 50. On January 12, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners adopt the resolution approving the petitioner's request. Staff has reviewed the petitioner's request and recommends approval. And just for the pleasure of the board, this parcel has existed in its current zoning state. I'm guessing approaching almost a decade. So and it's been revised subsequently. So today is as much of the master plan revision as it is the establishment of the master plan in order to start construction. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Michelle Miller for the record. This specific parcel actually came to our attention because there's actually a request for this corner piece here to be developed as a fueling station, since it is part of a larger plan development and currently part of a larger parcel. So you can see here, the area question is here. The entirety of the master plan is being sought to be reestablished at this time. The only thing currently in the works for actual construction itself is the convenience store with the 12 vehicle fueling stations. The remainder of the parcel will be developed at a later time as end users do come in. The specific requests as included today are for a rezoning for the property zone plan development project general commercial to include all office professional uses and specific C2 general commercial uses. The specific C2 include drive-in restaurants, tire and automotive accessory establishments, automotive specialty establishments, automotive service establishments, veterinarian or animal clinics and hospital service establishments, alcoholic beverage dispensation, mini warehouses, and hospital emergency service establishments. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, the P&Z did approve the petition with staff recommendation with no modifications to the conditions of approval. And just in purpose of the future land use, this is included in the I-75 State Route 50 PDD, and the proposed uses are consistent with the strategies of that PDD. And as you can see, the zoning map as it is right now, CPDD. We've got the Plan Development Project Industrial to the south, existing PDP-GC zoning, and then surrounded by a mixture of agricultural C2 and AR2 uses. And with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Amsler.
Motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion to approve by Commissioner Amsler, second by Commissioner Champion. Yes, sir.
I don't want to stop progress, but I would like to take the 80% opacity away from where the northern boundary and the western boundary of the property, which are adjacent to roadways.
It's a commercial parcel.
It's commercial parcels, so the staff has an overriding condition they put in there that all buffers will be 80% opacity. I think where we're adjacent to roads, we really want to look at that a little differently, not block people from seeing the commercial there. Other than that, we have no problem with the staff recommendations at all.
I got bad news for you. Commissioner Amsler has his light on. Commissioner Amsler.
How about this? How about it makes sense for me to take that away and just to meet staff's requirements on architectural standards along. How's that?
I think it's a large project, so yeah, I mean, I believe that wouldn't be.
Fence doesn't make sense, right?
Where they're already, I don't want to get into the architectural standards for the convenience store that's probably already well under design on the corner. So I hate to bring that up at this point in time for that particular parcel. As far as the rest of the project's concerned.
If I may, I would concur with Mr. Lacey that almost all of your convenience stores have their own prototypes. I think we can work with the developer on the balance of the project to make sure it's a cohesive and agriculturally appealing project.
Yeah, like I drive around the state and around Central Florida. There's communities where the 7-Eleven looks totally different, in different areas than it does in other areas. So I think there's probably a little bit of flexibility there.
We can work with it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I don't want to put a burden upon business, but they also made that decision beforehand. So I mean,
100%, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good point. Okay, I don't see any other lights. You may take a seat. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E12? Item E12? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to your rebuttal, sir.
No, just taking the opacity off of the two, north and the west.
All right, and you're good with that on your, revised. You're good with that on your second. All right, I got a motion by Commissioner Amsler, a second by Commissioner Champion. Any further conversation? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you. Are you guys good to go? One more? Or you want to take a minute?
One more.
You guys good over there? Okay.
Or until the big one, if you,
Mr. Chair, this one might actually have some
Definitely before.
This one
significant
might?
conversation
All right.
as well. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Be back at 12:48. We're back in order. We're on E13. Mr. DePablo.
Thank you. The next item is a master plan revision submitted by Direwolf Holdings LLC, H 2545. Request before you is for a master plan revision, a combined plan development project. This overall project includes single family, general commercial, and special use areas with deviations. Property is located on the northwest corner of Grand Entro Boulevard and Broad Street, also known as US Highway 41. At their January 12th, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Commission voted 4-0 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners adopt the resolution approving the master plan revision. And if I may, just real quick, Ms. Miller's going to go through it. The only thing that is being requested today is revisions to the commercial aspect of the previously approved master plan. The residential is staying intact. Ms. Miller will go into the details of what's being requested. With that, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Michelle Miller for the record. As Mr. DePablo had indicated, the petitioner is proposing to increase the commercial acreage from 8 acres to 10 acres, and alongside with that, they are requesting to increase the total commercial square footage from 60,000 square feet to 80,000 square feet. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the petitioner's request and approved without any changes to the performance conditions. I will tell the board that there was substantial discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission as it related to access to Grand Entrada. And staff did remind the Planning and Zoning Commission that when this was in front of them in 2022, they had added a condition that would require the petitioner to coordinate with the Hernando Oaks HOA to determine if they had legal access to Grand Entrada. That ultimately was removed as a performance condition from the board at that time. The Planning and Zoning Commission ultimately opted to not include language as it related to legal access to Grand Entrada, as that would ultimately be necessary before they could submit for any site development. But other than that, no other changes were made to any of the conditions as it relates to this project. And so with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner to go over the project and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Amser.
Just for clarification, Ms. Miller, can you just clearly state the scope of this proposed change? You mentioned like the commercial increased usage, but
Yes.
can you just clarify for everyone?
Oh, absolutely. I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Lacey. He can walk you through where those changes are and what the ultimate impact is.
Thank you.
Thank you. You came out of nowhere. So.
Don Lacey, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicant, and I have been sworn. And I'll take your question first, Mr. Hansler. Essentially, the only change is to stretch the commercial up here. Before it was maybe half that size or so down there. We've stretched it up here along 41 in order to be able to get far enough from the Grand Entrada entrance there, and we've discussed this with DOT and they've agreed that an access point can be brought off into there, into the commercial at that point in time. That way, people coming southbound on US 41, people coming southbound on US 41 be able to access into this property without having to go down to Grand Entrada unnecessarily. And that's the only change in it. The other things I will note on here is we have shown where we would place, we're required to have some tree-lined roadway entrance. We've placed it down on the along the frontage road. This is a reverse frontage road coming down through the property. We placed it on that southern portion of the reverse frontage road so that there would be a tree-lined roadway on the portion that's closest down toward Grand Entrada. If I can step back into sort of going overall with this, this is US 41 along the eastern boundary of the property. This is Grand Entrada coming along here on the southern portion of the boundary. There are people here from Hernando Oaks, which we'll be talking to you shortly. Originally, the triangle of property from across this location down here like this was originally the village center in Hernando Oaks. So it was meant to have commercial and office, townhomes, residential, up to 50 lots of 50 units of residential. And that's all it came forward with the master plan. And essentially that parcel at some point in time in future was and this got to during the early aughts, there was plans to actually do more activity and enlarge the whole Hernando Oaks community. At that point in time, they were doing investment, they took in investors and stuff, and they were looking at that aspect of it. That did not happen. It eventually went through bankruptcy. Some of these parcels were essentially lost to the community. They became essentially individual parcels that the investors took with them. The last time the master plan was done for Hernando Oaks, they were shown as not included because they were essentially outside where the HOA is active. This project, though, very simply, if we can get back to this project, was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The parcel of property here, the triangle of property there, all of that was placed together as Dire Wolf, and with the residential here was approved. We established buffers. We established buffers, setbacks, everything in here. We're agreeing to everything that was there. The only request we're making is to bring that commercial up there, and this is an advantage to both the community and to our end of the project, because that will take unnecessary traffic off of 41 and bring it directly on into the community. Those are the only changes that were made to this. Other than that, everything is the same. So we're just essentially, and I can go through it for those that have. This portion of the project in gold is the residential portion. We've shown buffers. The buffers that are shown along Hernando Oaks and to the north are the same as they were before. The access point down here, which is a reverse frontage road that comes through the property from north to south, that frontage road is part of the conceptual frontage road that will come all the way from Wisconsin Road down through to Mason Smith Road, come through the Honeycutt parcels, come through whatever parcels develop north of here between the Honeycutt parcel and here, and will end up all the way down to Grand Entrada. That frontage road has been part of the Hernando Oaks approval since inception. I did this initially in the 90s, and that has been here historically all the way through, and that is an access point for the southern access point of the frontage road through here. You know, there is a small access point directly off of Grand Entrada into the commercial parcel. These were all constructed with the original Grand Entrada. These are all, when this parcel was part of that, all of these took place. The roundabout was placed there because that's where the frontage road was going to connect. And that is also why the gate for the community is this far back. It wasn't placed further to the front because this was going to be commercial and always been commercial, and it was going to have a frontage road connection. All of those things are historically accurate and in place, and we have some documents that you can review, you know, if you want to do at that point. But let's bring it back simply. All we're requesting today is the same master plan with that expanded commercial to the north, allowing for that access to 41. There's nothing else that we're asking for to do differently at all.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Lockup.
So let's talk about your expanded commercial and where you chose to do it. Why not use the commercial pod to the north and then reduce the likelihood of people wanting to come into Grand Entrada because they would be closer to the northern access point?
Why not extend that one?
Yes.
Well, as you will hear it also in there, this northern portion there, there's a large drainage structure and facility that goes through this whole area that you see there. That is going to end up being utilized for drainage and stuff. Some of the drainage actually comes from Hernando Oaks. This is not just drainage that would from this parcel. There are structures and everything in place now. The drainage of this area, while some of the drainage stays in here and will provide all the drainage that we'll need for the community for this project, but that drainage comes to a structure here and it goes across the street where the eventual final location of a lot of the drainage of Hernando Oaks ends up in that property on the other side. It's called the McQuail parcel. There's like a sinkhole in the wetland over there. But that's the reason we don't stretch it up into these directions. We already have the commercial up here, but the commercial down here will only start with us about that location.
Okay, so the answer is you can't move it because of the drainage.
That is, well, engineers can do a lot of stuff, so you can move a lot of stuff, but the idea is that that is a very difficult area to be working with, and we need that drainage aspect for the community itself. And it makes sense. There's always been, it's not like move the whole commercial up.
No, I'm not
there's
talking about moving the hole. You just expanded the commercial that you had at the bottom. And I
Right,
just
and-
want to know why you couldn't expand the one at the top rather than expanding the one at the bottom.
Well, one of the reasons we expanded at the bottom is essentially so we could get an access to this piece, because this is the piece that the people in Hernando Oaks are more concerned with. And we could actually stretch that up to where we can get another access point up there, so we can take some of that away, some of that access point away.
Okay.
That's the reason for doing it from the south side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any other lights on. You can have a seat, sir. Going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public that would like to speak on this item, E13, please approach the podium, state your name, please spell your last name, and please indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jim Nevins, resident of Hernando Oaks, member of the Board of Directors of the Homeowners Association, NEVENS, and I have been sworn. First thing I want to do, can I remove these? Is to clarify the situation on the ownership of Grand Entrada. This has been going on for 2.5 years. Everybody's spinning their wheels, and it's a waste of time and energy. So let me try and clarify it one more time. This is the dedication phase 1 of Hernando Oaks. 2002, I believe, is the date. Okay? There's a little paragraph right in here that speaks to the roads. Okay? And I can't read it, so I have transcribed it for everybody's benefit. It says the roadways, road rights of way designated as Grand Entrada are dedicated to the perpetual use and maintenance by the Homeowners Association. Okay. Further subject to non-exclusive egress and egress easements to the county, okay, but only for the purposes which the county renders, safety, access, and the rest of it. There's absolutely nothing in there that grants the county or anybody else the right for public access and use of this road. Okay? And I bring this up again because every time the subject comes up, somebody says, oh, we got to look at that thing and make sure we know what it says. Okay? So it says nothing. There's no public use. If public use was intended, it should have been written into that document. Okay? This is page 3 of the plat. This shows you Grand Entrada Boulevard. Okay? The guardhouse is approximately at that location. Okay? Again, one single parcel of land. Okay? Running the entire length of Grand Entrada. If there were going to be different entitlements with it, should have been 2 parcels of land, one where the break point was. None of that happened. Okay? And if you are unfamiliar with it, I just want to show you that. That's the entrance to the development. Okay? That is very important to our property values. That sets the stage for the entire community. The section to the north, okay, of this is the Grand Entrada property. All right? The prior approvals said that the improvements in that area, okay, quite a bit of which now reside on the Grand Entrada property, have to be preserved. Okay? And they're talking about a 20-foot buffer along there. Here's an overhead of the situation.
Thank you, sir.
Is that 3 minutes already?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Huh?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Commissioner.
Not for him specifically, for our attorney.
Okay, Commissioner Hawkins.
I just want clarification because I'm reading non-exclusive ingress and egress easements allow multiple parties such as neighbors, the public, or utility companies to share a specific access route, like a driveway across from the property owner's land. Is that the correct definition in the document that he stated?
Well, I mean, that's an issue that's been batted around for eons here on this particular, and the advice I've always given is they're going to have to seek a quiet title action to determine that in court.
Yeah, because I mean, the definition clearly states that that it allows multiple parties to use that road.
For selected purposes, not for general.
Well, allows for multiple parties such as neighbors, the public, or utility companies to share a specific access route. So I just wanted to get clarification on the definition, because that's how I'm reading the actual legal definition of that particular term.
As I've always advised all the parties to this case, the proposed developer and the other home association are going to have to fight that out.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir.
And it's outside the scope of what we're.
I understand. It's for my knowledge more than anything.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you for your patience.
Yes. Debbie Dennis, Dennis, and I have been sworn in. The Hernando County community has stated repeatedly that they have no objection to the construction requested by Direwolf. The only thing that we have asked is for the right to maintain the privacy and, most importantly, the safety of our established neighborhood to the maximum extent possible. At the meeting that we had requested with Mr. Pizer, who was not in attendance, and Coastal Engineering, there was discussion regarding the need to provide an alternative to accessing our private road, and we were advised that this was going to be done. There's a full median cut at the old furniture store on 41, which would make the most sense for primary access. A roundabout on Grand Entrada cannot handle the traffic that would result from permitting exposure to public access, and we would not agree with any changes to our private roads. A May 2022 letter from Bruce Parker, who was a former developer, a board of directors president, and a majority voting rights holder prior to the transition of the board at that time to the residents, further supports that the roads are private. Mr. Parker's letter. A recent decision handed down by the Circuit Court in Hernando County supported our right to maintain existing barriers that deny access to our private roads. We proposed to purchase the triangle of land adjacent to our entrance, and if that wasn't acceptable, at least a 100-foot tract of land to facilitate an acceptable buffer. We've had no response from the owner. Hernando Oaks is responsible for the maintenance of a large portion of the existing stormwater system. We could not get a response from the owner, Mr. Pizer, so we enlisted the assistance of an attorney to send a letter. Well, actually 2 letters, an initial letter and a follow-up letter with no response, so that we could access that property to maintain the drains. We do understand that this commission does not have the authority to determine legal or civil matters. However, a court does. I would like to submit the decision rendered by the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit in and for Hernando County, Florida on January the 16th, 2026, in response to a temporary injunction filed by Mr. Pizer, where it states that Grand Entrada is a private road, not a public thoroughfare. Further, that the use of Grand Entrada to access adjacent commercial property is permitted per our declaration. We feel that approving building or any other changes to the developer at this time is a waste of time until the acceptance of our roads as private is acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just leave that up there for you can leave it up there for 19 seconds.
Could we put back up the original proposed?
All right.
My name is Michael Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I have been sworn. I'm the president of Hernando Oaks Homeowners Association. We do not, in theory, object to the rezoning proposal proposing to extend the commercial property there in order to gain an additional access onto 41, because we believe that that is actually the solution to the problems as opposed to causing a bigger problem for us. And that is what I wanted it to look like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. I apologize. I got too many things going on here.
So that additional access point they show is coming off right about here. The problem with this is that it continues to show access to Grand Entrada, both here and at the roundabout. The court has already made a decision that that's not going to happen. We would like to propose a couple of alternatives. This is leaving the commercial property at the southern end of the development as it is, but certainly removes the access point here as well as here. And where they have their cut, we propose that that should become their main entrance. It can continue up and meet this reverse frontage road that apparently has been required by the county, but there is no requirement that that has to meet up with Grand Entrada. We acknowledge that in the original master plan for Hernando Oaks, the triangle was part of Hernando Oaks, and it made sense that we would access some of that off of our property. However, with the rezoning back in 22, the triangle was removed from Hernando Oaks, and any control that the HOA would have over that was removed as well. Whereas otherwise we would have had architectural control over whatever happened in that triangle. So this is one option, leaving it to the south. The second option that we would much prefer to see would be to slide that further to the north, still avoiding the drainage structures that have been shown, continue to have their main entrance come off of 41, and expand the buffering zones down here along Grand Entrada to leave our entrance intact. One further wish, and it may not be possible because of the
Thank you, sir.
drainage, but to slide the whole thing down to connect with the other parcel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public like to speak on this item E13? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the board, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miller,
Yes, sir.
what I'm not seeing in the, and I looked this up by satellite. I emailed you a snip of the satellite picture. I want to get some clarification on some things because I understand where the residents are coming from, but I think it's important for this visual of where, kind of what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I emailed it to you.
Yes, so I see the circle with the, where the roundabout is.
So that roundabout and road that's going to the north in the undeveloped land is kind of a road to nowhere. What the developer is proposing is to connect to that road for a reverse frontage road.
That's correct.
And then the gate is further west for Hernando Oaks. And do you have a satellite picture that you can show that? Because I think it's
You see.
because that's where I'm getting hung up, right?
Two things going on here. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Looking for it. I'm gonna zoom in. It's not easy to see on this, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
That's it.
But I believe, and I'm going to ask the folks from Coastal Engineering, I apologize, I'm going to ask the folks from Coastal Engineering to correct me if I'm wrong, but he's referring to the roundabout, Cliff?
Yep.
Is that this right here?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'll ask Mr. Manuel to speak to this, but the initial plat as approved for Hernando Oaks does actually show that frontage road, and it's always been anticipated that that frontage road will be constructed, which is why that stub out does appear there at the roundabout.
Good?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go to the petitioner for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Cliff Manuel, Coastal Engineering. I represent the applicant, and I have been sworn earlier. So in 1999, The BOCC approved the Hernando Oaks project and its master plan, and that project included the requirement, specifically condition number 9, that a frontage road would be built as part of the overall development, and that frontage road would be extended to the north. And at that time, when they built Grand Entrada, they built the roundabout and the stub out to the north for that future connection. They also built the first connection that we were talking about earlier to the commercial area, and at that time also included in Grand Entrada a full median open. So at the first connection, there's a median opening for cars to go back and forth to the commercial area. There's the roundabout and the stub out, all with the intent of following the guidance from Hernando County to build ultimately a frontage road to the north. In 2000, that master plan was updated. The performance conditions from 99 were carried over into 2000. In 2000, the action of the BOCC was that the frontage road would be built based on justification and need, and the requirement continued with that revision. In 2006, the master plan was updated again. Those performance conditions were carried over from 99 and the prior approval in 2002, and the frontage road was a specific requirement of development. Again, in 2013, the conditions were carried forward, and the frontage road was a continuing obligation of development of that piece of property. That frontage road ordinance, as you know, is driven by Hernando County. Since 1999, the developer has done his parts of making those things work. The roundabout was built, the stub out to the north was completed, the open median was completed, the paved turnout to the commercial parcel was completed. All those improvements have been constructed and been in operation since the beginning of the Hernando Oaks project. When RMC bought the land in Hernando Oaks, they bought the village center. The properties to the north were not a part of that acquisition. But when they bought the land, they would have been landlocked and unable to get on and off their property without using the constructed improvements for the future frontage road and the commercial access to Grand Entrada. Grand Entrada has since its beginning been the collector road required for the development of the village center. The improvements were because of the village center and the commercial uses. The connection points were required by the county, and the entrance gate was moved to the west of the roundabout to make sure that the front portion could be used by the public. And then once they got to the gate into the private community, which is west of the roundabout, it was gated in a private entrance, and the public could no longer go back and forth unrestricted, because at that time they had reached the gate and were entering the private residential community. That was all envisioned by the original developer to be a part of this particular development. Dyer Wolf has since purchased the commercial property and the village center property that was in Hernando Oaks, and they also purchased the property to the north of that. And when we came in to get that rezoning done, the county engineer again reiterated, and we again agreed in our rezoning for the Dyer Wolf properties to continue to support the 1999 initiative to complete the frontage road to the north, which now under Scott Herring's guidance goes ultimately all the way to Wisconsin Road. So that frontage road that we're talking about is a county requirement. It's consistent with the requirements that were in place in 1999. We have followed it with each rezoning since then, including the last one for Dyer Wolf. And my client is intending to do the things he's required to do as a part of his overall development activities. As it relates to this particular zoning, the Dyer Wolf zoning was already done and approved with the connection with the frontage road, with the commercial parcel on the corner. The reason we're expanding it to the north, and I'll get into the drainage and wetland floodplain related issues in a second, Commissioner Olaco, but the reason we're extending it to the north is in order to have another driveway access to 41, we have to have adequate spacing from the Hernando Oaks Grand Entrada entrance on 41 to the northern access point. They intend ultimately, or believe ultimately, Hernando Oaks intersection may become signalized. At that point, there's a connection point to the north that has to meet separation requirements. We can't get there under the existing zoning and need to expand the acreage to the north to reach the point where we've met the separation requirements for the driveway access. And when I met with the community, I said, while we're not in today discussing the other issues that were previously approved, We are asking the board to allow us to expand the commercial track for the additional access to 41, which I think would ultimately help your discussions on the use of Entrada.
Thank you, sir. I would hang out. I expect you will have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Amsler.
My question is for Attorney Jobin. Who owns this entrance here, this Grand Entrada road?
I believe it's Hernando Oaks Masters Association, but I could be wrong about that.
It says Hernando Oaks Association.
I don't mind participating, if Mr. Chairman, if I do have some background on it as well. So, since its inception, we created the HOA in 1999. And it'd be pertinent to say that the HOA has supported the development of the Village Center since the beginning. So they supported building the roundabout. They supported the frontage road extension. The HOA has been a part of the community since day one. What's changed is, over a period of time, the HOA changes from a developer-controlled entity. And then
Sir,
when
please
enough,
take a seat.
when enough
Excuse me, sir.
lots-
Please take a seat.
Okay.
Sir, no, sir.
You're
Please
allowing
take a-
them
no,
to
sir.
have extra time.
No, sir. Please take
I
a
think
seat.
you should allow us to have some time.
Take a seat, sir.
I'm only at your pleasure answering
Yes, sir.
questions,
Please,
Mr.
please
Chair.
continue.
So in 1999, we established the HOA. So in all the rezonings that I'd mentioned to you before, there was no objections to the 2002, to the 1999, to the 2006, to the 2013. Recently, fairly recently, the HOA transferred from the entity that started the community and the developer that controlled it to the citizens. So the big change that's happened in Hernando Oaks is they now are self-governed. They're governed by their own community, by their members, by their president, by their board members. And when that new board sort of formed and put itself in place, they do not want what was approved in 1999 and subsequently in each of those zoning categories that I told you to be constructed or connected. And they believe they have a legal right to fight against what's been previously approved. I agree with Mr. Goman. Those things probably are going to have to be ferreted out. We've had several of these. We went through one just recently on 19 going into Glen Lakes. There's a frontage road system there that was built there. There's a private drive that goes in. The frontage road needed to be built to meet the county requirements. The county required us to do it. After all of those approvals were completed, they went back and forth and finally got it worked out. Here it will be the same, but it starts with the guidance from the board. And the only guidance from the board we're asking for today is, can we extend a commercial far enough north to get another driveway to 41? Nothing else is on the table today for discussion or in our application.
Understood. Who maintains that road currently?
It's maintained by and operated by the HOA.
Thank you. Commissioner Amsler?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Jobin, so what we're being presented today, are we granting access to this private road by approving this today? I want some
All you're
clarification
doing
on that.
today is establishing a revision to a master plan. It does not grant rights, it does not take rights away as far as the use of the Grand Entrada Road.
So we are not by.
In other words,
if
you
we
could
were
approve
to-
the master plan and the developer could still end up not being able to use it.
So we could say, okay, your plan looks fine with the county, but that doesn't mean that they are legally authorized to connect to that private road.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That'll have to be worked out in Virgil D. Pizer versus Hernando Oaks Masters Association et al., currently pending before Judge Caglione.
I'm not sure if I understood your answer correctly.
In other words, your decision on this has no impact on whether or not Direwolf's customers and invitees could use the road. They may end up having to build the frontage road and have it go nowhere.
So we're saying they could build the road, but we're not saying if it's legal to connect it to the private road?
Yeah, all you're approving is the layout of their proposed use.
Okay, so they could,
Only a court can determine who can use the road.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko?
Thank you. So with this revision, it actually adds a third access if we take Grand Entrada out of the picture to US 41, right? I mean, to me, it makes sense at that point. Again, like we've heard, it's going to be a legal battle as far as Grand Entrada goes. In the long run, the people of Hernando Oaks are going to be the ones I think who are going to be in the worst situation because they're going to have to go way out of their way to get to this. You know, the median cut that's there, that's US 41. That won't be us dealing with it. But I mean, if there's a light that's moved someplace else, there may not be a need for a median cut there. They may have to go down and get to the next light and then take a U-turn to go north, right? That's for them to argue at this point. But as far as this, expanding the commercial and getting another access to 41 to me makes sense. You know, again, we're not granting any access. We can't grant access. As far as the property appraiser goes, that road is owned by Hernando Oaks Homeowners Association. So, I mean, again, I have no problem moving forward with approval of this because it adds another access to US 41.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I think you guys covered it right. I was going to ask Jobin because I didn't think we were considering this at all. And I mean, I applaud Hernando Oaks if they want to fight it in court or whatever. Fight it in court. I mean, I don't know if you're going to win or not because that land is to the north. It was always entitled to. It was always developed or planned to have that road. So, but let somebody else deal with that. So that's why I just wanted to clarify with Jobin. We're just improving. And I agree with Locke with the third entrance. That's a good thing. It's improving it. So I would second his motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miller, can you put this up on the Elmo, please? And I think it's important for our discussion. But so there was some confusion, I think, with me with the back and forth with Attorney Jobin and Commissioner Hansler. I think it was clear as mud.
There you go.
We are not here today actually approving any master plan outside of the extra entrance on the commercial, and I want to make that clear. This has already been approved, and they have rights. The issue that I'm coming up with, and I understand the HOA's point of view, but that area that's circled right there is the connection to the frontage road, and to the west of that is the gate. So common sense would tell me that this was developed ahead of time to connect to that frontage road, to the village center and everything else that's there. Now, you guys are going to work that out in court, but I also understand the HOA stance stating, hey, if this is going to be a public access way, why is our HOA responsible for maintaining it, right? So there's got to be something that's going to be worked out to where however many feet to the gate, to the neighborhood, and then how, you know, the road that goes out to US 19, I would assume would become a public roadway at some point. You know, it in the court system or whatever is being battled, just based on this aerial photograph. I mean, that would make, it's just common sense, I would assume. So I don't believe that there's any way we could deny this legally at this point anyways.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hamser.
Yeah, if I may indulge me, the staff report lists a notice of applicant responsibility. So upon the applicant, in this case, the rezoning process is a land use determination and does not constitute a permit for either construction on or use of the property or a certificate of concurrency. Prior use of or construction on the property, the petitioner must receive approval from the appropriate county departments for the proposed use. And the granting of this land use determination does not protect the owner from civil liability for recorded deed restrictions, which may exceed any county land use ordinances. The HOAs or architectural review committees require submission of plans for review and approval. So the applicant for this land use should contact the local association of public records for all restrictions that apply. So I just want to, you know, that's touching on some of this and some other things. So I don't see where, you know, we're not explicitly stating that they have permission in any shape or fashion legally as it concerns the adjacent property. Would that be a correct statement?
That would be. The master plan is a zoning document. When you have a PDP, it has to have a master plan which shows the allowed uses on a map. It's not parcel wide. That's the difference between a Euclidean zoning and a PDP. Whether or not the dire wolf has the right to utilize Grand Entrada, no matter what our master plan says, can only be decided in a court of law. And if the homeowner association wins, you may have a frontage road to nowhere, but they would be allowed to cut off access. This process has no impact on the other.
Okay, that's what I want to be clear on. Thank you.
Thank you. So, what's before us today is a revision to a master plan. The frontage road was, the frontage road and the Grand Entrada two entrances were both approved on a previous master plan. We're not talking about those today. I respect the position of the homeowners association to litigate this issue. I respect the concerns that they have. It's my understanding they're litigating it. I have no opinion on it. We'll let somebody at a much higher pay grade than me to decide that, and we'll abide by that decision. What we're considering today is simply an additional entrance off of 41 and an expanded commercial area to allow for that additional entrance. I think it makes nothing but sense with everything that we're talking about here today. And so we have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Alaco, a second by Commissioner Champion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're on to item E14.
Thank you. The next item before you is master plan revision submitted by SV Tampa Land LLC. This is file number H2549. The request before you is a master plan revision on property zone combined plan development project with deviations. Property is located on the north side of Kelso Street.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can we take this outside, please? Please take the conversation outside. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Yes. The location is north side of Kelso Street, bound by Commercial Way and Downing Street. On January 12, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the resolution approving the petitioner's request. Staff has also reviewed and recommended approval of performance conditions. Just real quick, this project has existed in our community for quite some time. It actually existed prior to some of the DRI rules, so it's considered a vested 380 project, so they had some entitlements. Some of the development we've already seen on the property with, I think it's the first 720 some odd units. That development did not have to come before you because of the existing entitlements, and they went straight to conditional plat. But what's before you today is revisions to the remainder of the project. This is a 1,129 acre project, originally approved with 3,085 units. You'll hear today some changes, one of which being an increase in units and the removal of some land uses. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller for a detailed presentation.
I'm having Ms. Reinhardt hand out two documents that came from the public, as well as a potential revised master plan as submitted by Coastal Engineering. So she'll be handing 3 things to each one of you. And then, good afternoon, Michelle Miller for the record. Not to take too much away from what Ms. Jolly will be going into you from Coastal Engineering, but a quick summary of the discussion points and that the petitioner is seeking to revise in today's presentation is to eliminate the Village Center, which is the commercial section of the development, to realign Seville Parkway, to convert the previously approved golf course to greenways consisting of open space drainage and passive recreation, to increase the overall unit count from 3,085 units to 3,800, to revise the unit mix to include a designated multifamily pod, designated single-family pod, it is a designated residential mixed use, and townhome lots, and then provide for the ability to designate age-restricted development. They did eliminate the requirement to provide for a fire station This is through an understanding and discussions with the fire chief that the fire station being developed along Atlanta and US 19 and the pending fire station near Cabot Citrus Farms would be sufficient to provide fire and EMS services to the development. And the elimination of the business park site due to the acquisition of that site by the state of Florida. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the petitioner's request. They did recommend approval with the change to eliminate the to reduce the number of units back down to the 3,085 that were initially approved with the original development. There's also some changes throughout the conditions as requested by the petitioner that the P&Z did ultimately approve. And with that, before I call the petitioner up, I'm going to switch this over to the computer and get this set up for them.
Mr. Jobin?
Just as a gatekeeping matter, you've received 3 additional documents. Do you need to move? I would recommend that you move them into evidence of this quasi-judicial hearing, so you can consider them.
Thank you. I need somebody to make a motion.
Well, I'd like to make a comment first. Do we know who what each of these came from? I mean, you're just handing us to them, but I don't know where they came from, what.
I can speak to that. I apologize. So, Mr. Bob Morgan had provided one of those documents to us. The second, I am not sure. It was another member of the public that asked for it to be distributed. And then Coastal Engineering, they handed that to me this morning. They actually had wanted it to be included with the agenda, but the agenda was already published by the time they had sent it to us. So we asked them to bring those copies. And we asked that they provide everything to staff and we would distribute to avoid any confusion of any documents being handed to you before it was time for that presentation to occur.
A lot of information to ingest by being handed.
I apologize. I wanted to make sure that it was appropriate versus having things handed to you willy-nilly throughout the meeting. But I'm sure that Ms. Jolly will be going over the details on her presentation as well.
Mr. Jobin?
I would just say, in response to Mr. Laco's question, that the people that have provided documents that are here for this hearings, their obviously weight carries greater as evidence than someone who sent a document page in and
Be able to read it.
yeah, those count for much less weight in evidentiary content.
I think the issue that we're all having is, if we adopt this, does it say that we've read it in its entirety?
No.
It does not.
The question I would have for you, if it's so different than what you've advertised, how different is the proposed master plan than what we advertised?
We haven't got to that point yet.
Right. I mean, does it differ from what we've notified the public? The board is not, me personally.
Can staff speak to that?
Mr. Chair, there have been some revisions as made by Coastal that they would like to present to you. The integrity of the application has not changed. These are primarily some adjustments that are made for clarification. I do know that they are requesting a reduction of the unit count from what was initially asked for. However, it is an increase to what the P&Z has recommended. But in general, the intent of the application remains the same.
So this would be sort of like the changes we normally make
yes,
during a hearing anyway?
Correct.
That minor?
Correct.
So they would not require another renotice?
I do not believe so, no, sir.
Commissioner Laco?
I had a question before we get going on this. You said that you said that they moved forward on their previous approval, and that's what in phase 1, and that's what they've been doing currently.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, they've severely disturbed the buffer in that process. Is that something that we will be able to address in this hearing?
We could address in this hearing, but we have been working with Coastal and the superintendent out at the project to restore some of those buffers, and our zoning inspectors are currently working with them.
Right. I think it's important for the public to know what that looks like too. So that's why I'm bringing it up, because we're talking about potentially expanding significantly the size of this project, and yet the public is still kind of sitting there going, what's going on? So I guess maybe that's, Mr. Jobin, is that something that we can discuss in this hearing as we're moving forward? Because it is a full project that's coming before us.
The question I would have to staff then is the buffers that they're discussing now part of the land that is included within this master plan revision application?
I do not believe so, no, sir. I think that the areas in question were part of Phase 1A, which was approved as part of the previous master plan approval. So I do not believe that it's actually part of this revision.
Commissioner Rocco?
Yes, okay. Well, I would be talking about mostly like Maberly Road, and are you telling me that there was no disruption of buffer north of the original property line in Phase 1?
The disruption of the buffer, and I'd have to reach out to staff, was not the entire buffers, it was sections under the original or the first phase that you see on your plan as whited out with lot lines. I would have to get a detailed description of which portions of those. Now, I would say that the original approval did not have the same buffer requirements that we are seeing today. So those buffers were a little bit smaller in width. And so, you know, even that for the first portion, we couldn't necessarily discuss, but the rest, as Mr. Jobin has indicated, outside of that boundary that you see, it's the almost like the magenta dash with line with two dashes. Anything outside of that area then would be, for lack of a better term, fair game for discussions, because it is part of the master plan that's before you currently.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
so.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry if I may too. I just wanted to clarify also that what I distributed from Coastal is not necessarily supported by staff. I wanted to make sure that it was distributed as a response to the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation. So it is 100% within the purview of the board for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. So before we go to the petitioner, Mr. Jobin, where are we at with having to adopt these items that were?
I'll make a motion to include the backup materials from the citizen and coastal engineering into the record.
Second. All three documents?
Yep.
Okay. Got a motion to approve, second by Commissioner Hawkins, second by Commissioner Champion. Commissioner Locko.
I would just like to put on the record that I have no time to read this big document that was dropped off to me, and so I will not be able to take it into consideration in the hearing.
Yeah, same. Okay. Got a motion to approve and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're off to the petitioner. You'll have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Betsy Jolly for the record, Coastal Engineering, and I have been sworn. Just a summary. This pinery, formerly known as Seville West, is located in between US 19 and US 98 in the Suncoast Parkway. As discussed, initially approved in the 80s, zoning master plan updates in 2002, 2010, and a DA in 2013. Only 78 units in Barcelona Unit 1 are built, and there are 684 units under active construction in the next phases. The current request is to revise the CPDP master plan, and we voluntarily elected to have a neighborhood meeting in November 2025, which was advertised by signs and mailing to property owners within 1,000 feet of the project. Prior to that, in September 2025, the developer met with the existing residents of Barcelona also to let them know about the pending master plan revision. The developer will continue to meet with residents and neighbors as necessary to address their concerns and be a good neighbor. This aerial map shows the property connecting on the west at US 19 through Seville Parkway and over to US 98 on the east. already built Barcelona is shown here. I cannot see it. And outlined in red. And Seville Parkway will eventually connect over to US 98 through a series of roundabouts that will be specifically designed to calm traffic throughout the development. This is the areas under construction, Pinery Phase 1. Horizontal development anticipated to be complete in late 2026, and homes will start at that time as well. The future land use categories of the subject property are residential, recreation, conservation, and public facility. Surrounding the property to the west, south, and east are residential and conservation. This regional map shows the lay of the lands around the project. To the north, you have Citrus County and Sugar Mill Woods. To the east, the entire boundary includes a power line easement and state-owned property. There's also a Suncoast Trailhead over on US 98 leading to the Suncoast Parkway. Seville East as well, approved separately in 2010, Cabot Citrus Farms, and the Hernando County landfill. To the south, several properties owned by Swiftmud or the state. And the southwest, we have additional state-owned property by the multifamily portion of the project. And finally, to the west, existing Royal Highland platted lots, and the northwest Tortoise Camp property. Also regionally, there have been significant utility contributions. This is a water plant and regional lift station serving Pinery, Seville East, and all of northwest Hernando County. The water plant has historically been operated by Hernando County. The lift station just dedicated to the county in 2025. This is the most recent approved 2002 master plan, including both Seville West and Seville East, though Seville East was separately zoned in 2010 and is not before you today. Seville West was approved for 3,085 dwelling units, 54,000 square feet of commercial, pursuant to its 2013 DA that is vested until build out. The residential transitions from lower to higher density as you move from the edges to the center. Lower density is shown in blue, approved from 2 to 5 units an acre. That included both traditional and zero lot line, single family detached. 5,500 square foot lots, which could have been built as 45s. There was no minimum lot width required in the prior zoning. It had 5-foot side setbacks. On the zero lot line, had 5-foot sides between buildings and also 15-foot rear setbacks. The medium density areas shown in orange, and also over to the southwest where the multifamily pod is, approved from 2 to 16 units an acre. Permitted uses included the low density uses as well as duplexes, townhomes, traditional neighborhood development, alley access housing, as well as multifamily following resort residential and R3, including 3-story traditional apartments. And then the Village Center residential in bright orange approved for 4 to 30 units an acre, allowing all products also in low density and medium density areas. And then finally, the Village Center in the middle, the mixed use center core, also allows 4 to 30 units an acre, along with the low density and medium density uses, mixed use residential over commercial, 4-story multifamily, C3, C1 uses. And then finally, you have the business park to the east of the Florida Power easement here that is now part of the Suncoast Parkway, but was previously approved for 4 to 30 units an acre. These Carl labels on the master plan are noting lands that were previously conveyed by the prior developer. I'll go over those shortly. And no buffers were required in this 2002 master plan, just perimeter setbacks.
Can I get clarification?
Oh, yes, excuse me for a moment.
Yes.
Mr. Laco?
Thank you. Can you go back to what you just
Sure.
came from? Thank you. Along Wood Owl there on the western end of Seville Parkway. Yes. It says medium density residential, right? Medium density residential doesn't get up to a point where we're talking about apartment buildings, correct?
It did. It was following resort residential and residential 3 standards, so that includes apartments.
Apartments?
Yes.
Up to a density of 16
units
per
an acre. Yes.
Per acre.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
just wanna be clear, just that, because I think what we're gonna see later looks a lot more dense than that to me.
Okay. All right, so this is the revised master plan before you, and apologies for the late submittal. I did try to get that into the record, but these were really just minimal changes. As you know, we looked at the feedback from P&Z, and we wanted to go back and make sure that the density from the prior zoning was factored in. The main changes here really were just to eliminate Barcelona Unit 1 that was already built and correct the multifamily acreage and density. It's shown here now, the multifamily density at 13.7 units an acre versus the 16 previously approved. So the Pinery project is envisioned as an interconnected mixed residential community with a variety of housing types, serving multiple buyer price points, and it includes amenities. The revised master plan eliminates the former village center residential, mixed use, and business park uses that were not viable uses as they were internal to the project. It's more likely that a village center will be located within Seville East on US 98 and the Suncoast Parkway. We've converted the former golf course into 25-foot minimum greenways as previously approved. And this can include 8-foot pathways, open space, passive recreation, and drainage areas. There will be sidewalks on both sides of the street and or pathways that will provide residents with non-vehicular access to amenities. Amenities are planned here in the center of the development, including a clubhouse, resort-style pool, pickleball courts, and play fields. And I'll go over that in the conceptual plan amenity slide.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I mean, she can finish, but I just had some questions in regards to the Western Edge multifamily that Commissioner Alaco brought up.
Okay, yeah, so let's let her try to get through this,
Yep.
and then we'll have all the questions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. We've retained the lower density consistent with the prior master plan. We have a minimum of 50-foot single-family detached lots on the edge here in yellow, and we've added a villa component. Villas were previously approved. We've concentrated at higher density internal, that's the residential mixed-use area shown in brown. And we've added a 45-foot single-family detached product, although as stated, there was no minimum lot width requirement in the 2002 master plan. You could have built a 45 within a 5,500 square foot lot. And this is the former multifamily pod, which is also labeled now as multifamily. The only difference being that we've specifically indicated it for traditional apartments or condos. Excuse me, let me go back one more. Buffers will be detailed in the future slides, but future buffers include 20-foot landscape buffers surrounding the perimeter of the project, except to the east where there's a power line. And around the multifamily pod to the west and the north, there's 50-foot landscape buffers. A deeper dive into density, and I want to call your attention to Article 8 of your Land Development Code that states when the master plan expires, the intensity and density is retained and vested. This table shows the ranges of density previously approved in 2002 versus what is proposed. Low density was approved at 2 to 5 units an acre. The proposed density for the single family villa yellow area and residential mixed use area in brown is 3.23 units an acre. The medium density was approved at 2 to 16 units an acre. The proposed density for our southwest multifamily pod is 13.7 units an acre. Overall combined, all uses result in 3.47 units an acre. This is not even one dwelling unit more than the current phases of Pinery. Also, focusing just on density really undervalues the benefits this project is delivering on. We're providing several housing choices for multiple buyer price points, and this is a well-planned design community with indoor and outdoor amenities and significant open space. Speaking of open space, this shows 1,682 acres conveyed under the Carl program for permanent conservation. This is 600 acres more than the overall Pinery project. This is the recently demolished
monument sign along US 19 for Seville and the former Dunes Golf Course, along with a rendering of the future US 19 signage that's under construction. This will ultimately become the secondary entry once Seville Parkway is connected over to US 98, and that will become our primary entry with an even better monument sign at that time. Okay, here we are. This is the amenity concept plan for amenities plan to be constructed in phases over 3 years, starting in 2027. Again, those amenities include a clubhouse, resort-style pool, pickleball courts, and play fields. The clubhouse is anticipated to include 12,000 square feet, including a fitness center, multi-purpose meeting room, and it will connect to a resort-style pool area with a wraparound porch, outdoor bar and game area, and open play field. Some more on the buffers. Again, 50-foot landscape buffers around the multifamily area to the west and the north. 20 feet landscape buffers all around the perimeter except to the east. Both buffers including shade and ornamental trees every 60 feet with shrubs and ground cover and ornamental grasses. And as we've agreed with Planning and Zoning Commission number 9, we will be meeting 80% opacity. Through 2 options, we can clear and grade the existing vegetation and replant, or we can install an 8-foot fence or wall in the interior buffer, leaving the existing vegetation, and then ultimately that would result in 100% opacity. Some key benefits of the project: 1,682 acres converted around the project to permanent conservation. We've added missing amenities and created a more scenic corridor on US 19 and ultimately, eventually US 98 leading to the Suncoast Parkway. We've converted the former golf course into greenways, including open space, passive recreation, and we have landscape buffers ranging from 80 to 100% opacity. In summary, the revised master plan proposes overall density in the 2 to 5 unit an acre lowest density range of the previous approved master plan. Overall, 3.47 units an acre, whereas 30 units an acre were allowed. It's essentially a downzoning where we previously approved 3 to 4 story buildings, including apartments, vertical mixed use, C1, C3, and the main part of the master plan that's now only proposed for 2 story single family detached villas, townhomes, and amenities. We're only proposing apartments and condos that could have been proposed in the main area of the project over to the southwest. Again, approved for up to 16 units an acre, proposed for 13 units an acre.
What does that look like?
Do you have a question?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned prior proof. So what does that multifamily look like in that western portion? If at 13 an acre, what does it look like? Is it a 2-story building? Is it 1-story building? Is it a 4-story? I mean, because you're literally right behind residential homes.
We have the 50-foot landscape buffer that we feel will protect it with opacity. I believe the height.
If it's a 3 or 4-story, 50-foot buffer ain't gonna do anything.
I think it's 45 height. Yes.
So that's 3 stories or 4 stories?
3.
Okay. Can I?
She's got a minute left.
Okay.
Let's let her finish. If you don't mind, please.
No,
Thank you. We've addressed infrastructure with the existing DA, and we've agreed to enter into future DAs, utility agreements, prop share school agreements as necessary, as confirmed by conditions 11, 12, and 15. Staff and Planning and Zoning have recommended approval, and we're only requesting one change to number 5 to clarify the already vested and revised density I've described. Essentially, we're proposing not to exceed 3,722 units or 3.47 units an acre. And we greatly appreciate your support today, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Lockout.
All right, I've got quite a few things. I drive past this regularly. That's that little area between where we have like development, and then there's nothing until you get to Citrus. And that's one of my biggest concerns. I realize this has been previously approved, but there are certain things that I'm very concerned about. First, I would like to commend you didn't try to put homes where the golf course was. You left at greenways, which obviously is a nice thing, because typically you want to just squeeze things on. Not you, but development wants to squeeze that on there. There's a couple of things I have concerns with. I don't know that the comment about fire being, in a good situation is completely accurate. We don't have either of those stations built yet. We're talking about adding 3,700 homes, and neither of and the impact fees for fire on this, I just did the math, they'll come out to like 1.2 million. I mean, you might be able to put the infrastructure in the ground. You're not going to build a fire station. So that's something I have a significant concern with because of its location at the northwesternmost portion of our county. Very rural area up there. The fact that there's no commercial also concerns me significantly. We're talking about 3,700 homes that are literally 20 minutes from you can get down to Glen Lake's Publix in about 15 minutes maybe from there, but that's it. There's nothing else. So the reality is Hernando County is going to provide services, but they're not going to get any sales tax revenue from the people who live here because they're just going to go up to Citrus County to do all their purchasing, which is going to be, we know the numbers already. It's like, it's what, for every $1 you bring in taxes, you get almost $1.20 is spent on services for residential. So there's no commercial recuperation on this. Couple other things. You mentioned that the 98 entrances is projected to be the main entrance, and I'm trying to understand why, because, you do have the Suncoast Parkway, but the reality is, unless they're working in Tampa, they're not going to jump on the Suncoast Parkway to get home. They're going to be going to school on US 19. They're going to be shopping on US 19 in Citrus County, because there's nothing in Hernando County for them to shop at from that area. So I'm not understanding how. Maybe 30 years from now, the intention is that would be a primary. I just want to make sure I don't want to be attacking this. I just want to ask serious questions, because we're talking about a significant size development. And then the last thing is, again, talking about those apartments, 45 foot high, literally at the backyard of these residential homes is tough for me, especially when you're going to add that many people who are probably going to be very high on need of services from Hernando County, because it's an apartment complex. These are not single family homes, and I'm really concerned about the drain on the community from a resources perspective. And I just wanted to put that out there for mostly for the board here with me to hear, because it's just so far away from where everything is in this county right now. And again, it is a big deal that they're not going to spend money in Hernando County. So all that sales tax revenue is going to go to Citrus County, 3,700 homes worth, unless they pick up groceries on their way home from work, or that kind of thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have an identical list. Almost verbatim. So I don't have a lot to add there, except in the original approvals, Hernando County Fire District has reviewed the proposal. The district noted that the closest Hernando County Fire Rescue District fire station is located outside the recommended 5-mile radius. And I think, our fire chief is here today, so I would love for him to comment on those things. The district originally requests the developer provide a mutually agreeable 2.5-acre fire station site for future development, and the developer co-fund 50% of the actual purchase price for a 100-foot ladder apparatus to be due upon permitting of any buildings exceeding 3 stories in height. Yeah, sorry.
They revised it.
Yeah. So those are. I think that's important for us to discuss as well. I agree with you. I know this isn't a part of this, and maybe I'll cover it during commissioner comments, but I think this area we really need to have discussions around a planned development district in the northwestern part of our county, similar to what we have on I-75 and 50, because a lot of this extra charges would be covered in a surcharge that may build a fire station or do those types of things with this amount of requests, but we're not sitting there today with that ability. But, you know, I think it's important to continue that conversation. But one of the biggest issues that I have, I apologize, and just for your guys' awareness, is, you know, the multifamily outside of the development that's just incredibly dense, that doesn't fit the likeliness of the neighborhood. We're living kind of with the sins of previous boards to approve something like that. It would just make more sense for it to be plopped in the middle of the development rather than on the outskirts and inside of residential. So, well, my concerns have been covered.
Chief Ossenmeyer, would you like to speak to some of the concerns?
Good afternoon. I have not been sworn.
If there's anybody else in the audience that plans to speak at any time in the remainder of the day, please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, please administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Paul Osmeyer, Fire Chief, Public Safety Director. So, I guess I'll start with, I think, a couple things I remember Commissioner Alaco mentioning, and then go from there. But so I've had several discussions generally about some of the big developments. This one being one. I read through the revised plan, 3,800 homes, so that's significant. I think Commissioner Hawkins mentioned, or somebody mentioned that it's a significant travel distance from where our current firehouses are. That is 100% accurate. It is a long ways up 19 to get to Seville Parkway, and that's the only entrance in right now. Currently, we are in the bidding process for a firehouse at Atlanta and 19. Hopefully that will go before you, maybe in April, to make a decision on that potential firehouse. But even that firehouse at Atlanta and 19 is a significant distance away from Seville Parkway. So I've got some of everyone has seen some of my maps, but I've got maps, heat maps that we can look at.
I'm sorry, can you change it back to the overhead?
But some of these have been in some of our discussions on MSVU, fire station location planning, and so forth. But the black dots are current firehouses, and the blue ones are proposed kind of future development. We have property at Atlanta 19. We have property on Landfill Drive off of 98. We have property on Spring Lake Highway. The other blue dots are what we're looking at, strategizing, and looking at where the run volume is across the county. But specific to this location, I can give you an example of a fire with entrapment near Atlanta 19 a couple months ago, and we were very lucky that day, and our firefighters were in the station at Station 12 on 50 by Rec, and they were in the station on Centralia on a Friday evening. How they were all in the house ready to go on a Friday evening, I have no idea. But their response times to Atlanta and 19 were 9 minutes, 10 minutes. So add the distance from Atlanta and 19 to Seville Parkway. So we have to have tough conversations about fire station locations. I do know, I've ran lots of, I do know that the state of Florida says that an average per house is 2.47 people per house. So 3,800 houses built out. That's what, around 9,300 9,300 people. And I'm a data guy. The board has asked me to be a data guy in the past, and I look at our run volume, I look at our population, and I can tell you we make one run for every 5.62 people in this county. So 9,300 divided by 5.6, I know there's going to be a significant number of runs based off of the development. So that's the data. My job is to look at some of these projects and give you an honest, professional, data-driven opinion on can we provide the best fire and EMS service that you as the board expect, and it's challenging until we figure out how to build more firehouses and strategically locate some resources in that area. And I can answer any more questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. Just a question. I mean, I own property in other places, and there's no fire station within 30 minutes of there. You know, there's a risk involved in that, right? So, what is the? That doesn't mean that people don't build there; they still do it.
Sure.
And there's no mandate by the state that says you have to do that, is there? And then where's the mutual aid? Where's Citrus County's mutual aid close to that?
They have a firehouse north 19 somewhere. I don't know the exact location, but we lean on them too. I would caution you to approve a large scale development in our county and rely on mutual aid.
Okay. Already approved though. It's not about this deviation.
Sure, but I think we have to primarily take care of our own.
I guess the gist I'm getting to is not about big government and stuff and keeping you from doing whatever. There's a risk involved when the fire station's too far away, which is, I mean, you want to try to help everyone. I understand that, but that just brings our insurance prices up. That's what it's going to do.
Yes.
There's no mandate that says you have to have a fire station within a certain period. It's recommended, but
potentially
there's no king telling you have to.
100% correct. So a lot of it, as we've discussed in previous discussions about fire station locations and needs, is what's the level of expectation. The insurance question, I'm sure the developer has thought about that and looked into the insurance side of things. Insurance costs will probably be higher if they're outside of the mileage of a firehouse.
So the closest one is like literally 2 minutes away. So Sugar Mill Woods, right? Pretty close, right?
I'm not sure the exact location of where.
Number Station 18 is Sugar Mill Woods. So I mean, we do have mutual aid.
Correct.
We have an agreement with them, and I'm sure you go to them all the time to help out. Speaking of that,
not all the time.
No.
Occasionally, a rare occasion. Same with Pasco and Sumter. I've been in the different situations over the years in different states too, where if mutual aid is mutual, if it's equal, if it begins swaying one way or another, then it's not so much mutual, and there's other terms for those. So insurance, I would caution the insurance rating. Insurance coverage would be a consideration for adding additional homes. Another consideration is the level of service expectation the board has. If we add 3,000 homes anywhere, that's going to change the level of service I can provide with current firehouse locations and staff. So if we'll make the runs, response times will go up, and that's the pros and cons. I can tell you somewhere around 3,000, a little under 3,000 runs a year, and I got to be looking at another firehouse strategically located to cover it based off of run volumes, response times, and so forth. So those are, I'm at the direction of the board, and but big developments far away from current firehouses will increase response times and tax our current strength of the department.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just for the benefit of the board, just as a reminder, the reason why we're having this discussion is in the initial approval, there was a designated land for a fire station, and now that's being removed. That's why this conversation is being had. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is it's a beautiful design and a beautiful presentation. My thoughts are not pointed towards any personal capacity towards Coastal or towards Seville or SV Tampa Land LP LLC. I look at this objectively. It's a beautiful layout and a beautiful community, but we have to ensure we have responsibility to citizens of capacity before density, and that's a careful balance. Looking at the toll on infrastructure, roads, services, it appears pretty extensive when you start talking about 37. It appears inconsistent with current capacity, as I can tell to the best of my knowledge about our county resources and services. I don't believe I can move this forward currently with this current level of service and the fiduciary responsibilities I have to citizens. And I know that's not a popular opinion amongst some people, but that's just part of doing this job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E14? Please line up behind the podium. When you approach the podium, please state your name. Please spell your last name. Indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Allison Lydick. That's Lydic, and I have been sworn. I don't have a lot of time, so I'd like to be very clear on why I'm here. I am in opposition of the additional 715 units. I am in opposition of eliminating the fire station, and I am requesting that there is clear written definition on the proposed buffering language before any vote is taken on that. I accepted what could come when I purchased my property a little over 5 years ago. I knew development could come. I'm not asking you to undo the vested 3,085 units. The elimination of the fire station is important to me because public safety infrastructure should not be removed based on potential future arrangements. Atlanta N19 is 8 miles from my home. In November of 2025, I had an issue with a neighbor where she walked 300 feet to my home and made a credible threat on my life. I'm putting this here. This is the CAD notes from my call to dispatch at 3:58 p.m. The dispatcher notated that my life was threatened at 3:59 p.m. and then up here, the officer arrived at 4:22 p.m. I raised this not to conflate the agencies, but to illustrate that emergency service capacity in this area is not theoretical. It's measurable through response times and geographical coverage. If the police are taking this long, how long is it going to take if my home is on fire? That's all I'm trying to get at there. I ask that you deny the additional 715 units. That represents a 23% increase beyond what was originally approved. A material increase in density requires a proportional demonstration that infrastructure, emergency services, and concurrency systems scale accordingly, and I have not seen that demonstration. I'm not opposed to growth. I was fortunate to build my home here, and my career is centered on helping others do the same. I also recognize that the current developers paid a lot of money to buy this, but I would hope that they did their due diligence and understood the development rights, density, and conditions and entitlements that were already approved at the time of purchase. I don't think a revision should be treated as automatic entitlement simply because ownership changed. Surrounding residents, I don't feel, should be expected to absorb impacts beyond what was originally approved. As far as the shopping in Hernando County. I shop at Publix in Sugar Mill Woods. I do shop at the DG right there, the Dollar General, but yes, it is gonna be a lot of people shopping up there. Before my time ends, I'd like to show you here. This is what my backyard looked like prior to clearing and land. You can see the truck is at level. This is where it's at now. They raised the elevation between 6 feet above my property line on one side to 10 plus feet on the north side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm gonna just leave all of this. I did email all of you this too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Welcome, sir.
Morning. Ken Siderio, S-I-D-E-R-I-O. I have been sworn. They want to increase the single-family units by 315 and the multifamily units by 400. With the multifamily, they want to increase from 12 to 24 units per building. They want proposing putting them Seville Parkway and Woodhouse. Mr. Lacos touched on that a little bit. We're talking residential, pointing up to apartments. They want to get away with the 2.5 acres for a fire station. I had communication with P&Z. As of February 5th, there's no definitive fire station in the works. There was also mention about the 50-foot or 50% cost of the ladder truck. That's not even being mentioned here. But where they wanted to put that fire station originally is where they want to put the apartments now. If you look back in the documents, by the way, I'm the one that gave you that big packet. If you look back in the documents, you'll see that that area was public facility prior to being multifamily. Okay, they want to do away with the buffers, or well, they're saying they give us 20-foot buffers when the original plan said 50-foot greenways. Okay, my greenway in my backyard is a retention pond. That's the golf course. I live on the 7th fairway. I no longer have anything green. This is my property prior. That's out my back door. This is my property now. I am looking at that young lady's backyard. We didn't know we were neighbors. Okay. Their greenways are retention ponds, not green. It's brown and dirt. They want to increase opacity of 80% from 18 months to 36 months upon completion of construction. So what I'm dealing with every day is that. And they want to do this for 3 years upon completion of construction. What is that completion? What does that consist of? 10 years from now, when this whole project is done? Every day that the wind blows, I live in a dust bowl. If you could see that back there, I can't keep my patio, my lanai clean. They took out every piece of natural vegetation between my line and theirs. Let's see here. Okay, we'll go to the school concurrency. I gave you paperwork on that. They barely met that for the first 706 homes. All right, fire and EMS, closest station is 11 miles. ISO rating of 2I. Through the insurance, this is a comprehensive plan for Hernando County, and we're not meeting that. Okay. Law enforcement, 1.32 minimum outlined. The recommendation by the comprehensive plan is 1.6. The average deputies in Hernando County is 1.32, and it's the average for the state is 2.5.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Terry Noel, Noelle. I have been sworn in. I want to say the area that is picked for multi-family use has not been cleared yet. You can see what they did clear. And they said, you know, even if they put a 50-foot buffer, it is in no way, shape, or form going to replace a 50-plus year live oak. They have completely stripped that. So I would just say, is there any way that we can keep them from taking everything that this area holds, any of the protected trees, anything? There's lots of live oaks. I have 3 lots, and there's at least 4 right around me, so there have to be. And also, if they are gonna put a multifamily apartments, they had mentioned it being age specific of 55 and up. I don't know too many 55 and up that are going to rent. If they're going to be buying, that makes sense, but renting apartments just doesn't seem to make sense in that 55 and up community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Afternoon, Bob Morgan, Brooksville. I have been sworn. I'm here to ask you not to approve the increase in the number of units, which is now 637 units, which represents a 21% increase over the previously approved units. When SV Land Group acquired this property, they knew exactly what they were buying. They knew the entitlements, and if they did their homework, they knew the value of the economic use under those entitlements. They did not purchase any vested rights to higher numbers of units or higher economic use. This is important because any denial of the increase in the number of units would not result in a violation of the Byrd-Harris Act, diminishing the value of their property. Florida courts have upheld this under numerous cases, including Hollywood Beach Hotel versus Hollywood. Similarly, Franklin County versus Leisure Properties, the court held that vested rights are limited to the scope of the original approval and do not extend to materially different development proposals. And I think you all probably would agree that a 21% increase in the number of units, the elimination of the fire station and the commercial use especially, results in a materially different development proposal. Florida courts have also upheld that local governments have the discretion to deny the request in the number of units under the plan as long as they approve some development that's consistent with the comp plan. Well, this project currently is consistent, and there's no legal obligation for you to increase the number of units. I'd also like to add, listening to the other comments, I live outside 5 miles from a fire station. My homeowner's insurance premiums are higher. They're also with a subprime rated insurer. I'm excluded from any of the primary carriers that typical names that you see advertising on TV. So that is definitely a factor. I'd also like to include that from a law enforcement perspective, if you're adding 3,000, which is approved, or 3,700, you're going to have dramatic increase in service calls from law enforcement. As the fire chief noted, that's approximately 9,300 people, and I, as a citizen, would project or recommend that you consider requiring the sheriff's substation at that location, built by the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public like to speak? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the petitioner for the rebuttal.
Commissioners, Cliff Manuel again, President of Coastal, representing the developer. I want to start with fire and the multifamily area as my topic of primary interest. Getting started, the multifamily track itself is a bit of an albatross. Originally, it was our wastewater treatment plant for the project. We took it offline, put a county pump station there, and now all the waste in Seville, now Pinery, is discharged to a master pump station that goes all the way down to the Glen. And that pump station and force main was built for build-out for all the residential units there. There's also a water plant on site that was built and in place today, constructed and operated by HCUD, that was built for the capacity needed for water service for the project. We are in a position to work with the fire chief. I actually sat down and offered this to begin with. Wasn't where his mind was at the time, but we're there with him now. I'm willing to take that multifamily track and repurpose it to include a fire station site And also, once we include that fire station site, work with your staff to kind of put it back together with the density and the things that would allow for a fire station to work in that location and lower the overall density of the multifamily to a point where it's acceptable to the BOCC. And I would like to get into that discussion with y'all, but that'd be a great location for a fire station site. And ultimately, as mentioned earlier in our presentation, Seville Parkway will be extended and constructed through the project to 98. So not only will it provide immediate fire service for the proposed development with that location, they'd also be able to get to 98. Fire chief has some other improvements on 98 that he's working on, close to the landfill area. I'll remind y'all, across the street, there's a resort residential community in full construction right now, which has lodging, multi-story buildings, commercial, cottages, all in need of fire services. And there's an old project on the books in this same area called the Quarry that also ultimately will need fire services. We had mentioned to the fire chief and to Michelle that you might want to consider in this area putting together a district like we did out at I-75 and 50 years ago, where the district was put in place to try to impose the required surcharge fees necessary to provide adequate fire stations for anybody in the area. Those fire stations are very expensive. It does need to be cast-netted over a large demographic of proposed homes. Once the surcharge is in place, the new construction pays those surcharge fees, and developers typically, as long as they're treated equally, will pay those types of fees to make sure fire service is provided. Nobody, no developer, no entity wants to live in a community that can't put out a burning house. So our initial intro into that discussion would be to use the multifamily tract for that purpose, work out those details based on the board's decisions today, and move forward with, again, working with the chief to have a piece of property he could use for a fire station in the future. As it relates to the overall density, the multifamily tract is 400 units on 29 acres. That's about 13.47 units per acre. The balance of the property is nowhere near that. It's 3,400 units on the balance of the land, not including the multifamily, or 3.23 units per acre. As a comparison, just for the board, based on projects you've approved recently, Somerset Bay is 7 dwelling units per acre. Clark Oval Farms is 4.42 units per acre. Lake Hideaway is 4.13 units per acre. Benton Hills is 3.82 units per acre. Waterford 3.71, and Sunrise 3.63. So this community with 3,400 units on it is less dense, primarily because we decided to create more open space. We made a decision not to develop the old golf course and to turn it into open space and recreational components of the project. So when you look at this master plan, it shows very clearly this is not back-to-back lots and pods with no separation between them. It has a tremendous amount of green space that you typically don't see, which allowed us to lower the overall density of the project to 3.23 units per acre, consistent with what's being built out there today. So I think the request by the applicant is reasonable. I think it meets the requirements of the county, and they are in a position to help work on the fire district issues that you brought up earlier, because I think they want to be a player in making sure adequate fire suppression can be provided for their community.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lockup.
Cliff, can you address the elimination of the commercial aspects? Because that's a big concern when we think about the community. We heard from a resident already. There's nothing up there, right? And so now we're going to have a huge burden as far as residential and potentially multifamily in that area, and we're not going to get a dime of sales tax that comes back to this county out of it. And you're going to connect now between 98 and 19 and have potentially traffic going between those, and still nothing in there. So I'm just trying to understand the logic long-term. I know it's got to be there. I'm not a developer, but it just seems, I think about developments, and I know that these are extreme examples, but think about like Champions Gate, things like that, where you have all these people who are stuck in one area, and then you provide nothing for them when it was originally in the plan to have it. Even if it was an ice cream shop, I mean, it was just, you would think that something in there would make sense to be able to have some sort of a retail component, commercial component. We talked about this. You said it's not moving forward right now. I've heard this with the town center in Spring Hill, but I don't know that I think it's not moving forward because we're just. I think it has less to do with the fact that it's not necessarily something that'll be successful, but it's that it's the model. You know, we used to talk about this all the time that, you know, when we're talking about the market, there's not a market for it. When it came to houses, it was a market for the developer. It wasn't a market for the buyer. On the other hand, we would talk about with this. Again, I would find it hard to believe it that if you had 3,700 homes in there, that they would choose to go all the way up to Homosassa, which is not far, but or all the way down to Brooksville or Weeki Wachee to go shopping if they had some commercial opportunities right within their community.
So, Seville originally did not have the village center. We brought that into a subsequent zoning for a group out of Miami called Ascot. And they came up and right behind some of the big village centers type projects that were going on in Orlando, including Celebration, had a big plan for how they could put a intense commercial use in the middle of their development, and it would immediately fly off the shelf and be marketable. Unfortunately, in all the years since, it hasn't been. So what's happened over the years with Seville that's most significant is they sold off basically almost the same size tract of land that we're developing today to the state through the Carl program. They kept one small eyebrow out to 98 to market 98 for access to their community. And they kept a piece of property that we now call Seville East that's been rezoned and marketed as a commercial piece. So there's not a commercial project out here now that they could drive to and shop at, but I do remind you, and we can use the Glen as an example, commercial never shows up first. You don't go build a store in the middle of nowhere and then hope it develops around you. The development has to occur, and then they make the investment into commercial properties. And in this case, I don't know if you could put back up that graphic with Seville East, but in this case, there's a large commercial tract on 98 for immediate access that could also provide service to the residents of Cabot and the quarry on 98. And that commercial component used to be part of the Seville project. Today, it's owned by a separate entity. It's not owned by this entity that's bought Seville West, but it is a viable commercial tract of land sitting on 98 that could still be used for that purpose once there's enough housetops to support it. They won't build it without the housetops. So just walking through what I just told you, the community that we're working on today, the state-owned property that was sold through the Carl program, and then Seville East is a very large commercial district on 98, right at the Suncoast Parkway, that I do think will develop once Cabot and Seville and possibly the quarry actually move forward and create enough housetops or rooftops to support that commercial district. And at that time, they will shift their driving from Citrus back to there. But they can't build it first, Commissioner.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
My concern was that you're just eliminating it. You're taking it away so that when a time comes for it, it won't be there in the project anymore. I realize you're talking about Seville East now, and we're not here to pick winners or losers or see how that works, but I just don't, even from a marketing perspective, and I don't want to be down on a project, but why would somebody choose to buy a house all the way up there with nothing around it when they have alternatives further down where you have stuff?
Well, they can't market the Village Center interior anymore because there's just not enough trips per day. I use Celebration as my example, but it's very hard to have a large commercial district isolated to a community, and you think 3,800 homes is a lot, but really what drives them is like Spring Hill. I mean, how long did it take Mariner 50 to finally explode. I mean, there were so many people that needed that commercial project before it was actually developed. So what you need is the exposure for rooftops to ultimately create a commercial district like Seville East. It will never work in the middle of the project. That's what we did learn. But I do think Seville East will work. And I think it satisfies your intent to have people shopping in Hernando County. And it's large enough and has enough square footage associated with it that it can provide a significant commercial district that could serve this entire region.
That roadway that's going to go, I guess it's Seville Parkway all the way, is going to be designed for thousands and thousands of vehicles to be driving through this residential community from 98 and US 19 to access that?
It is, and it's not only going to be designed to be incorporated as a collector roadway with no driveways on it. So this is not a Spring Hill road. This is a road with pods off of it, no driveways on it. We are putting in traffic circles to calm speeds. We don't want people going through here at 70 miles an hour. So, but it is a collector road designed for the purpose of transporting traffic back and forth between 19 and 98.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. First off, for the citizens out there, when I was challenging about the fire department, it has nothing to do with you. It was more about like government always talking about all the scare tactics that we get to wear this or that, and people are going to die on the street, whatever. I don't buy all that. I think it's another excuse to make government bigger. And just for the record, I went on and looked at ISO rating, and we're the top 98% of the country, top 2%. We're an ISO rating up 2. Citrus is 3, Sumter is 4. So even like we stand, we're still top 2% of the whole country. But the challenge of this is if this was in front of us now, we wouldn't even approve the original one. Probably wouldn't happen. So I'm a little concerned about an increase of density because it's just not popular right now to do that. I don't understand why we would even consider it, considering how big the project is now. So why would we? What benefit is this? How is this benefit in Hernando County?
So I just testified for you. We're actually lowering the density from what's currently approved. The density ranges
because of the land, the issue, or because you are increasing the units, right?
We're replacing the village center with houses.
Okay.
But the village center itself was extremely dense. And in that area, you could build village center residential units from 4 to 30 units per acre, 2 to 16 units per acre, 4 to 30 units per acre, because ASCOT had intended to make that area extremely high density, a walkable celebration type place with housing and multi-story buildings, shopping capacity, none of which marketed. But we took that off the books and we've replaced it with residential units. And I want to let you know too, between Coastal and Clearview is also working on this with us. We've done a complete master plan layout with this density with the golf course and greenways that we've shown, which has increased the overall open space for the project, and it fits. So 3,400 units on 1,041 acres is 3.23 dwelling units per acre. That is very moderate density and lower than anything else that y'all have approved that I just went through with y'all. And it's because there's so much green. So when you say we're slapping big density up here, we're actually reducing the density significantly. That village center and all the things that went with it would have been a very hot commercial district if it could have been marketed, and it would change the nature of this property up here forever. And it was high density that they wanted, and we got approved. And that's actually the master plan that we're modifying. There also was a development agreement in place that kind of went through how all this stuff's going to be put together in the future. But at that time, Seville East and Seville West separated and became their own places, with this being primary residential and Seville East being commercial.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
And also multifamily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you may have voluntarily done this, but I just want to make sure. So the 400 multifamily units are off the table now? You're taking that off the table?
I'm suggesting that we bring it back with a master plan that reflects a fire station on it. And they're going to want us to designate that fire station. If you remember when we did Lake Hideaway some time ago and y'all wanted some more information on the lagoon, I just think we bring it back and repurpose it, including a fire station on the site.
And removing the multi-story?
we'll remove the multi-story today.
So what are you proposing for that?
I want to look at it, I just introduced this to my client. Do you mind working with him on a fire station site? He said he would. So I think we'll work that out and come back to y'all, but we won't come back with apartments and high density and creating the same issues we have today just for y'all to, get involved in. I would like to look at what they might be able to market on that property, including a set aside for a fire station.
I mean, the property that surrounds it outside of the state-owned property to the south, I mean, it's fairly dense, right? So I would assume that you would be able to,
I think we can come back with something that works.
Okay,
Or
so
look at it with
removing
something that
the
works.
multifamily, well, not
Or we
necessarily.
could drop it down to, do you want to come up with a number of units there the board feels? So right now it's 400 units at 13 point.
I think you should remove it completely.
Oh.
The 400 units. That's just my opinion. I think if you take the 3,400 units and keep it in your Seville development inside the square, I think you're making a lot of sense, right? You're saying, hey, we're increasing, or excuse me, we're decreasing density. We're not developing the golf courses. We're taking basically the commercial that was located within that development and repurposing it for homes. You have a really good story where you're going to probably get an extra 400 units there. My question is that I would take that completely off the table at this point and, meet with the fire department, see what the needs are there, and then also come back maybe with a plan later on for that particular area that makes sense for maybe single family, multifamily, that are fee simple.
I like that.
One thought for you, and I hear you loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
We have a density in our current master plan that's before you called residential mixed use. It's 4.06 units per acre. Could we consider that being appropriate for that area with the fire station track? So we don't have to come back through the public hearing process?
Single story?
Yeah. It'd be compatible with a residential mixed use community that we already have in front of y'all for approval. And we would just designate that accordingly with the fire track on it. And unless they want to do something different, I wouldn't have to come back.
Right.
If they disagree with me and think it's a terrible idea, they'll send me back and we'll have to readdress it. But that's what would be approved today.
Keeping the 50-foot buffer and it'd be single story?
Yeah. And a fire station track.
I'll see what the rest of the board has to say.
I like it.
You good, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I mean, the argument of removing the commercial, I understand Commissioner Laco's point, and I agree with wholeheartedly. Like, I wish that it was marketable. For whatever reason, it's not, right? So there's smarter people looking at it than I am in regards to the commercial development. I'm not a commercial developer. So, I understand that, and it's a better conversation when you're saying you're decreasing density by repurposing the golf courses to, passive recreation. You're not building on the old golf course, and then you're taking the density from the commercial that was designated for the commercial and building homes inside the track of Seville.
Yes, sir.
That I can get behind all of that. Where I can't get behind is multifamily 4 stories on the outskirts looking into people's backyards. I mean, it's just.
It was approved there years ago and sort of survived all these years, but it sounds like it's dying today.
I like the fact that you're offering, the fire station land, as well as single-story multifamily in that track, the 29-acre track. I mean, I think that's a pretty good compromise.
In the meantime, if somebody will do the math and figure out how many units we're looking at with all of this that we've kind of talked about.
It's 2.5 units for the fire station. It's a 29-acre track, and if we subtract 29 minus 2.5 and multiply it by 4.06, you'll have your number.
Well, it also. Well, I guess we're not needing the 100-foot ladder truck because there's not multiple.
No, we won't need a ladder truck.
You're coming out ahead already.
Okay. Commissioner Lockout. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hawkins, you good?
I am. Cliff, my recommendation is not to do anything with that property today because I don't know that you have the support of the board to make that determination for units outside of Seville. So I would just keep that under advisement. I'll let the rest of the board have that conversation. I think the restrooms are.
Commissioner Lockout.
So he's going to miss it, but what you're going to build something there eventually. You mentioned an age-restricted community. I mean, if you're going to do something that doesn't match, that would be the place to do it. You could have your 55-plus apartments right there, and that's not going to be disruptive to the people who live behind it. You're going to have a designated area that's easy to make your 55-plus community there. We do, we do need rentals for that age. There was a resident who came up. Actually, that's one of the biggest needs we have in the community right now is for those 55-plus who now are a widow or a widower, and they don't really need a whole big house to maintain, and they still want to stay in the community that they know and understand. So that might be the best use of that space right there, a defined 55-plus, apartment community, that single story that meets all those needs. Just something that, I'm thinking about when I look at it, because it does. It looks like it's like a gizzard just hanging out there. It doesn't, what doesn't belong? That, at the appendix.
Mr. Chair, can you give Commissioner Hawkins 5 minutes to use the restroom? I'd like to talk to my client real quick.
I was gonna say, I thought, it seems like there's an ulterior motive here. All right, we're in 5-minute recess.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the couple of minutes. Interesting discussion on the tract of land, and it threw in something for me to visit with you about I hadn't thought of earlier, but might be something y'all want to consider, so I'm going to put on the record things we could consider using the property for. One, as stated previously, we would like to work with the fire chief on a 2.5 acre fire station site. Two, we would like to be able to have mixed use rental property here. My client did confirm, consistent with what you said, Commissioner Olaco, they do want this to be a rental piece of the property where they can have the more affordable options for people to live in. They have a cottage that they can build and rent that doesn't need to be multi-story and create some of the other issues that y'all were concerned about as far as that unit is concerned. And then the piece that I didn't expect, but they offered for me to present to you, is they also would be willing to market it as neighborhood commercial. If we could bake into the pie, which often mixed use allows, neighborhood commercial option for this piece and a fire station, or if neighborhood commercial won't market the residential component for rental properties, we can move forward with that. And the density for the cottage mixed use would be 4.5 units per acre under that scenario if it became residential rental. And it's up to the board if y'all want to consider neighborhood commercial there. I think they heard y'all talking, heard you specifically talking, and they said they'd be willing to try to market for that purpose if they had the flexibility to do so.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
I was earlier.
Oh, you good? Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're at it,
What?
the northern part of our county, especially the northwestern part of our county, is lacking recreation.
You like looking at my notes?
And you know, parks, recreation, baseball field. You know, identifying a portion of that, not only for a fire station, neighborhood commercial, as well as future parks. You know, land use, or even if the county might be able to purchase from the developer. If you're willing and feeling really generous, we'll take it off your hands. But you know, the northern part of our county just does not have access to that. We're talking about immense amount of people in that very small, dense area, and it would be an amazing opportunity to really show some good faith efforts, especially after what we've kind of had to deal with from the neighborhood. You know, and I don't want to bring up sins of the past, but I'm going to. And you know, the fire situation, the burning situation, the ash situation, you know, all of those things, along with kind of the changing of this is kind of coalescing at the same time. So you're never gonna either hear yes or no if you don't ask the question. And I think it's important that we ask the question and see if that's even a remotely viable option for us.
So before we proceed, so the orange area, tell me the acreage on that again.
29.
29. Okay. So the lot for the fire station in the previous master plan was what size?
2.5.
It was 2.5. Okay. I think the fire chief says he needs more towards the 5 nowadays.
He told Michelle and I when we visited with him he could get by with 2, but he preferred 2.5.
Okay. Commissioner Olaco.
Explain a little bit more your neighborhood commercial there. Are we talking about like a firehouse with a firehouse sub attached to it? I mean, serious. I mean, is that what we're talking about? Because I've seen that model. It sounds just funny, but I've seen that model where they combine. Yeah,
We just
not
ate
a
it one.
fire sub, but
I
yes.
just ate it one. It was
Where
right
they
next to
put-
it.
Yeah, where they attach something like that on a mixed use.
Neighborhood commercial is designed to create unique opportunities for people to shop at something they don't have to leave the community for. So it's designed by ordinance and code to provide those types of facilities where a person can go there, get those small groceries, or I think there's some other things. It was read into the record on one of the prior land use things, but it's designed specifically for a neighborhood versus, Dick's Sporting Goods.
Right, right, not a big box store. We're talking about small stuff.
Right.
not necessarily an office professional, but some sort of smaller level retail.
Yep. And they want the option to be able to market it, so they'd still like to be able to fall back on the rental cottages. But they will market. They told me they would market it as general highway commercial if the board gave them permission to, or resort residential and resort commercial.
Any response other than?
For me?
Yeah.
Is there anything else the board wants addressed that I didn't cover? That'd be my closing question. I think I covered all your concerns. I think I covered the things that y'all were the most interested in addressing. I do think it's going to be a very beautiful community with a lot of forethought in it. I know early on y'all talked about buffers. I can provide you a little bit of background on it just to make sure it's been covered. The master plan that Seville Phase 1 was developed into, which is not now Pinery, which is the construction that's going on now. In that master plan, there were not buffers. So what they were required to do is setbacks. So in those days, you had a setback to primary buildings along the perimeters of the property, and those setbacks were determined by the board, and then you could move forward. Over the years, they've become setbacks with buffers, and the buffers have got a lot of criteria in them today that weren't in place when Phase 1 started. But it is all in place in your new master plan. So the master plan you are looking at today has all the new buffering requirements, the opacity, the screening, the potential for fences, all those things that y'all have covered are in the new master plan.
Commissioner Locko.
Okay, so that's where I was going with this next. So here's the other concern I have, and I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I just don't think you're going to build out as fast as you think you are, but you're going to clear a lot of stuff. Is there going to be a requirement to like reseed and put some grass down and stuff so we don't have the moon out there for a decade and a half as this builds out? Because you saw what it looks like now. It's terrible, right? And again, there are so many units available in this county right now. You know it. We all know it. Okay, they're not going to just unless they really find a way to make your property taxes go away, which I doubt they're going to do that. I just don't think they're going to be able to. It's not going to be as big a hit as they think by the time they get through all the semantics, right? But it's going to be a slower build than anybody really wants it, countywide. But we could be sitting here with a situation where you've now got all this infrastructure ready to go and houses aren't there. So I guess this is more of an Omar question. How do we protect the community and not have it be the Dust Bowl? I mean, what are we going to be able to do so that this so that we don't just have dust blowing for, again, a decade?
And before you answer that, let me add to that. There was in public comment, somebody alluded to that the expectation for the 80% opacity was increased from 18 months to 36, I believe. And so can you just talk about that as well?
I can. I'll talk about the 18 to 36 months. Ms. Miller has some information on our good neighbor policy and some things that we're working on and what we're working with, not just this project, but others. In some of the studies that we've been doing internally and working with developers, and we've had this discussion here, what we're noticing is depending on the project's timeline and when plants are put in place, the survivability of those plants come into question. Whether or not they'll reach full maturity and or show signs of deterioration within 18 months, if that makes sense. So we pushed it out to 36 to make sure that particular hedge, buffer, tree has survived the construction as a whole, has got its root base in place and has survived. One of the things that we've been working, even with coastal and other projects, is the understanding that we've extended that, and then we've working with potential maintenance bonds and stuff like that if the trees do fail. So that's the intent. It's not necessarily pushing the buffer out 36 months. The intent is to plant the buffer and give it 36 months to reach maturity and or the opacity that this board is seeking.
What about desert land that's just sitting there with
correct
flat? It's been cleared. and now it's just sitting there. They're required to seed it after a certain amount of time if it's not moving forward?
Yes.
Go ahead. I just want this on the record. I know we've had this conversation, but this is really important stuff because just go past the Adams Home development by the schools and look at the dust that's still there. You know, you got street lights up. They look beautiful. You know, you should see the sand blowing through the street lights at night.
So Michelle Miller for the record. In many instances of projects of this size and scale, we usually work with developers on phasing the development, so they submit for 1 or 2 pods at a time. We've also started coordinating with them to submit for some of their spine roads and other infrastructure first prior to some of the developments to occur. Our zoning inspector does go out and do proactive inspections during the construction process. And if construction is not moving forward, usually within a 60 to 90-day period, we're usually reaching out to them and talking to them about reseeding, ground covering, et cetera, to avoid that moonscape that's occurring. We're also working with them at the time of construction drawings to actually enter into a good neighbor agreement, which allows them to make sure that they're not creating Sahara Desert sand dunes and other issues that could cause those dramatic sand blowing. And we've actually received great response from a lot of our contractors that are willing to work with us and level those out as well. So each project is different, and we do try to work with each developer individually, but we do have proactive approaches we're taking to those concerns.
Commissioner Hocko.
And then this will be my last thing. This is going to be a public road, I'm assuming, if it's going to connect 19 and 98. Yes. So there's obviously you can see dramatic breakdown of the shoulder already from the heavy trucks that are going through there. So what is the expectation as far as that road to be upgraded during this process? Because I mean, if it's only partially built out, is it supposed to be, are those roads supposed to be in parkway condition at a certain point in time, or is this whenever the whole project is done? Because it's currently affecting the people now. Like I said, if you go down there, you will see the shoulder is breaking up already.
So I can speak to that too, if I can, Mr. Chair. So we've actually been in coordination with Coastal Engineering and Clearview Land Design, that the first order of business for the development, if the master plan ultimately gets approved, is that they do submit for the entirety of Seville Parkway through that connection to 98, and it will be required to meet all county standards for that collector road at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have the fire chief here. I'm going to bring him up to speak to the need of 2.5 acres to 5 acres for the fire station, firehouse site.
Paul Hosmeyer, Fire Chief Public Safety Director. What we've bought recently since I've been here is 5 acres for a future fire station. That's in line with Eric Van de Bogart of what he's recommended, so we have enough space and can position the firehouse in different locations. So that's my recommendation, to keep Eric happy and put it on a lot, be able to move things appropriately.
Okay, thank you, sir. Cliff, any response to, or Mr. Manuel, any response to Commissioner Hawkins' kind of statements regarding that the parcel outside the orange shaded parcel, and to the chief's statements on the 5 acres?
I obviously misunderstood what he'd stated previously, and we've worked with him on a couple of these, that we want to work with him to accommodate his needs for the fire station in this area. If his request is 5 acres, we'll work with him on 5 acres. I don't think that's what I understood he was building currently, but it's his job to be accurate in that space, not mine. As it relates to recreational complexes, they take a tremendous amount of acreage. This 29 acres wouldn't really provide any kind of community recreational facility that would be worth investing at this place. We are putting a lot of internal parks, recreation, passive recreation, hiking trails. We do have a very large amenity center, so we are doing our part for having our neighborhood parks, walking areas, and like I said, set aside all the old golf course areas for passive recreation activities. but it wouldn't be conducive for a fire station and a park site. It just wouldn't be conducive for it.
I grew up in Fossil Park, St. Petersburg.
How big is it?
You have, look it up, Fossil Park. You have all the recreation baseball fields.
Well, I guess it would depend on what you're wanting to build.
Yeah, you have a firehouse there. You have parks. You've got, all the things that's going on. You got a pool there. Yeah, I grew up in the neighborhood, and so I know that it works.
So I meet with my client, ask him to work with you on a 2.5 acre fire station site. He said yes. It's growing to 5 acres as I'm standing here, and you would like for me to visit with him about a potential Parks and Rec site, Commissioner?
I would love for that to happen.
Does anybody else have to use the restroom?
For the sake of.
I mean, I need to visit with him about that. I didn't visit with him about that at all.
For the sake of the public and for the people sitting here today, when developers come back and open up master plans and revisions, this is our opportunity to negotiate for a better product, and especially with the changes that have happened since the late 90s to 2026, and this is what we're doing, right? This is active, and I appreciate this is positive. This is very positive. It's becoming a better product, and I think we're almost there.
So I don't think it could be all those things, because Omar would have to weigh in on this. I don't think it could be zoned as a potential park and a potential residential area. So what you're suggesting is that it become the park only and a fire station. Can I get the consensus on the board on that before I visit with my client? Because I've also been asked to consider possibility of commercial, neighborhood commercial. We do want a rental component. This is definitely the best place for the rental component if we're going to have rental cottages. So if it became a park, those options would be off the table.
Commissioner
I'm just
Champion.
curious about what the other commissioners thought.
The other thing I wanted to add to it, number one, we just built a brand new fire station. It's an acre and a half. So I don't know why you need 5 acres. The one on Spring Hill Drive is 65,000 square feet. So it's an acre and a half. So why not have the 5 acres, build the fire station, and have the rest for the park? If you could make that happen, like, why can't it be next to a fire station?
The parks, yeah.
Yeah, a park right next to it.
Could.
Because we built an awesome fire station around the Spring Hill Drive, 65,000 square feet. That's what the land is. If we can do it there, we can do it up there. So we don't need 5 acres for that. So that would leave 3.5 acres to be built the same exact station, which we're not, because we're going to spend $8 million on it. But you build something similar, you should be able to get 3.5 acres to do a park or whatever. And if we can cut out some of that, are you still proposing to get rid of the multifamily? Or is that?
Yeah. So this is all working away from what currently is on the map.
Yeah.
And I suggested some ideas about what we could do.
And that's a
as
fair
alternatives.
All of this is a fair compromise because, Commissioner Hawkins mentioned it, but this has already got vested rights. So we could turn it down today, and they could still build a 3,085, whatever. They could build a commercial. They could build a 3-story apartment buildings. Was that 3 or 4-story originally?
It could be up to 3.
Yeah. So you don't want to do that because you don't want the ladder truck and all that too. I think there's another reason why you don't want them, because you would have had to fund all that side of it. But to me, that's if we can get a better product for the citizens up there, then we should negotiate with you to get that done. Thank you.
That's what we're all trying to move towards. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, Commissioner Hawkins, I don't know that to do what would be appropriate park-wise, that there would be enough land there to not be right on top of the rear neighbors. That'd be my only concern. Because if you're going to spend it, you don't want to do 1 or 2 fields. You want to do multiple fields and parking lots and stuff. And I'm just curious if there's going to be enough space there to do that and still be good neighbors at that spot. That would be my only concern there on that particular piece of property. As much as I'd love to see park up there, I just wonder if that would be enough for us to do what we want. Because we did look at a couple of other spots. I know we've all at different times brought up different areas, and there just wasn't enough depth. And I know that most of our parks, when we're looking at something, we're looking over 50 acres typically to try to do that, and this would be half of that.
And also, Commissioner, just thinking out loud now that Commissioner Alako has reminded me, recreational parks that are active are not great right next to a neighborhood. No one's building out next to Anderson Snow. They are lights and parking and people and
Balls hitting roofs.
it's I do think the better pieces of thoughts that we've added to this possibility of getting rid of the multifamily and replacing it with a fire station and cottage rental or neighborhood commercial is the best way to go for the track. And I don't really think it's a great spot for a park. And I'm big on parks, as you know, I was president of HYL for 11 years. I'm big on parks for our kids.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to put all my hand on the table right now, but it does connect to a very large parcel of state-owned property just to the south.
I think state-owned property would be a perfect place.
And I think that if we had that particular section identified as potential future use park, and we go to the state and say this is a better use of the land, use it for passive recreation, build out some facilities in there, and also work as a board to develop a planned development district in that area, I think it's a win-win for the community.
See that too.
So, Mr. Manuel, what I'm hearing is there's a lot of concern about that orange parcel. That's what I'm hearing. So I don't know what you suggest we do to move forward.
I think to move forward, we're in agreement. We're not trying to force 400 units there. So that's how we started with heading in the right direction. But right now I have board with a few different kinds of ideas about what the consensus should be for replacement. I think we're all in agreement on the fire station.
How many acres?
If the chief wants 5 acres of land for his fire station, I do think it's a lot for a fire station. I'm not sure they've built one that size. I'm not even sure what he's thinking. But it's his testimony to y'all, so y'all need to decide if Michelle and I's original 2.5 acres we kind of baked into our thoughts moving forward a few minutes ago, or the 5 acres is appropriate. I think my client would work with him on either based on the board vote. And then the balance of the property, I think is better used for cottage rental or the possibility of a neighborhood commercial area. I think it's better for the community. I think it provides a better service. I think the community park needs to be up in the northwest somewhere. I do agree the state has a tremendous amount of state-owned property right in the area that if they could work with Hernando County to put a park, you could build a really good regional park. There's already apparently a tortoise camp in the area for active tortoise activities. But the state-owned land is a good piece to explore. And we'd certainly support that conceptually, but I think on the orange piece, I think it'd be better cottage or neighborhood commercial.
Okay, so let's try to.
But the consensus of the board is what I'm looking for, and if y'all reach a consensus, I'll visit with my client about it again, and I only need 2 minutes to do it.
Ms. Miller.
So if I may, my recommendation would be at this point that we postpone this item to give us the opportunity to work through some of these logistics with the petitioner. I think then we could finalize density, we could finalize the actual size for the fire station, et cetera, and bring back some options to the board. Because right now we don't have really clarity on exact number of units, layout, et cetera, and I think that might be beneficial to the board to actually see that.
Oh, wait. So we do not want to postpone our application. I'd rather remove the multifamily altogether from discussion. And I mentioned to y'all earlier, similar to what y'all did on Lake Hideaway, y'all asked us to come back with details associated with the lagoon. And we said we will. So if y'all want us to come back with details on the multifamily track, taking everything that we've heard today into consideration, we'll be glad to do that. But I need the rest of the project to move forward today. And I think we're consistent with our request. I can look at that with staff and come back to y'all and visit with you about the multifamily piece to include the fire station and other things I've heard from the board today, which could include recreation. But then I'd have the time to bring it back to y'all in a intelligent way.
I just don't want to lose our bargaining chips. Mister, I'm joking with you, sir.
So they're going to want to do something with it, so you won't lose much. So they're going to have me come back and look at it with you for sure, because they want to use the property. But I definitely don't want to postpone the entire development the multifamily track and the discussions we're having on it, I'd rather set it aside as a blank piece of paper than stop the rest of the project.
Is that, Mr. Chair, can I ask him a question?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Is that particular pod its own parcel key at all, or is it just a pod on the actual master plan?
I think it originally was a separate parcel. It's where our wastewater treatment plant, but I can't confirm that for you, Michelle. I don't know. Any of my office knows.
It is its own parcel.
I think it's its own parcel key.
If we could identify that parcel key, Mr. Chair, we could then do something very similar to what we did with Lake Hideaway and separate that specific parcel key out and say that a separate master plan would need to be submitted for that parcel key. That would then allow us to work through those logistics, and nothing could be developed on that until that master plan was approved. That's very similar to what we did for Lake Hideaway.
Okay. Can somebody work on identifying that for us?
Working on it.
Okay.
Mr. Harry had a comment on the fire station track.
All right.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, for the record, Scott Herring, Public Works Director. It'd be my recommendation, and I briefly spoke to Cliff about this, we go for up to 5 acres on the fire station. I just don't want to tie our hands. If I limit the space we're going into, that's going to cause construction costs to go up. We'll work with Cliff, and as I understand now, we're going towards the path of hopefully he'll get what he wants today, and we'll bring this parcel back for a separate revised master plan, and that will allow us time to work out exactly what we need in the appropriate location for the fire station.
You were thinking exactly the way I was thinking.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for saying that. Mr. DePablo?
Yes, Cliff, real quick. I don't want to necessarily give away the farm, but it sounds like we may be heading where we bring this parcel back, and I think it might be beneficial for our team and yours to sit down. Because I don't think the neighborhood commercial in and of itself will meet the needs, so we'll have to add some additional C1 uses, in my mind, at least 1 or 2, to capture what the board I feel is wanting, that capture rate in that area. And as it's currently advertised, we wouldn't be able to do it. So I think it might be beneficial, as we're already headed, but I wanted to put that on the record that we will work with you on that, if that's the final decision on that.
And consistent with Mr. Herring's statement, that also would allow us to include in the master plan the actual fire station site size, criteria, and location, and access points.
We can move on with, as you stated, the project as a whole, and then work with you on that parcel, since it's its own separate entity.
And then going back to leverage and those types of things, you know I'm coming back to go through it with you. And we will come back with the ideas in place to try to make that parcel work for everybody and include the fire district in it.
It was an unsolicited joke.
It worked good.
Commissioner Locko.
I just want to give you the parcel key for that. It's 11000007.
And that's actually 31 acres, so it's 2 acres larger than what Mr. Manuel had mentioned, but.
They'd already given the fire station away is what happened.
You already subtracted it. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go on record. I am not in favor of neighborhood commercial, and I do not have consensus there.
I don't like that either.
You know, with C1 uses and all the other stuff that you mentioned, that is not the way that I'd like to see this go.
And we're going to leave today with an open slate and take everything that I heard today and put that back in the staff for review, and then we'll come back and talk to you about it. Yep. But I've heard each of y'all.
Well, I'm going to say it. I'm not in favor of neighborhood commercial. Definitely not C1. I understand the intent of where we're trying to go, but with the neighbors to the back there, I don't think it fits. Just like I don't think 3-story, multifamily fits. So, and I know we're past that. I think you're right, Mr. Manuel. I think that Seville East is going to be where people shop. There's going to be a large, friendly grocer there, I'm sure, and that's where people are going to go and shop. We just got to get there. But I'm definitely not on board. I don't want to get back to this and then you say, oh, you guys seem like you're all in favor with neighborhood commercial and C1. No, I don't. I appreciate what you heard and then trying to meet what you heard. But I just don't think that's the right spot for it. Commissioner Alago.
Yeah, I just want to clarify where I was on that. In that environment, your rental pods would be to the rear of the property, and your commercial would be out on the main road.
Right.
That's how that would be set up. It wouldn't be the other way around.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so if we moved forward with the direction of setting aside key number 11000007 to have its own master plan established at a later date, would it then be the board's pleasure to eliminate condition 7 as written right now, speaking to the multifamily?
Sounds like if somebody made a motion, that would be appropriate.
Can I ask a couple of questions, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
We're moving into motion mode. So we may have gotten distracted listening to the board's input for the potential of neighborhood commercial. I didn't have a chance to visit with y'all about how many people thought that would be a good idea and which ones thought it would not be. We're not trying to push that. We're not trying to market it there. It's not something we're interested in. What my client would be interested in doing, as I had mentioned when I first started my presentation on this piece, is eliminating the multifamily high density and replacing it with a fire station up to 5 acres now for the fire chief and rental resort cottages at 4.5 units per acre. If that's the consensus of the board is something that's acceptable, we can move forward with that now. We got off into these other parts of the conversation because I brought to y'all unsolicited the possibility of trying to satisfy what sounded like a board interest in commercial property. But I just want to make sure, clear for the record, we're not promoting that, pushing it. It's not something we would need to move forward on a track at all.
Understood.
So,
thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in regards to that, I am not on board with that today.
yeah,
To have the multifamily 4.5 units per acre at this point. I think it's off the board. You're increasing 400 units in the interior space of where you're currently designed, and you're doing it properly, right? You're basically removing the neighborhood commercial. You're keeping it within the design of the actual development. You're not developing the old golf course. I can get behind those things, right? That makes sense to me. It's objective and it's easy to do. As far as this outlying parcel, I would not be in consensus of that. Moving forward. So it was a part of today's-
I was making sure the board knows we weren't promoting the commercial.
Yeah,
that's the
understood.
only part of it.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion?
Thank you. I just need clarification. So, I mean, I did the 4.5, 24, it's 108 units. What was originally there? Nothing? Is it just additional on the original
They
plan?
had so in the original master plan, they had a range of densities for all their different types of improvements, including multifamily. I think it was from, I think I had it here a minute ago. Multifamily was 2 to 16. No, that's medium density. 4 to 30 units per acre is the density that was allowed. But what was proposed in there was 400 units on 30 acres.
So we're on the 20. It's 29, right? I thought it was 29.
I said 29. Michelle
and
said
you take
it's
5. If
30.
you take 5 off, even if it was 25, you're talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little over 100 units. It's not 400 units. You know, it seems reasonable.
Yeah, but let's go back to what was originally approved. It was MD, medium density.
Right.
That's what
Right.
was presented to us.
Right.
So tell me again what that was.
2 to 16 units per acre for a medium density neighborhood.
So it would be twice the 2. It would be 4. Well, 4.5. Yeah. And that was what was approved there.
Yeah, they could put 16 per
Yeah,
acre.
So,
2 to,
I mean, so
2
they're
to
going to
16.
4.5. It seems reasonable. And these are single story, or
Yeah.
no?
Cottages. Yeah.
I mean, seems reasonable when compared to what was proposed. And you're getting the 5 acres for the site. Somebody else think?
Commissioner Locko?
Thank you. So let's say we don't, if we don't address this particular parcel today, they have the potential to develop at 16.
That's right.
Based off of the previous.
That's right.
So I say let's have a conversation.
No.
No?
Not if we condition it, no, sir. If we condition it that they must come back for a master plan, then they're at an impasse until they come back.
But the zoning stays the same until I modify it.
I mean,
The zoning goes one way.
how are we able to take away, if it has a separate parcel key, how are we able to take away entitlements
they would have the existing entitlement, but they cannot move forward to permitting until they come back for that master plan.
Right, but they would have what would be the least amount that, so in other words, going back to Commissioner Champion where he was at, right, they have the ability, they could go to 16, right?
It's not good.
Right.
We're talking about 25% of that.
Right.
I think it's reasonable for
I do too.
Yeah.
That's my.
And you're getting
We're talking about we're agreeing to 1 story, which would be great for the neighbors.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. What I don't want is something that's going to be terrible for that community that backs up to it. And I'm thinking if we go to 1-story cottages, that's 25% of what it could have been in there. I mean, nobody's going to be happy that something's going there, but I mean, how much better can it be?
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. I want something better than what we have right now.
That's my concern there. And we get a firehouse.
Make the motion.
What's the pleasure of the board?
You looking for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'd make a motion to, what are we saying? So you're basically, we're going to leave there. I'm all confused now. We talked about a lot of things. So that parcel's separate. So the original, what staff recommendation, what the plans you have already on Seville, we would go forward with, Michelle, or is there?
So
We're eliminating the multifamily, multi-unit, multi-level, right?
So if if it's the pleasure of the board, we would modify condition number 7 to allow for the 4.5 units per acre with the limitation of the 1 story. I would just need to verify with Mr. Manuel if he would want the setbacks as established in this condition the same, or if he would want those modified. And then we would add an additional condition that up to 5 acres within that parcel key, the 11-00007, shall be set aside for the construction of a future fire station.
Okay, that's my motion then, what she said.
What are the rear setbacks on that?
So
I don't care about
currently
the
the
front.
setbacks that I have, and like I said, I need to verify with Mr. Manuel on
50, I
that. So
thought.
currently the setbacks from multifamily are 25 front, 0 and or 7.5, based on internal versus external side setbacks. A rear of 20 with a building separation of 15. So I don't know if you would want those to be.
It's currently 50.
I thought it was 50 right now.
Oh, the buffer. Yeah, she's talking about setbacks
Talking
between
about the
buildings.
setbacks.
Or
The actual
setbacks on
building
lots.
All the buffer's gonna stay the same.
Correct. Yep. I'm just talking solely on building setbacks.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is the buffer. If they
Buffer stayed the same.
Yeah,
If they
we're
had a
not
50-foot
proposing any
buffer.
changes to that buffer.
Yeah.
No.
The buffer stayed the same, and we're not opposed to those setback requirements that we have already in the document.
So, Commissioner Champion, just so I'm good with what you think we're doing here. So we're removing the commercial from the big spot and we're replacing it with residential.
Yeah.
Right? And then we're taking the multifamily, multi-level out and we're replacing it with a firehouse up to 5 acres and multi-family.
Cottage.
No,
Cottage.
And it's gotta be resort residential, because they do wanna rent it.
Up to
Want to be able to rent
4.5
it.
units per acre.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's a big, just for the citizens, this is an improvement over what's already approved, so.
What are the numbers?
In our opinion.
What's that?
What do we have for numbers now, though? Total units?
It would be 180.
180. So what does that take our units down? Because originally they wanted 380.
That's a 580 increase.
Where would the 180, what do you mean, 180 for what?
Instead of 400.
The total units that could be constructed.
Well, there's 112 on that one parcel, because you take 5 acres out, you got 25 acres times 4.5 is 112.5.
Yeah, it was bigger than that.
Was it bigger than that? I think you
30,
told me it was
32.
29 point something.
It's 31.
31, so it means just 26 times 4.5, which is 117.
Okay, I apologize. 100.
So I mean, there's a big difference between.
Yes.
400.
Yeah, 400, and which is what their current, up to 16 would give you a lot more units.
And the
Not to
primary
mention
part,
the multi-level.
primary part of the property is 3,400.
Yeah. But you're replacing a commercial with those
Yeah,
additional pieces,
34,
so.
but it'd be 3,400 plus the 112 or whatever that.
3517.
I think we get a better product out of all this when we do this.
Well, 31 times 16 is 496.
Wow.
I'm confused on where that 3,400 number is that Mr. Manuel is referring to. Is that based on the new submission he provided or today?
It's a commercial piece that was replaced with residential. Right?
Yeah,
Correct.
that, the 3,400 is the piece that we're requesting for the primary property.
Correct.
Which is the 3,800 minus the 400 units.
So then the 117 would be in addition to that.
Correct.
3517.
End up with
In addition to the
35,700.
3,400.
Yeah.
Oh, we eliminated apartments.
Yeah.
So then the number of units then would be 117,
Yeah, that, give it to
limitation of 1 story. Now, Mr. Manuel has mentioned the need for resort residential, however, that's just a
No,
zoning
I used the wrong term. I just want to make sure we can rent it, rental property. They want to be able to rent the cottages.
I don't,
Proper term for that, y'all can label it.
Apartment, cottage, whatever you want to call it.
yeah, I don't.
That's
think
fine.
They're built to rent.
Yeah.
Correct. So
we need to
if I
specify
may,
that.
with the changes in the Airbnb and the fact that if you rent them long-term, both of those are not handled by local government anymore. So.
Okay.
So I'm going to, on 7,
Ms. Miller, if I can complicate things real quick.
can I finish my, on this really quick? I'm sorry. My brain is done. I apologize. Okay, so the multifamily areas are approved as, we want these to be duplexes then, correct?
Says
Cottages, duplex?
Cottage, yeah, they could be duplexes. Yeah.
I'll just use cottages as 1-story cottages.
We're never gonna get to these.
Sorry, my keyboard. That's why you could have a separate one. No, it's my keyboard.
Let's just work together on it.
Okay, the following. Okay, so I'm changing this to say the 1-story cottages. I'm eliminating the maximum units per building because that no longer applies. Changing the maximum height to 1 story. Okay, now I'm good, yes, sir. Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't do the math in the condition. I just want to make sure that the density is what we're reflecting, 4.5. And then the math will be based on what happens with negotiations with the fire chief. Because if that acreage flexes,
So instead of saying maximum number of units, I'll just say maximum density of 4.5
Yes.
dwelling units per.
because that number could fluctuate and can give them either more or less. And so if it ends up being less acreage but more units, you end up with more than 4.5 on the balance. Works both better for both parties. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Okay, I've made the revisions to condition number 7, and then I'm going to add a new condition that related to the up to 5 acres shall be set aside for a future fire station on that 11000007 parcel key. Then I believe that took care of everything.
No, it's up to 5. So we agreed.
Up to 5? Well, they could give us 1.
No.
Crazy.
Whatever he needs, up to 5.
Right.
Okay, we.
Can I?
Motion or?
Yeah.
I want to clarify something here. Up to 5, based on what?
Whatever.
I don't
the
want
fire-
to come back and say in 1.
Whatever the fire chief requests and negotiates with them with a maximum of 5.
Okay.
Scott had clarified for the board, Scott Herring, they want that flexibility so they could properly fit the station for this region.
Correct.
And
And we want a cheaper fire station too, so if they have to spread it out more, then that's fine.
I think they're working on that.
We can always say based on need and demand of the fire chief if
That's fine.
necessary.
I just want to make sure stuff with 1 acre.
Okay, your motion stands, sir?
Yes.
Okay. I got a motion to approve from Commissioner Champion.
Everybody jump at once.
Go through it. Do it mentally.
Commissioner Hawkins.
You had me at 3,400. You're losing me at 3,516.
The 3,400 is the balance. Is
No,
the
I
base.
understand. I do not, in good faith, I just, that outlying partial is the issue that I have. and why I'm not seconding the motion at this point. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, and I get it, and I know that, you know, but you just stated on the record that you were willing to negotiate in good faith with our planning department in the best use case of that particular parcel. I understand. I just letting you know. I mean, I'm one person on this board.
No, we're going to go with the board's will. I'm wanting y'all to direct us accordingly. I've heard all the input today. I've offered to take it and come back with the master plan. The board has its will, so we're now waiting for the will of the board to be determined. The main piece of the property that we're focused on, and we think we've got y'all in agreement on, is 3,400 units. That's the 3.23, and it takes out the multifamily altogether and sets it aside. So that since then, I've been trying to figure out how y'all want to make that multifamily.
I understand.
But I'm comfortable with the direction of the board on that piece. But we would like to move forward with the rest of the project so we can continue our investment.
Understood.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
I got it. I wouldn't have went. I thought we were in consensus there. I wouldn't have went this far, but at least we got a better product of it. That's all we're looking for, right? We got the 5 acres for the fire station. We got none of these 3-level apartment buildings. We got single level, and we replaced the commercial with residential. It seems to work. I mean, do I love this whole project? No, but it's already here. So, but if you guys want to change something, change it. Make another motion. I don't care. It's like, we can't talk about this all day. It seems like I thought we had a plan already. I thought that's why I was making a motion, but I didn't hear anybody second anything. So
we're still there. Commissioner Locko.
All right, so the main project went from 3085 to 3400, right?
commercial's out there, right?
Commercial's out, so they added 315 in place of the commercial. You're okay with that?
Inside the development.
But you're not okay with going down to a quarter of the density and only 1 story on the outside? That's what we're just trying to get to.
Yeah. So my Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah,
if I
please.
can
Yeah,
have
let's
this conversation.
try to get this moving forward.
All of my recommendations are coming in, and I understand that. It evolved as I started to think further down the road with the possibility of partnering with the state. And I think that that's a viable option with us working towards that. And I just don't want to approve something today for a multifamily development that could actually be used for a regional park in the future.
Well, it wouldn't be a good use to have a road, a parkway going through the middle of it. Okay, so why would we not just move forward with your idea with the southern portion? You wouldn't want a park that had a parkway going through the center of it. Right? So wouldn't it make sense to just try to work with the state and see if maybe we can get some of that land now that this development is here? Is to say, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there's no way it would be a functional park that way. And you wouldn't want people going across one side to the other.
I don't believe you need my vote.
No, it was just this
We're not
conversation.
second yet, so probably will.
It's a conversation about a real park, though, is what I'm saying.
I understand.
How would that function with a public road that's designed to go between 2 state highways?
I understand.
The more y'all talk, the more that I am convinced. It reminds me so much of when I was trying to get y'all to approve the construction and location of the lagoon. There's a lot of questions here in the air by the board. They're related to an orange piece of property, an orange piece that we've already agreed to provide the BOCC and county staff some flexibility of uses on. I would like to move forward with the balance of the property as we've submitted it with our 3,400 units, 3.23 units per acre, all the open space and things that we've offered y'all as a part of that approval. And we will agree to bring the multifamily back to y'all for final decision. I think that's fair. I think it lets me work with the fire department. I think it lets me work with Parks and Rec. You know, we meet with those guys all the time. I'm working with them right now in another regional sports complex. We'll meet with them. They may have an opinion about whether this is a good location for a park. They might say, no, hell no, we don't want it. Excuse me. They say, devil's own. So I think we bring it back. And if the board can find consensus to let us move forward with the project that we're working on right now, where we're generating the revenue needed for parks and fire stations and other things, that would be my request.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I think that's a big mistake. I think we lose our leverage. You got leverage right now to fix this. You got leverage to fix that orange piece. You approve that. They got up to 16 units and 3-level building on the other side. Why would you do that?
I'll
You do it right now.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, we got a motion to approve with what was originally stated by Ms. Miller. I got a second from Commissioner Olaco. Any further discussion?
And then you just want to refresh what the motion is.
Okay, can you refresh the motion, please?
All right, the motion is to approve the 3,400 units on the main parcel. The orange parcel the developer's going to give up to 5 acres for a fire station, and the density on the remaining of the property would be no more than 4.5 units with single-story duplexes, villas, whatever rental property you would have in there. So our total, could be 35 and change, whatever it could vary depending on how much land there is.
That's acceptable to us.
Is that correct?
Yes, and the only thing I'd add to that is the reason why, just for the benefit of Commissioner Amsler, the reason why the increase on the large spot is because of the removal of the commercial.
Okay. So I don't think it changes too much. It is still a better product overall. It's not. I'm sure the residents still don't like it. I mean, but in general, it's better. It's a better negotiation, I think.
Right, I agree.
My biggest beef with this was that multi-story apartment.
Mine too.
Yeah. Which we got rid
got
of.
down to 1 story now.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and it's going to basically be the size. I mean, when you think about the density, it's going to be Spring Hill.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's what you're down to. You're just under a quarter acre. I mean, that's what Spring Hill lot is.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, any further discussion? All right, going to a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes 3-2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're on to E15. Mr. DePablo.
Yes. The next item is mediated settlement agreement with Meridian Development LLC dated January 27th, 2026, and associated resolution. I'll pause for a second. Chamber sex.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay. And a brief review of what's before you today. Hernando County Planning Department File H-2482, Meridian Development LLC. Hereafter, developer party applied to the county to rezone the subject parcel at the northwest corner of Commercial Way and Spring Hill Drive. On June 9th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 3-2 to have the board approve the petitioner's request. On August 5th, 2025, the Board of County Commissioners voted 5-0 to postpone the request. On November 4th, 2025, the Board of County Commissioners voted 4-1 to deny the petitioner's request. And an appeal in mediation was filed on December 11th, 2025, and on January 27th, 2026, Hernando County staff and the developer party mediated the dispute and agreed on the attached mediated settlement agreement which is presented here along with the associated recommendation of the special magistrate for approval by the Board of County Commissioners. With that, Ms. Miller will give additional details, and we have our legal staff and the petitioner in the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Michelle Miller for the record. Included in your packet today is the mediated settlement agreement that was agreed upon by all parties on January 27th. Beginning on page 689 of your packet are the performance conditions that were agreed upon. A couple of things I wanted to bring to the board's attention is that this does include a language related to the permissions for Lot 1 that would limit the uses, certain uses for the C1 district. In addition, we also provided clarification on the location of the frontage road. There's also language as it relates to landscape buffers and setbacks for Lot 1, allowing for there to be any right-of-way necessary for the expansion of Spring Hill Drive at that intersection. We also did include language as it relates to the large-scale retail development, as well as the buffering and a wall that has been proposed in certain areas where this project is immediately adjacent to residential. I will be glad to turn this over to Mr. Kyle Benda, who was the attorney on behalf of the applicant, to provide additional information for you and to answer any questions that you may have.
Before you do that, can we clean up the screen here?
Oh, absolutely. I apologize.
Are you gonna need the overhead or the, okay.
Yes.
Do you need the computer or just the overhead?
Just the overhead.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Mr. Chairman, just out of, we've heard this multiple times. Could the applicant just give us what the mediated settlement, what was the outcome of the mediated settlement, and if there was any changes?
He has 15 minutes that I'm gonna give him, sir.
Okay.
He can use that how he sees fit.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, County staff. My name's Kyle Benda with Benda Law for the petitioner, Meridian Development. We've got the development team here, as well as the traffic expert and the land use planning expert, if y'all have any questions.
You've been sworn, sir?
I have been sworn, yes. So we're here today pursuant to the Fludra process in section 70.51 of the Florida statutes, which is an alternative dispute resolution process to avoid litigation regarding this project. And the purpose of the statute is to reach some kind of compromise that allows development. And if we can't, if you don't approve the settlement agreement today, then the next step would be appealing to the circuit court on the denial resolution. So it starts with a request for relief filed by the applicant, and then that's responded to by the county. That leads to a mediation, which was attended by the parties, by planning staff, as well as the applicant. And it's kind of like a hybrid mediation hearing where the parties are required to mediate first, and if they can't come to an agreement, then there is a hearing, and then the special magistrate, who in our case is a board certified lawyer in local government law, he would have then held a hearing and determined what he thinks a reasonable development of the property would be, and then would issue that recommendation for you to accept or deny, essentially. But we were able to reach an agreement with the planning department and the county attorney's office, and then that agreement was adopted by the special magistrate as his recommendation of what a reasonable development of this property would be. So I just wanted to kind of go through the history of the property and how we got to the ultimate settlement that we reached. So what you're looking at here is the initial application, right? When we applied for the initial rezoning, we asked for access on Pinehurst, 5 commercial outlots, right? Access to Pinehurst, we were not planning on building the frontage road connecting to the north, but we would reserve that area for connection if the appropriate approvals were reached with the northern property owner to make that connection. 2 access points on 19, as you can see, and then a reduction of the setback along US 19 from 125 feet to 50 feet. So you can kind of push the whole development as far away from the residential as possible. So what I'm going to show you now, this is the application that was made, I think it was in 2021. The previous applicant, I think it was like Brightworks Real Estate. This is where they were seeking the gas station at the south end, right? And then 7 total outlots, right? So compared to this, the plan that we presented, much more intense. You know, and again, looking at kind of the current proposal of what we're talking about today with the settlement agreement versus what was being sought by the previous applicant, it's just a comparison so you can kind of see it side by side. And I think, you know, if you look at the total square footage, that previous applicant proposed 50,800 square feet of commercial structure space with open space of 43,000. Our proposal is much smaller. It's 22,000 total building square footage, and then 117,000 open space throughout the entire project. So, you know, even the initial application, I think, was much less intense than what has previously been before this board. So then this is what was presented to you all in November, right? We removed the Pinehurst access. Still requesting 5 commercial out parcels. Connected the frontage road to the north with the agreement to modify the Swift Mud permit on the Suncoast property to make that off-site connection. The detention pond to the north is a little bit larger. Added another detention pond between Alderwood and Newmark Street. Agreed to add, I think it was 100% opacity along that northeastern corner where it is directly abutting residential, as well as constructing with the option of adding. I think the language was adding a fence if the landscape buffer couldn't meet that 100% opacity. We agreed at that point to double what the code requires for the location of the call boxes for any quick serve restaurant. So the code requires any call box for a quick serve restaurant to be at least 100 feet from residential. We agreed to do 200 feet from any residential property, so that's double what the code requires. And then we agreed to repair and replace the brick columns that are along here from the old the historical entrance to Spring Hill Drive. So we you know, to either repair them or tear them down, rebuild them, make them look like they originally did. So then that is what was denied in November. And then when we went to, so with the mediated settlement agreement, and I think at the November hearing there was discussion about these turning lanes not being long enough. So this site plan has been updated to include those the way they're supposed to be as required by the code and FDOT. And then we have like a nice little fountain graphic if you wanted to put a fountain there based on the settlement agreement, just to show those distances. But the mediation settlement agreement is all of those same conditions that I've outlined through the process, right? Because we started at one point and then added more and more conditions as we went along. So all of those conditions I mentioned are still applicable to the property. But then we added the following conditions. Limit lot 1, this lot right here, lot 1 structure 1, to be allowed to use all of the C1 uses except for the following. No convenience store with a fueling station, no automotive service establishments, and no quick serve restaurant with a drive-through, but allowing a drive-through banking establishment. So those are the uses we're not going to do on that lot 1. And then lot 1 will also require an architectural design plan to be approved by the county prior to constructing it, just to make sure that it looks nice and is compatible with the surrounding residential community. And then we also agreed to, at the time of site development, the applicant will dedicate to the county up to 20 feet for the future expansion of Spring Hill Drive. So what we're talking about is essentially this line, dedicating 20 feet to the county for future right-of-way for Spring Hill Drive. And basically providing for a proportionate reduction in the landscape buffer and building setbacks based on ultimately how much is dedicated, with a minimum landscape buffer of 5 feet and building setback of 15 feet. So up to 20 feet ultimately, depending on what's needed for Spring Hill Drive or, you know, keeping the buffer, whatever the county wants to do with it ultimately. And then we also agreed to a 35-foot landscape buffer where the property is directly adjacent to residential homes. So that would be the northeast corner, along with the construction of a 6-foot wall, not a fence. And then that wall would actually, so that wall would be from along Pinehurst from Newmark Street to Alderwood. Or no, from Newmark Street all the way down to that southernmost entrance. So you'd have a wall basically here going all the way down to here. And then on the outside of the wall, that would be Florida-friendly vine. So it would be a green wall, kind of buffering the portion of the property that is across the street from residential. And I think if you look at, this is the portion where you're going to have 100% opacity with the landscape buffer, with an additional wall if you can't meet that 100% opacity. So based on that, those are all of the additions to that were agreed upon and incorporated into the mediated settlement agreement. And I think ultimately allowing development of the property in this manner is going to result in approximately $800,000 in impact fees and connection fees. I think approximately $550,000 of that is just transportation impact fees. So that $550,000 would be able to be used for road maintenance and constructing roads, because this being infill development, you're not going to need to construct any new roads to make this accessible. So that's going to be more than $500,000 immediately able to repair roads and construct new roads in Hernando County. This would also result in approximately $83,000 in sales tax per year, and that's just the county portion, just from this development being approved and constructed and built. And then I don't have the number for real estate taxes, but there will also be increased real estate taxes for this property. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm here. My clients are here, and then we also have the transportation engineer and the land use planning expert here for any questions.
Won't see any lights. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Going to open it up to the public. Anybody from the public would like to speak on item E15? Please state your name. Please spell your last name. Please indicate whether or not you've been sworn. You'll have 3 minutes.
George Angelitis, Lucas Pison and Dyer Law Firm, ANGELIA, D as in David, IS. I have been sworn. I'm glad Kyle brought up that original plan of 7 parcels, because that's not part of the record before you in the last hearing, but I guess it's something we can discuss today. Previous board, whether it's all or some of you, during that plan, didn't like that plan either. 7 units that were being planned. The one that came before you back in July and November, that was 5. You clearly didn't like that. This is a situation where it's like, in my opinion, nobody was listening. Nobody understood the assignment when they went to this mediation. So, as an attorney, when I think about mediation, I've been an attorney for over 30 years. It usually means the concept of, both sides conceding something. It doesn't appear to me that the applicant has conceded anything in this situation. They've agreed to dedicate a portion of parcel 1, still the 5 parcel plan, and they're building a nice big concrete wall with some fake green foliage on it. So, I really don't understand what was mediated. I can tell you that the citizens weren't really given a meaningful opportunity to participate in that process, in my opinion. I also was not given the opportunity to be present because it was not coordinated with me, even though I raised an objection to the date once I found out when it was at the last minute. So the previous site plan, as I said, had 5 planned parcels. The mediated plan has 5 planned parcels, which again, you clearly didn't like. It's the exact same plan you rejected back in November. With the concerns raised in the traffic study that is already in the record, and the new trips the project will generate in that already stressed intersection, it's clear that the current proposal is very intense. It's not consistent with the residential nature and character of the surrounding area. As Mr. Amsler so eloquently pointed out just a little while ago, you should be considering capacity before considering density. They had a golden opportunity to address your density concerns in the mediation. In my opinion, they clearly dropped the ball. With all these things in mind, I believe you must deny this mediated agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Hall, Hall, and I've been sworn in. I'm a resident of Pinehurst Drive, and I know it looks like it's probably going to go ahead with development of some kind, but I'd just like to point out that the original planned development of Spring Hill included the wall and a forested buffer area to cut down on noise and the site of US 19 for the residents that live in that part of Spring Hill. And everybody I know from around there is against the development, and they've purchased or rented houses in that area because of the nice natural area, and you don't have to see or hear US 19. I'd also like to point out that at the intersection of Spring Hill and Commercial Way here, this is a very, very busy section, and a lot of people are turning from Spring Hill Drive right to go north on Commercial Way. So coming around that corner and then having an entrance into a development is, in my opinion, not a very good idea. You're going to have a lot of traffic problems because people like to whip around Spring Hill and take off up 19. And if you have people slamming on their brakes in front of you to turn in, could be a problem. The development's going to negatively impact the character of Spring Hill. I mean, it's developed all up and down Commercial Way. There's very few areas where, the original forest is still available. It's also going to cause more traffic through the Pinehurst Drive area, which I live on, and it's already quite a busy road. So just for people going to the new commercial developments there, it's probably going to increase the traffic through the neighborhood and the number of vehicles. So I guess in closing, I'd just like to say that, I really respect that you all have a job to do, and that you need to be responsive to the development needs of the community. But I'd prefer they develop somewhere else. It's a nice area. It's a nice entrance to Spring Hill and Spring Hill Drive, and I'd hate to see that go away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Howdy, Mindy Fellman, FELLMAN, and I have been sworn in. I did go to the arbitration. I hate to say this, but it was a waste of time for me. They knew how I felt. They knew how all of us who did show up felt. And the people around the table, I don't know that anybody was there supporting me. So when they say the people who did the agreement, that made the agreement, they're not in my neighborhood. So I have an issue with that. You had asked Mr. Hawkins once before, it said, don't make this emotional, make this legal. So arguments against commercial rezoning, impact on surrounding property values, reduce property values. The aesthetics of the neighborhood are going to go down. Disruption of neighborhood quality, character and quality of life. I love my neighborhood. I feel safe in my neighborhood. I can leave my doors open, don't have to worry about anything. Bringing in a business like this, these businesses, people are going to be wandering through our neighborhoods. I don't want that. Loss of privacy. Okay. And a strain on the environment. That's really all I wanted to say. Four of you voted no, and I'm hoping that the four of you vote no again. This is my neighborhood. This is not your neighborhood. If you want to come live in my neighborhood and have it in your backyard, but I don't think you do. I just want you to continue to vote no. I know it says commercial way. That doesn't make a difference. There's plenty of plots on 19 where you can put this down by the college, where the college kids are coming out. Let them deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kaylin Lair. I'm sorry, I'm sick. And I have not been sworn.
Oh, okay. If anybody else has not been sworn and plans to speak today, please stand, raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, please administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Do you need me to spell my name?
If you would, your last name, please.
Sure. Lair, L-E-H-R.
Thank you.
So I know on or about February 18th, there was a letter sent from the Brookridge residents to the county commissioners. And a lot of the things that they mentioned in their letter, because they're dealing with the Olive Garden and all of that, the rooms to go and all that fun stuff on 50. A lot of the things that they brought up are all things that we have mentioned in the past, and we were told, no, it won't be an issue. It'll be fine. But these are all things that they are now experiencing issues with. Traffic noise, commercial lighting. We were told that there can't be a guarantee that there would be no ambient lighting. Well, yes, the lights won't be pointing directly in our windows. We were told there will still be ambient lights from that. We were told that at the mediation. Another thing that those residents had mentioned was the dumpsters, the trash trucks. This road right here does go really close to some houses. So we're going to have to deal with that too. Not to mention the traffic issues. All of these things that we were told not to worry about that wouldn't be issues, they're going to be issues, and it's already been proven by the Brookridge residents. The other thing right now is Hernando County is under a modified water shortage, phase 2. Bringing in all of these commercial lots, how is that going to affect the water for the people that actually live here, not just the ones that are visiting? You know, we're already having issues with the water. We're down to watering lawns once a week. We have no idea what the weather's going to be like this summer. It could be dry like last summer, or we could get a monsoon next week. I would welcome the rain. I'd love it. But as it stands right now, we are under that water shortage, and this is going to affect that and take resources away from the current residents. The other thing that I know has been brought up is that development drives down housing prices. Lower housing prices means people with less money moving in, which means no extra money to spend at these establishments. So why are we bringing these establishments so close to a residential area? The other thing is that we chose the suburban life. If we wanted to live somewhere urban, we would have done that. A lot of us chose this neighborhood because it's quiet, it's nice. Like Mindy said, we can leave our doors open at night. We can leave our windows open at night. We don't have to worry. It's a safe neighborhood. We enjoy that. Changing that to more of an urban feel will drive out those of us that want to live here and bring in those of us that have to live here and don't have a choice, because that's where the housing market is at. It's dropped, and those are the houses you can afford, and that's the people that are going to be moving in. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Excuse me. My name's Luella Heaton, Heaton. I have been sworn in. I'm a little nervous. I don't know why, because this is like my 6th time here. I'm nervous. I agree with everything everybody has already said. I was also at the arbitration, and it was a waste of time. No one really talked to us. I don't even know why we were there anyway. I'm a dreamer. My husband and I dreamed about moving here to Florida and retiring, and we did about 8 years ago and our home on Alderwood Street. It's been our dream. We just love fixing it up. And seems like ever since we moved here, we've been here a lot, and you know, it's a beautiful piece of land, the buffer. And it's an entrance to Spring Hill, our beautiful Spring Hill in Hernando County. I always loved the waterfall. You know, it's the entrance. And that beautiful buffer that we have that helps protect our neighborhood, there's so much that could be done to that to beautify it. What about a community center? You know, we don't have anything. I think it was mentioned through some of this stuff. I'm learning so much coming to these meetings. Anyway, it was mentioned about that, you know, and like we don't have anything west. Everything is kind of like we don't have any community centers or pools or anything like that. You know, we have to go 15, 20 minutes east to get to anything like that. Anyway, I mean, there's so much beauty that could be done for the entrance to Spring Hill. Something like this, and I appreciate all the work they did, you know, but it's just not a good fit for our neighborhood. I mean, that's simply it. I mean, it's just not a good fit. And if this is approved, I'm asking that Alderwood Street that you all would, we're going to need speed bumps because we're already seeing an increase. And if this happens, there will be much more traffic. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Devon Carollo, and I'm here representing the Sierra Club Adventure Coast Group, our members and supporters in the area.
Have you been sworn?
I have not. Oh, I was just now.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that green space is essential for the quality of life and clean air, and we encourage you to value the long-standing zoning of this parcel. It was originally depicted in an advertising brochure from Deltona Corporation and included in the approved Deltona Master Plan as green landscaping barrier fronting Highway 19 as part of the main entrance into the new Spring Hill area at that time and the planned residential development behind it. Now, an out-of-town developer is asking you to overturn the required provision for a green buffer that was part of that original site plan. Homeowners purchased residences here based on the promise of the green buffer zone. How disingenuous to revoke it now with an encroachment of such an incompatible use. I believe this sets a dangerous legal precedent for other developments that you're approving that have been planned out with appropriate green space included, and to have the developer come back later and take it out. It's located also within the Weeki Wachee priority focus area as contributing too many nutrients into the springs, and it's also within a floodplain that will require specific permitting and mitigation and perhaps an FDOT drainage permit. It should remain as part of the undeveloped watershed that absorbs stormwater runoff and carbon dioxide from vehicular traffic adjacent to it. This parcel was rejected for development in 1988. It was rejected in 2010. It was rejected in 2022. And now it's back again for your consideration. How many times do we have to say no? And it seeks to subdivide the parcel into commercial and business locations. The residents want access from Pinehurst to remain residential with no connectivity to new development. There is strong opposition to commercial intrusion into this residential area. It certainly won't protect residents from the new impacts of heavy traffic and delivery trucks. And the noise from this new development, combined with its location at a busy section without a green buffer, will diminish quality of life. Given the intense, unplanned development that has already occurred in Spring Hill as an unincorporated area, please consider the quality of life issues for residents in weighing this new application. Clearly, there is a concern that this land be converted into something that is not needed to replace its current function as green space for the residential area behind it. If approved, it will negatively impact the lives of nearby residents with no demonstrable need for this type of development in lieu of a green buffer. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my comments. In the end, will it make Spring Hill a better place to live? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Brenda Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T. I'm here today
Have you been sworn, ma'am?
Yes, I have been sworn, sorry. I'm here today to address some inaccuracies presented at previous hearings regarding the proposed rezoning and to voice serious concerns regarding the resulting impact of our quality of life. At a previous hearing, it was stated that our neighborhood consists primarily of rentals. This is factually incorrect. I have personally analyzed the property appraiser's data and color-coded a map of our streets, which I will put here. I think that is clear. So on that map, the green are owner-occupied. Mailing address is the same as the physical address on the property appraiser site. Orange is wooded lots. The empty ones could be rentals. It's hard to determine that. The black star is our property, right there across from the subject parcel. So this data confirms that our neighborhood is in fact primarily owner-occupied. We are invested residents who spent years building community, not a transient population, as was previously suggested. Regardless, a resident is a resident is a resident. In addition, I want to mention noise impact. On Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, when we were previously going through a rezoning, I used a Rise Pro sound level meter from my screened pool area facing Pinehurst and US 19. The reading was 59.1, and that was at 6:34 p.m. I have a date stamped photo that I can email if necessary. According to Hernando County Noise Ordinance, the acceptable limit for a residential area is 60 decibels. Even 3.5 years ago, we were already at the razor's edge of the legal limit. Given the growth since then, I have no doubt that the level is even higher today. While we cannot control existing traffic noise, the board can control whether that noise becomes an illegal nuisance. This rezoning will undeniably push these levels far past 60 decibel threshold for residential well-being. Finally, we must address the reality of the site plan. During mediation, we were informed that delivery trucks and garbage services would utilize the reverse frontage road running directly along Pinehurst. This brings heavy industrial noise, backup alarms, air brakes, and heavy engines. We are already struggling with the noise from US 19. Adding a dedicated corridor for heavy commercial vehicles mere feet from our homes is simply not a compatible use of this land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name's Dave Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T, and yes, I have been sworn. Thank you. As I sit here this afternoon, I try and think to myself, what more can I say? I've seen most of you before, been to the previous rezoning attempts, and I don't want to sound redundant or repeat a lot of things that have been said. One thing I'd like to correct for the record, Commissioner Champion, in the last rezoning meeting, made a comment that you all, meaning the county, has been ripping off the property owners, the out-of-state property owners. He stated that they've been paying taxes on $250,000. And yes, the property is assessed at $233,000. But they've been paying a cap value amount on $85,000. So what they're paying in taxes is less than half of what I'm paying in taxes. So you all ripping me off? That's just something I want to bring forward. Another thing, in this mediated agreement that we all went through, me personally, I can't find anything that has changed. With the exception that they're offering you all 20 feet on Spring Hill Drive. So I'm asking you, please don't sell your souls and the souls of the other hundreds and thousands of Hernando County residents that drive this intersection on a daily basis. And I guess the only thing I have an issue with also is if you look at their site plan and going up Commercial Way and on 50, there's not another big box store that has their own two entrances on the north side of their building and the south side of their building. It's either done by one entrance only and an access road. Why are we allowing them two? And one that's definitely too close to Spring Hill Drive. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, I know you. Please line up behind Ms. Kelly. And, okay, go ahead.
Cheryl Kelly, for the record, Kelly, and I have been sworn. I'm going to come in from a different angle, the south side of where they're wanting to develop, which is something that you guys approved back, I believe it was June of last year, to lengthen and widen Spring Hill Drive. And you're also closing off the median on Pinehurst. And I do want to throw it out there. I guess it might not be the time, but was I'm going to call it the Publix Plaza, were they notified that that median was going to be closed? I just want to put that out there. And if by chance you guys approve this today, are you going to do what you approved June of last year before they break ground? Because it's going to be a total chaos, which is going to affect the health and safety of the people driving on the current conditions of the road, Spring Hill Drive. And the only other thing I'd like to throw in there is I spoke at the meeting, and thanks to Brenda, she emailed me the cover sheet, and I spoke, but I did not share that I desired to be notified if it went to special magistrates. Now I know, but I would assume most of the public does not know that, and I come here from time to time and talk, and you guys, a couple of you have my cell phone, email. You could have given me a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else from the public? Seeing none, closing public comment. Back to the petitioner for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to touch on a few issues. The FLUDRA process is governed by state statute, and it is a mediation. So the provisions of Chapter 44 of the Florida statutes making mediation in any kind of legal proceeding confidential apply to these proceedings. And the FLUDRA statute specifically says that you have the parties, which are the applicant and the local government, but you do have neighbors, but they are what's called participants. And the statute specifically says that the participants are not parties and they cannot ever be parties in the FLUDRA process. So the way that the special magistrate that we had did it, and how he explained that he does it in all of these FLUDRA proceedings that he does do, is that he opened the proceedings up for all of the neighbors who attended, who got notice and decided to attend, to say whatever their concerns were before the mediation started. And then we started the mediation, they left the room, closed everything off, conducted our mediation where all of those communications in that mediation are privileged and confidential. And then once we reached a final agreement, that agreement was printed out, given to all them. City of Brooksville actually wouldn't let us print with their facility, so I had to run to my office, print out all the copies, and then run back. Gave everyone copies of the settlement agreement for them to review before we signed anything. And then the proceedings were opened up again for them to comment after having read that. And then those, at least I thought we took into consideration some of those comments and considerations. I also heard some discussion about deliveries, and the condition in the agreement was that there's a certain time that deliveries can be made. So deliveries can be made between, I think it's like 7 and 8 o'clock. I mean, it's in the agreement. And then any delivery areas have to be at least 100 feet from any residential area. That was in the staff conditions throughout the entire process, from planning and zoning on, and then encompassed in the mediated settlement agreement. And then there was, when I first got here, when I posted the public notice signs on the property itself, I actually, while I was posting the signs on Pinehurst, two property owners who live right here. No, they live right here. I was posting the signs, and they actually came out and talked to me. And it was a Mr. Kachu and his wife. And she actually came and talked to me. She was here this morning, but she had to leave because her husband had a doctor's appointment that he had to get to. But they were prepared to speak in support of this application because of how dirty they said to me that the homeless camp that is there makes that property. You know, and they said when I was there, it was actually clean for that day, but they had concerns, and she let me know that she wanted to let y'all know that there are some people out there who are in support of this. It's the tenor isn't everyone's against it. So with that, that's all I have. And again, if you have questions about specific issues, our traffic engineer and our land use expert is here to answer those questions better than I could. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the synopsis and all of the information, Attorney Benda, and everyone who came out to speak today. Appreciate that, and Attorney Angelitis, thank you. I proposed a very similar way forward on this as we're looking at today, and the board didn't want to go in that direction at the time, and understandably so, with people in the community still being upset, we decided to vote again and turn it down, I believe. The special magistrate here, I'm a new politician, but I really don't understand exactly what they're doing over there. Maybe the special magistrate on this, I'm looking at them, maybe they're great, or maybe they need to be fired. I don't know. I don't see much of a difference on this for me to really, want to lead this charge forward again for you, to be quite frank. So, if your clients, Geoffrey and Mark, want to sue the citizens of Hernando County to get this done and start business that way, I'm here for it. People of Hernando County are not going to be bullied. It's that simple. I'm just plain spoken kid from Georgia. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you, sir. I'd say first off, I appreciate the homeowners and why they don't want that there. I understand that. right? And probably I wouldn't want it there either. Probably if I lived there. Most of the houses, I'm looking online. I can't get GIS to work on the computer, but I can get it on my phone. So I looked at. I don't know what's going on with that. But common sense would say that anything that's on commercial way would be commercial. And I understand the arguments about, well, that's a buffer, it's trees, etc. Well, when I was a kid, probably none of you guys are here, most of you aren't, and all of it was a buffer. It was all trees. It was 2-lane road. So it was 50. The only development in the middle of Spring Hill was over on 19, but right in the middle, there was nothing. There was 20,000 people here. Now there's 220,000 people there, right? So, and then I look at the argument and I say, okay, well, they say, well, this is meant to be a neighborhood. And then I start looking at the properties, and what the lady said on the end over here about most of it's homestead is not true. And I'm going to tell you right now, because the first 9 properties, only one of them's homestead. All right, so I'll go right into that. The first one is commercial. It's on the corner of Spring Hill Drive and Pinehurst, built in the 90s. So it was approved, even though you had development there. Why weren't you guys all like up in arms about the commercial coming in there? But not only that first commercial, but then another commercial was built next to it, coming down the road into the residential neighborhood in the 90s. This is all going to be arguments by them because we're taking their property rights away. All right, so when you go to number 3, no homestead. Number 4, no homestead. Number 5, no homestead. Number 6, no homestead. Number 7 on the left-hand side, homestead. That one has a homestead. Or no homestead. Number 8 is the first homestead property on the left side. Not to say they're rentals. Maybe they just decided not to do a homestead. I don't know. But I can tell you that the first 9 I checked, 1 is homesteaded. Right? So that's it. I understand that, right? But what you said is not true. So when I look at the screen, and I know what I'm looking at, trust me, most of them are not homesteaded that are directly behind the property. Now, if you go into the neighborhood, of course it's homesteaded. Of course it's mostly residents, right? So the question is, what do we do with this property? And do you take away their rights for the property? And the Bart Harris Act, which there was a gentleman out in the audience, I believe Bob was talking about this, and it reads like this, and it was enacted in 1995, allows private property owners to seek compensation when government regulations unfairly limit the use and value of property. If you turn this down, you're eliminating all of its value. Then that means they have to be compensated for their property. The property appraiser says it's worth $233,000. There's arguments to say it's probably worth, and I'm pretty good at property value, millions. Probably a couple of $1 million is what it's worth, right? So it doesn't matter what they paid for it. Doesn't matter how much taxes they're paying. It's a taking of property. So they went to mediation because they could try to find some kind of compromise. Well, I mean, based on what you guys are saying, there is no compromise. You just want it to stay woods, right? Right? So you should buy the property from them. You should write a check and buy the property, because that's the way our country works. Free enterprise, and the way our economy works is that you have freedom, and the government can't take your property unless they pay you for it, right? So they own the property. So that's the dilemma we have right now. So where do we go? Right? You've allowed commercial property down the road. You don't have homestead property behind the property, except for a couple of pieces, right? They've deviated, and we all asked them to do this. We asked them, put the reverse frontage road in, even though it's going to be big expense to redesign the pond, connect to the other piece. We said, okay, too many lots, cut it down. We said, we need more room on Spring Hill Drive to cut out. We did. We asked them for a decel lane for it coming off 19. They gave it to us. We asked them for a wall. They gave it to you. They're going to put landscape buffers in and stuff. This is for sure the county's going to lose if you go to court. You know, and that's where that's where I'm coming from. I understand if you live there, you wouldn't want it, but it doesn't make it legal. You know, so what if it was your property? Somebody didn't want you here prior to where you're at now. They didn't want you here. So when you moved from up north or wherever you came from, they didn't want you here. Does that make it legal because we didn't want you here? No, because it's a free country. So to me, when I look at it, I just don't like when the government, big brother government, takes away property ownership from somebody. It doesn't matter who it is. Give you a big company with big wallets. I don't know. They have a bunch of lawyers, so they must have money. I get it. But at the same time, you can't take away their rights. So we have to come up with some kind of negotiation. And the negotiation isn't, you can never build there. That's not fair. And that's where I'm standing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. So my argument last meeting was based on the future land use and what it was designated as, which was a residential buffer. That's what the future land use map states. which is in our comp plan, our comprehensive plan, our 2040 comprehensive plan. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Champion, and, you know, in trying to work in good faith with this particular development, you know, there were some simple requests. You know, remove the other lots, you know, keep it just the 2 lots, make the other parts, you know, portion of what's going on. I mean, there could have been all kinds of compromises that could have been done during this mediated settlement. And quite frankly, I mean, it is a risk. And I just want the residents to know that if this is denied, this, for whatever reason, if it is denied in its current state, that there is a chance that a judge sides with the developer. And then you've got, you know, 5 commercial lots directly across the street from you based on this particular master plan. That's the objective view, right? So I was hoping that the you know, the mediation was going to come back with some sort of a reduction of future lots. You know, it's that sprawl that we talk about. The fact that it's a future land use residential buffer is important to me because we've stated multiple times that comp plan amendments in this particular fact is very unlikely on this board and in the good faith of that. So I understand your argument. I think it's going to be a risk regardless if it doesn't go through. I mean, there's a very good chance that well, it's 50-50, maybe even, you know, whatever, depending on what type of judge there is. I don't know that I've been a part of a board that's had it go to litigation to this point. And if they're, you know, Commissioner Amsler, I appreciate your comment. I do. You know, but I just wish that there would have been, you know, a little bit further on the developer side from a compromise because they know how I felt. I think they felt the temperament of the board at that time. I'm not going to go back on my original vote based on what is presented today. You know, what happens in the courts is what happens in the courts.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Locko.
Yes. So they bought a residential buffer. They've got a residential buffer. This product is not good for the community. It's going to cause nothing but problems at 19 and Spring Hill Drive. Nothing's improved on this from our last hearing. I make the motion to deny.
Second.
If I may, with the pleasure of the chairman.
Okay.
Just before any vote happens, so the Fluger process allows for you to approve the settlement, reject the settlement, or approve the settlement with modifications, right? Normally, you know, it's very rare that you're going to have like a pure negotiation with a rezoning or a land use change, but you know, again, we went to mediation with staff, and everything that staff asked us to do, we did, right? And then, you know, that still has to be presented to y'all. So then, if the tenor of the board is to reduce the number of lots, right? We did that in November. We went down to 3 lots, and still failed, and still got denied. That motion failed. So I'm not sure what the county is seeking. You know, I can maybe make additional offers and open that negotiation process to get there if that's what y'all are trying to do. Yeah, I think one of the neighbors talked about the Spring Hill safety audit and the closure of the median cut. So potentially maybe we can phase in the development of the property to coincide with the improvements to the Spring Hill safety audit, which I think should fix the traffic impacts that I believe the board is saying that there currently are on the property without this development. So, I mean, I'd like to offer that and see if the board would be willing to essentially phase in Lot 1 with to coincide with the improvements of the Spring Hill safety audit.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jobin.
Real quick, since it came up, and just to clarify, because it's the threshold question. Does this proposed application comply with the future land use map?
No.
Because if the answer is no, then you have to reject, and if the answer is yes, then you go to the next steps.
But my motion is denial.
Okay.
You still answer.
Hi, good afternoon, Michelle Miller for the record. So while the future land use is residential according to the actual map itself, the mapping criteria for the comprehensive plan allows for the interpretation to be commercial in certain instances. And in this particular instance, given the fact that it is immediately adjacent to existing commercial development, and it is also surrounded by commercial on the future land use map, staff's interpretation is it can be treated as commercial. So it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Yes, Mr. DePablo.
If I may follow up, so to Commissioner Hawkins' point, yes, the underlying use is residential. As pointed out by Ms. Miller, there's other policies, mapping criteria that don't necessarily allow the use, but, well, doesn't necessarily permit the use, but allows a petitioner to submit if they meet any of those criteria. In this particular case, after review, it was deemed that this property would be considered infill because of the surrounding, but that does not guarantee. This is the process they would have to go through. Now, if the underlying use was commercial, obviously the discussion would be completely different because it would have more they would have more policies and strategies backing up their request as opposed to using a mapping criteria, which at least allows them to make the request. So that's, I just want to make sure that difference is understood.
Commissioner Champion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
100 times on Commercial Way, we've had similar situations where something's not zoned right, and all of it on 19. And correct me if I'm wrong, Omar, but we've said all of it is pretty much could be considered commercial on 19. I mean, we've talked about this a bunch of times, right? Because it's common sense, when you look at it. And when you look at what it's assessed at, it's definitely not assessed at a buffer at $233,000. So the government's been wrong the whole time. And and if you're going to say that it shouldn't be developed, then they owed a refund. It's like, why are they assessed that way? And I know that's a separate organization than us, but we are benefiting from the tax revenue that's coming in from the lot. Now, I understand it's capped at 85, but that's just the way the law is for the state. You're capped at 10%. But next year, it's going to go up another 10%. Next year, it goes up another 10%. Until something changes or it changes hands. They've owned it the whole time, so it has to change hands for it to be assessed at the total. But if I had bought it, it would be immediately assessed at $233,000, and you start that process all over again. It's when you look at all of this and what staff said, that's not an argument to die on. And you know what, you guys, it is what it is, and I'm purely voting no against what your motion is, only because of the Constitution and taking property rights away from somebody, because that's what you're essentially doing. You're taking all value from the property that's assessed from the property appraiser and taxed for decades and saying it's worthless. So it's reasonable to say if you bought this land that you could do something with it. You're saying they could do nothing with it. You're saying it's virtually worthless. So you are taking the property. They're going to sue us for the value of the property, and they're going to win. They're going to win. And I understand your point, Mr. Amser, and I get it. I've been there before, just the last meeting, right? I said, they came in here and threatened to sue us. I said, do it. This case, you guys are wrong. We're going to lose this. I'm telling you right now. And you're going to vote your way, that's fine, but I'm not voting against property rights. I'm not voting against somebody's constitutional rights because you're taking it away. You're taking the property rights away. If this is ever a Bart Harris lawsuit, this is it. I mean, if it's any property. Thank you. Whatever that name is, if I got it right or not.
Bert.
Yeah. Bert. See, Bert. Bart, whatever. All right. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so the majority of those properties you're referencing, Commissioner Champion, are north of 50. Very rare is it in the commercial district south of Highway 50 that those have come up. So, I understand your argument. I don't agree with it. I think the idea that this particular title has changed hands or has not changed hands and was purchased and has been deeded as a residential buffer, future land use residential buffer. There was a reason the Deltona Corporation did that, and I've got to stand behind, what the future land use map is, and in the comprehensive plan. Now, there might be differences of opinions there. Believe me, I'm not comfortable of this going to litigation. I'm not. But I don't believe we're taking away anybody's constitutional rights. I think that this particular person is trying to jam something that doesn't fit in this particular location based on density and everything else in a property that he might be getting a really good deal on. That's subjective on my part. But, you know, the objective points of view that I've made, I've got to stand behind. I'm not going to, and you're doing the same thing. You're standing behind personally, and I talked to you in private about what I would do with this particular property, but I wouldn't go this way. I would do some other things ahead of it to get, you know, to a different solution. But, you know, there is nowhere in the world where a gas station or fits on the corner of Spring Hill Drive and Commercial Way. It just doesn't exist. We're a world. Well, that's what they asked for. No. Excuse me. Hold on a second. One of the particular you're given a fountain and 20 feet. Like that's what's going on here. A fountain. Look, we got a little fountain here. We're going to keep the wall. We're going to build a wall. We're going to put a vine, and we're going to give you 20 feet. There's nothing from that part south of that road south that makes sense that ever is developed. Doesn't make sense. And and I'm glad that you got the road for the frontage road figured out with Suncoast Credit Union. I applaud you for that. That's all really good things. But it doesn't to me, based on you wanting me to change my vote on the pure intent of that property for the entirety that it's been, on the real estate rolls, is as a residential buffer. There's no world where I vote for anything south of that line that's commercial. It just doesn't exist.
Even though that what's south of that line is already commercial right next to it?
No, across the street it is, on Pinehurst, on Spring Hill Drive.
Right, the commercial corridor itself.
It's been there since 1990, and it wasn't sold as a residential buffer.
In all due respect, Mr. Benda, I did not recognize you. Please have a seat.
And I'm happy to answer that question, but that was not a residential buffer. That was turned to commercial service.
Have a seat, sir. If somebody asks you a specific question, I will allow you that, but that did not happen in that. Commissioner Lockout.
Again, we're all talking the same thing over and over again. He bought it as a resident. If they bought it as a residential buffer. No one's telling them they can't use it as a residential buffer. It is not the job of this board to improve the zoning of a piece of property that somebody buys just because they bought a piece of property. We can all look at it from different perspectives, but this board has no responsibility to upgrade the zoning of this piece of property that they bought. Buyer beware, you bought a buffer. And my motion stands, and I believe the second stands.
It does.
We should be coming to a vote at some point.
If somebody wants to call for a vote, we could do that. Okay, call for a vote. We got a motion to deny from Commissioner Locko.
Do we not have any more discussion?
He's called for a vote. That's what the policy states is we're going to vote.
So a shut down conversation because of that?
He called for a vote.
We have a motion and a second. What are we waiting on?
I don't think I've ever done that to any of you guys, but I will going forward. Trust that. If you want to set a precedent, I will call a vote every single time when there's a motion and a second.
Then say what you want to say.
I'm asking. I'm getting shut down. You're saying to call for a vote.
Okay, he's changing his.
Listen, if you don't want to vote, that's fine. It was a motion and a second, and we went through twice already. If we're going to continue to say the same thing over, I don't know what I'm not changing.
I just want to clarify one thing.
Okay.
I'll recall my call for a vote, and we'll just wait until you ask for it.
Okay. Commissioner Amsler's first. Commissioner Amsler.
I mean, I see the other points of, the other side of the fence on it. I can understand that point of view, but we're all in business. I think every commissioner is in the business world. We take risk. We understand that sometimes those risks don't work out. It doesn't mean we have a right to it when we buy a residential buffer. I mean, I'm actually thinking about maybe I can buy some of the medians and I can maybe develop those. I'm going to call you, Kyle, and I'm going to have you help me. I'm not trying to be terse, but I'm just trying to add a little levity as we go here and try to wrap up today.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. I don't even know these people. Never talked to them, not one day in my life. Never met this guy. Don't know the owners. Have no idea. But you know what? I stand for the Constitution every time, no matter what. And I'm going to clarify that you said, okay, the first one was 90s. It's on Spring Hill Drive. Yes, it is commercial. The second one is not. It's a residential lot, and it was converted. It's a commercial building now. The second one in. It was never commercial. So it is commercial now, but how did that lot get there? How did that happen? You know, and all up and down on both sides of the road on 19 is commercial, except for the undeveloped parts that are, you know, maybe south of there. But so I don't understand how you can't even compromise or talk to the man or the company and say, like, what can you do? Because you guys haven't gave anything. You said, okay, they said they would go from 5 to 3. That wasn't good enough. We told them to do all this stuff. I already mentioned that. I'm not going to repeat it. But what is the plan? I guess I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But what you're saying is they can do nothing with the property. So you need to put it on record that they're not allowed to do anything with the property. So that way it's on record, because you've given no alternatives. You've given no compromise, no alternatives. You didn't say, hey, you can put one restaurant there in the middle and the rest of it's no good. That would be something. But there's nothing. Instead, it's like, no good, turn down. To me, that is not fair. And I hate government agencies that treat landowners unfairly. That's why there's laws in place. And this is unfair. And if it was a buffer, it should have been taxed at zero. No dollars, zero. And I have 2 properties like that. Champion Estates, right? I have a DRA and I have a road. I own it. Guess what the value is? Zero. Can it be transferred? Never. Why is it transferred? Why is it assessed? It's not fair. That's what it boils down to. So give them a refund or negotiate how you're going to buy the property so we can leave it a buffer forever. That'd be fantastic. I'm all for that. But you're taking away their property rights. Just so you know, and you know what? And I know it's emotional right now, and I'm emotional because I can't stand government, you know, picking on people. And that's what this is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is great debate back and forth. First of all, I think it was a prospecting purchase. So the original intent was a landscape buffer, right, developed by the Deltona Corporation. The lot in question that you're talking about was never designated as a landscape buffer. It was a residential lot that was then turned to commercial. Mm-hmm. The particular person that bought this made an assumption and bought it at a price that he felt like they could take the risk, and that one day there was going to be a board that was going to say, you know what, we agree with you, sir, or ma'am, or whoever owns the property, you can go ahead and rezone it. That board's not here today. Now, it might be in the future, but that person made a bet and bought a residential buffer. And that's why it was assessed and capped at $85,000. I would assume that's where they purchased this land for when it was originally titled outside of the Deltona Corporation, because that's the max that it's hit. Whatever that thing, it could be at 3% a year or whatever. But my point is that person took a risk, a calculated risk, and it may pay off one day. It may pay off one day. I do not agree with changing the historic value of that particular and what that was meant for.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any more lights, so we got a motion for denial from Commissioner Alaco, a second from Commissioner Hawkins. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Nay. Passes 4-1 for denial. Thank you. All right. We're going to move forward to E16. The board's going to be sitting in legislative capacity. Mr. DiPablo.
Yes, thank you. The next several items are ordinance changes that we've either discussed in draft form or we've gone through a second reading. The first one before you is a second public hearing to consider amending ordinance relating to conditional use permits allowable with administrative official approval for backyard chickens. As you know, I won't go through all of this for the sake of saving time, but the major changes as requested by the board were to include ducks and chickens, no roosters, to create a matrix that allows a certain number of chickens per size of lot, to also clarify that although planned development districts would be allowed to have the chickens, they're still accountable to the homeowners association, that the chicken coops were not required permits as long as they're under 120 square feet, and we'll discuss that later. And then it also eliminates the permit expiration, so they would only have to apply once. We're seeking direction for the board It's recommended that the board discuss the proposed ordinance, take public comments, consider the ordinance as presented for adoption.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
I'm happy with it. I would make a motion to approve. I know if you got to go through the process of what we've discussed this over and over and over, I don't even see a bunch of people here to even talk about it. Unless you guys want to talk about something else. But
We should go to the public first every time on these.
yeah, right. But I'm good with it like it is, and unless we need to have more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a motion to approve from Commissioner Champion. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Joven, do we have to hear 16 through 20? Or can we, because I'm good with all of them.
I'm good with all of them too.
These are ordinances,
so we
so you're
don't
gonna
want
have to vote.
I
Let's do each
know,
one.
golly.
I'll make them quick.
Second.
All right. Alongo had already got you. Commissioner, are you good?
I'm
Commissioner
good,
Hawkins? Okay. Commissioner Amsler.
I just wanted to throw in, it looks great, great job, Omar. I'd love to be at a place where we don't have to put ordinances on what people can do with their chickens and in their yards and everything. I'd love us to be that free in Hernando County. I just want to put that out there. But unfortunately, we're not in that place yet. There's people that are going to abuse everything. Even with this, they're going to abuse it. But I think it looks good. I think it's progress, and I'm on board.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak on this item E16?
Put your hand down, Scott.
Seeing none.
He wants
Closing
ostriches.
public comment. Back to the board. This is a roll call vote. We could make it fun, and you could get cluck or honk.
Should I do a rooster call?
Yeah.
Oh no, they're not allowed.
That would be a no vote.
You could cock a doodle doo.
Yeah, right.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
The roll call vote on this motion to adopt ordinance number 2026-05 is as follows. Commissioner Amsler?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Locko?
Aye.
Commissioner Champion?
Aye.
Chairman Campbell?
Aye.
The motion carried.
5-0. Great job. Great job, team. All right. We're
Is that
on.
done now, or do we have another meeting?
That's it.
Meeting?
No, that's done.
We're done.
We're done. So chickens are legal now?
Chickens are-
Oh, look at that.
More chickens.
Chickens are celebrating everywhere.
Chickens and ducks. If I may, before we go to the next item,
Cats and dogs.
the board has expressed removing the permitting process for the chickens in general, as I stated before, and we have it on our to-do list. To remove it from the requirement of a permit would have taken more time, and in order to get the residents the number of chickens that we're seeking. But yes, the goal is to at least have the parameters in the code, but it would not require a permit for them. They could do it by right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. The next item is a public hearing, first public hearing on ordinance amending conditional use permit regulations. I'll go through this very quickly. Essentially, as stated in some of my previous presentations, there are some conditional use permits that require the petitioner to come to the board. We've reviewed those in the past several years. A lot of those have been approved just by mere fact of the use. Some of the main ones are temporary second residence for people with medical hardship, the security residence for those building their homes. Then we have some other uses, that seasonal sales of plants and materials. And those, although we have specific ordinances for those that are done on commercial land that are not related with the business in general, like roadside vendors, what we're removing is actually like schools or churches that might do that seasonally on their property. We consider that an ancillary use. And then the last item that we revised was, not revised, but kind of provided some clarity, is what an extreme personal hardship actually is. This is just the first reading. It's open for comments, and we're here for any comments you may have on that. It's not a roll call vote as of yet for this one.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lockout.
Yes, I'd love to have a definition for extreme personal hardship.
I can read it into the record if you like.
Thank you.
Extreme personal hardship, an extreme special or specified circumstance that is not the result of the applicant's or any previous owner's actions. It is beyond the applicant's control and substantially or exceptionally limits the reasonable use of the property and cannot reasonably be corrected or avoided.
Can you provide an example of what that is? That is something that the owner or a previous owner didn't do to cause it?
Well, I mean, there's, in my mind, First thing that comes to mind is a structure that was built prior to.
That would have been a previous owner.
By the previous owner. Either the structure was not permitted or it was placed inside the setbacks.
But that wouldn't have applied because you said it wouldn't be the owner or a previous owner caused it. Previous owner would have caused that in that situation.
If I could add, that what I think Omar is talking about is if it predated the requirement that, in other words, it wasn't illegal when it was done, or no one even knew.
So in other words, you're talking about pre-zoning? I mean, so we're talking about pre-70s? I just want to make sure because it's in there and it's one of the things I hate. I'll be honest with you. Because,
Correct.
Because I just don't see where something happens that wasn't somebody's fault. Somebody made a decision. And so that's why I want to make sure I myself really understand what this is and what would be an example of it. And I would much rather, if it's not going to come before this board, that is defined as clearly as possible. Not because I don't trust you. It's just I won't know about it until it's after it's done. And I want to make sure that it's very clear what that is. So if it was like a building that was done before we actually had zoning in Hernando County, then there should be a date. You follow what I'm saying? It would be something that happened was it 1968 or
1972?
72. Okay, I knew it was right around 70. Okay, so that's all I'm getting at. I just want, if it's not going to come to this board, I want it to be very clear so that somebody doesn't sit there and jaw your ear and try to twist your arm to get something through. Listen, this is what it says right here. I can't do anything beyond this. You got to go to the board.
The beauty of this is the first reading. I'll make notes and I'll get with staff.
Yeah, but that's all I'm getting at.
Will do. Yes, sir.
Mr. Jobin?
I think one of the key things of the definition that actually probably clarified is number 3. The general statute way it's been interpreted by the courts is to take away all of their economic value, potential use of the parcel.
Repeat.
Opposed to, I think it's a little substantially or exceptionally limits the reasonable use of the property is vaguer. In other words, if you're looking for specificity, that'd be another place to add it.
How would you add that?
I would simply follow the definition adopted by the Florida Supreme Court in that extreme personal hardship deprives the owner of any viable economic use of the parcel.
Okay.
Because there's much less discretion, which I think we are trying to limit.
So, Mr. Jobin, so it's just basically number 3.
Yeah, talking about number 3.
Then we will remove 1 and 2, just leave number 3 because it matches the Florida Supreme Court ruling.
Oh, no. You can still leave 1 and 2 in.
Oh, okay.
This was just to clarify number 3.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
So for extreme personal hardship, C number 3? So how do you make that legally work? So that we know that term goes with number 3.
You would delete what's currently number 49, so part 3 on line 18 of page 6, and replace it with, instead of substantially or exceptionally limits the reasonable use of the property and cannot be reasonably collected or avoided, just eliminates any economically viable, use of the parcel.
Okay.
You guys
That way,
got
instead
that?
of being able to, instead of cajole staff, you would have, there has to be no possible use.
Go grab a water.
Okay.
That works for me.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Omar, on earlier ruling, would that have been used? Would you have been able to use that as a conditional use? Would that have been administratively approved?
That's a rezoning.
On the
No, I'm talking about the merit.
I'm talking
No,
about
that
the
one-
merit funeral. That would have been able to
With
be
the barn you're speaking of?
No,
the
merit.
Well, no, the barn was a variance request.
I think he's talking about the.
I'm talking about the funeral
gravestones.
The gravestones.
I don't think that would fall into a hardship category. There was other criterias that use had to fall under because it was specific under the code.
So I think it may be defined, to Commissioner Alaco's point, is any objection from neighboring properties that have an objection with it would be automatically come back and not, for a conditional use. Because, for example, the wedding venue, there's all these particular things that could be subjectively denied or approved based on future directors in your position?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'll let Ms. Miller, so
If
Joe
I
Looser.
may, so the only things that that were being proposed to be included, for administrative official approval were including the temporary secondary dwelling, to include those that might serve as a security residence. No other conditional use permits were being proposed, to be approved by the administrative official.
Oh,
So
well,
all of the
I'm
rest
sorry,
would
I
then,
didn't.
yeah,
I
so all of the rest
And
would
the
still fall.
medical hardship.
Yes.
Okay.
All of the rest would still fall underneath the
Got
same
it.
process.
Yeah. Okay. I missed that part. Sorry.
And those are the steps I was talking about. They fell under different criteria, so they.
Yeah. Understood.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Champion?
You know, I was just gonna say, I thought it was just about, it was limited, but I'm all about smaller government, so. I think, but I'm okay with adding the part that Commissioner Locko stated, if it was caused or something, if we feel like but it would have to be something modern, right? It would have to be something that was already there and kind of added illegally.
And if I may, the word hardship was included in here because the discussion came up, but this has many different scenarios. So to your point, Commissioner Locke, we'll make sure that we address it properly so there's no wiggle room. Like I've mentioned to this board, I don't necessarily like the way it's currently written because it forces me to bring things to this board that I don't think this board should be looking at. But I think cleaning it up, it gives me as administrative officials some better clarity to lock those things in place. It's basically saying there is no variance, there is no process for it. You know, it's self-inflicted, for lack of a better word. So, I have some direction on that one. Chair, if there's any other comments.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody from the public would like to speak on E17? Seeing none, public comment, back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board?
Approval.
Just need a consent.
I thought we needed consensus.
Consensus.
Just a consensus, okay.
Just consensus?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this first hearing. Come back for a second hearing.
Okay,
We'll make those changes and bring.
you have consensus.
Thank you.
E18, sir.
Yeah, moving quickly, the next item, there are a lot of paperwork. The next item is basically to, as discussed, staff has, this is the first public hearing on ordinance amending size requirement for structures with impervious roof coverings that require zoning permits prior to construction of permit. As discussed, the Florida Building Code does not require permits for anything under 120 square feet. So basically, we are removing that language out of our code in order to give us more flexibility with sheds, chicken coops, doll houses, anything along those lines.
Treehouse?
Greenhouse, yeah.
Treehouse, or a greenhouse, treehouse.
Yep.
Like that.
And those fall into a different category too, so, we did include the 120 square feet and under, and to Commissioner Alaco's, request, we also increased the wall height to 8 feet, so that way, there's a little bit more flexibility for the sheds.
Move approval.
Consensus.
Oh, consensus.
Consensus
okay.
to bring it back for a second hearing.
Bring back
Move consensus.
Yep. And just for the pleasure of the board, all the ones that you're giving consensus on will come back on April 7th for their second reading.
Thank you. Anybody from the public like to speak on item E18? Seeing none, closing public comment. Do we have consensus? Yes. But you have consensus, sir.
Thank you, sir.
E19?
Yes, the next item is first public hearing on ordinance revising residential lot landscaping inspection requirements. One of the things in the detailed efficiency report and just cost savings that we've been doing at Development Services, we realized that our inspectors are going out and signing off on the piece of property, and then within 30 days thereafter, code enforcement's called out to make sure the grass, the tree, and the address is put in place. Obviously, that's not efficient. The final inspector could have done it all in one shot. Unfortunately, that's the way it was codified in the code. I like to remove that because not only does, right now, our code enforcement officers are carrying 7 to 12 of those cases per day. And so if I can remove those, give them to the final inspector, I can use code enforcement more productively and doesn't require additional FTEs in that department. So the request is to remove the timing for the landscape inspection in order to move it to the final inspection for the CEO.
Commissioner Champion.
Question, I thought, I've done a couple of these new buildings and I've actually even gotten red tagged before, but not having the address on there, like right at the beginning. Aren't you, isn't that all required? That the address and all that stuff has to be done anyway to sign off on the CO, doesn't it?
It does, but there's a weird language in the code that still gives that 30-day wiggle room, and some individuals are utilizing that as a window. But almost in 99% of the cases, you're correct, Commissioner Champion, everything is done at CO. And that was my point. If it's already done, why have multiple vehicles literally passing themselves on the road, wasting time and energy? So
I move consensus if that's what this is.
yes, it is.
Yeah, all consensus. Okay, anybody from the public would like to speak on E19? See, do you really?
Oh my God.
Seeing none, closing public comment. Do we have consensus?
Yes.
You have consensus, sir.
Thank you.
E20?
Yeah, the last item is first public hearing on ordinance revising the sidewalk requirements. This has been a discussion with Mr. Herring and his staff. The proposed ordinance provides for the following: sidewalks should not be constructed along Florida Department of Transportation roadways unless required by that agency. Sidewalks may not be required for properties in the agricultural residential 1, 2, and regular agricultural residential, and also the planned development project rural zoning district. Sidewalks will not be required along the property frontage unless connecting to an existing sidewalk. This does not relieve projects from complying with internal sidewalk requirements. And finally, should a waiver be granted, the property shall be required to participate in the MSBU for sidewalk installation along the property. This is the first reading, and as indicated, the last and final reading requiring the vote will be on April 7th.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lockout.
This is mostly a question for Scott. Scott, this, as it is written, would this eliminate two scenarios? One, that church that was out on Powell, and the church that was out on Powell, and two, that garage, that personal garage that was on 550 on your way out to the heading out towards Pine Island, that's on the north side there, that we made this guy put a sidewalk just for the length of his own property.
For the church, yes. I'm sorry, for the, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Scott Herring, Public Works Director. I don't recall the one on Pine Island, so I couldn't
Well, it's
say.
not on Pine Island. It's literally, it's about a mile in from US 19 on the north side of the road. It's over near where like Becky Jack's shack is, and it's on the north side. Somebody put up a metal garage for his personal use. And this is before any of us were on the board, and they required him to put in a sidewalk. So we literally have a sidewalk that goes the length of his property.
Yes, sir, it would apply in that situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything further, Commissioner Lockout?
Thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public like to speak on item E20? Seeing none, closing public comment. Do we have consensus?
Yes.
Okay, you have consensus, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're on to item F. Commissioner Lockout.
Yes, just I said it earlier in the invocation, keep our troops in your prayers and their families. We don't know where things are going to go right now, but I'll say be alert as you're living your life. There's a lot of people who don't belong here that are in our country right now, and we just got to keep our eyes open and make sure that if you see something that doesn't make sense, don't be afraid to call 911 and be wrong.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Amsler.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Champion.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the same thing Commissioner Locko was talking about. I just want to say I'm proud of my president. I think he's done the right thing with Venezuela and Iran. I'm happy to see the semi-free people of Iran standing up. It seems like they're going to take back their government without sending troops in. I hope that doesn't happen. And while saying that, my son is active duty Marine, and guess what his MOS is? Aviation Ordnance. Loading bombs on the planes and stuff, and helicopters and all of the above. And guess what? He's proud to serve, and he would have no problem going over there to do that. And I got to tell you that talking to him as a staff sergeant, he's going to be gunnery here soon, that all of them are very proud to serve this president. And it's night and day difference, and that's why you're seeing recruitment through the roof. So pray for our men and women over there, and I'm a little scared about my son if he gets sent over there, because he probably will. They just canceled his Norway trip. He's in South Carolina right now. He probably is not telling me everything because he can't, but we'll see what happens with all of it, and hopefully it's over soon. Thank you.
Definitely praying for him and all our other men and women they're serving. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, I woke up that morning, read the news, and brought back a lot of memories. I was a part of campaigns like that. I think one of the things that is really interesting is the coordination between all entities in the military, Air Force, Army, Navy. Everybody is involved in this particular theater, and it's pretty incredible to see. I the amount of success that they've had in a very short period of time, the technology that has just increased in the 25 years since I was there. It's just incredible. There's a lot of people that are very happy that this is happening. I understand that happiness, that jubilation, but remember that this isn't a video game.
Right.
This is real life.
Oh, yeah.
People are dying on a regular basis, whether on the one side or the other. We lost, I think, 6 service members so far. I haven't seen the news today. I'm praying that there's no more. And those were in Kuwait. It's very, very serious. It's not a meme. It's not a joke. This is very serious stuff. And I think that at the outcome of this and the way our president has joined forces with a true ally in Israel, has made a very, very important decision that's, in my opinion, going to change history as we know it. I think that we just need to say prayers tonight and know that we are on the good side of this. We are not on the bad side of this. We are on the good side of this. And just hopefully it's over quickly. I know that they said they're ahead of schedule. I would like to see this end very, very quickly and bring everybody home safely. And and for the like everybody says, the strong people of Iran, we hear you, and Americans hear you, and we're supporting you. And I pray to God that you guys are safe, and as well as the entire Middle East and the UAE and all the countries that are. And I'm just going to go into this real quick. This is the first time in modern history that the Middle Eastern countries that are bordering Iran are on the side of the West. Think about that transitional statement. That they are hitting indiscriminate targets and residential targets and commercial targets in bordering countries, that those countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, all of those countries are saying, enough. This is enough. We have Cyprus sending warships to the Middle East. They hit a target in Greece and Cyprus. I think I saw a post from Congressman Dan, Texas Congressman, can't remember his last name.
Dan Crenshaw.
Crenshaw.
Yeah.
He's like, nobody had a rematch between the Greeks and the Persians on their 2026 bingo card.
Yeah.
No doubt. It's incredible to think about that and just kind of the overwhelming support from our allies and the people in the Middle East. I think it's transformational and
Most of our allies.
Yeah. Godspeed, bravo, Zulu. Keep it up.
Yeah. I think, of course, we all agree. God bless our troops. God protect our troops, our men and women, especially those at the point of the spear. And pray for the peace of Israel. Pray for peace in broader peace in the Middle East. And wisdom and discernment for our leaders. I couldn't even imagine having to make those decisions. But I think we're moving in the right direction. God bless the USA. Attorney Jobin.
I have nothing.
Mr. DePablo.
Yes, just 2 real quick items. There's a lot of things happening at Tallahassee, a lot of changes. If our caseload for the next agenda is not too heavy under my last portion of the agenda, I'll be bringing an update of where we're at with those things. We have ADUs, some rural overlay discussions about what's going on. The Live Local is being revisited. And then we also have some discussions on how the county is supposed to further assist or process private providers through the permitting process. We'll bring you the pros and cons, just so you're informed. And then the last thing, I just want to give a shout out to our building department as we continue to create efficiencies and educate and train the building code effectiveness grading scale, which is what development services or building departments are graded on. It's a 1,200 point system. They look for code administration, plan review, and field inspection. The lower the number, the better. And we once again, second year consecutively, we've dropped. And so our numbers in residential are 4 and commercial is 3. Obviously, you get to 1, you're like the best of the best. We're striving for that. I told the building official, do you know anybody that's a 1? And he goes, I've never heard of anybody. I said, we'll do then. We'll be the first. What that means is obviously, well, what it means for the citizens is the lower the number, the better insurance rate to get, because we have the ability and the knowledge to better assess structures, damage, and create safer environments. So kudos to the team for once again lowering that rate, and we'll continue to lower until we get to 1. So nothing else from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from staff?
No, sir.
All right. It's 5:26. We're adjourned.